the modernization of Mombasa Port, among many other things. The standard gauge railway.
The Thika superhighway.
Yes, Thika superhighway. And then in the year 2011, after we had conducted comprehensive studies for the implementation of Lapset corridor, then the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, acting together with the President, appointed me as Secretary for Infrastructure in the Presidency to oversee the entire infrastructure sector and also to spearhead the implementation of Lapset corridor program. Then in 2013, as President Kibaki was exiting, his last appointment on the Friday that was before the Monday voting day, he appointed me as Director General and CEO for Lapset Corridor Development Authority, which was the new institution he also created with the same instrument he signed on that day. I continued serving the government in that capacity up to 2021 as Director General, and in 2022, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga called me to his political activity once more, or his campaign, as I would say, and he told me, resume your duties. And of which duties, director, or not really called director this time around, but I was the coordinator for the entire strategy team and the manifesto drafting, which was basically the think tank that was working on all the things that were to deliver that particular campaign. That was well executed, and the policies documents are there, and we've seen that there's a lot of synergy with what is going on currently. At the end of 2024, I was appointed by His Excellency President William Ruto as a presidential advisor on governance, in which I deal with a lot of governance issues covering all sectors of the economy. And I am currently spearheading a very robust governance advisory services in the Executive Office of the President. So I've worked a lot with the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and I would like to say that even the moments when he has made a lot of concessions, which Kenyans have described in many forms, whether when he was going into what people call the handshakes, definitely we were at hand to discuss these matters, up to including the latest one. And one of the greatest things that we discussed with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga was that Kenya needed to be a safe country for Kenyans. That's number one. That if there was a moment in which Kenyans were going to go into situations of conflict, then we were ready to do anything to forestall conflicts. And that is the main reason as to why he joined hands with His Excellency President William Ruto, so that Kenyans could find a comfortable space to discuss on what needed to be done in Kenya, rather than people fighting on the streets or people feeling extremely agitated beyond peaceful coexistence. And there were many of such moments, whether in 2018, and even in 2007, 2008, at the height of the post-election violence, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga said that there was no better prize than peace in the country. And at that time, as Kenyans conflicted over the elections that went awry in 2007, he said he did not want to see Kenyans shedding blood any further. And he said he was willing to be anything, and he was willing to do anything to stop bloodshed. And that is why we got also into that particular arrangement of the Grand Coalition government, so that Kenyans could come to the platform to find a better socio-economic framework going forward.
When you look back, at your life, and when you look at yourself now, what has been the Raila effect in your life?
The Raila effect in my life is indeed profound. Number one, I've learned to be a patient man. I've learned to be resilient. I've learned to be analytical. Raila, many people may not have known that Raila takes a lot of time to think. behind the curtain on his political stage, Raila consults heavily. And before Raila can say anything, before he can make any decision, he thinks very deeply. And it takes time to think. On the day, I want to give you a good example. On the day that the presidential results were announced in 2007, Raila was supposed to be sworn in, and Citizen TV came to cover him live. A statement had been written, and considering that there was no time for going back home, Raila needed to be in a kind of an attire that was presentable. A tie was produced, a coat was produced, and he went into the bathroom and cleaned himself and came out looking good and ready to take the press conference.
You were there?
Yes, yes, I was there. I was the director of policy and strategy and the secretary of the think tank, so I wouldn't say exactly what I did, but I'm giving you what happened. When Raila came to the table, the statement was put before him so that he could read the statement. The cameras were focusing on him. And because he had thought about the country as he was preparing in the bathroom, he asked, instead of reading the statement of declaring himself president, he asked Honorable William Olentimama to say something. He just said, Bill, say something. And everybody looked at themselves like, eh? You are saying Bill, say something. I thought you were supposed to read the statement declaring yourself president. And that's how he dampened the anger that was really simmering in the country. Because he said if he declared himself president on that day, it was going to be terrible war. So instead of doing that, he decided to step back because he thought deeply about it. And as such, I've learned that in life, you need to think deeply. You need to think country. A lot of times whenever you are discussing policy statements with Raila, he will always ask you, so what do we do it in the way that will benefit Kenyans best? Like during the last elections, there were certain policy statements that were made that people never understood what they were. For example, the 6,000 shillings. People made a lot of jokes about it. People have not understood up to now what details were really behind that 6,000. It was actually a social security framework that was going to get over 90% of those who were poor out of the poverty bracket. It was going to create a capital base for the poor, not just for consumption. People thought it was money that was only going to be given for consumption, but it was money that was only going to be used as seed capital to help those people to be able to start certain enterprises that would get them out of the poverty bracket. Again, there was the one of teachers, where he said he was going to employ all trained teachers who are unemployed. And then people said, how can you? How is that possible? There are so many Kenyans who have been trained as teachers, but they are not employed. So how will you employ all of them at a go? Again, there was a lot of hindsight behind that. In that, of course, for many years, teachers were not being absorbed fully. But not all of them were waiting. They were not all seated there waiting to be absorbed as teachers. So those who were specifically available were those who are going to be absorbed. So in many respects, Raila gave the country his best in terms of thoughts.
Very well.
And also, when you look back at the 2007 manifesto, when we were drafting it one day in our discussions, he asked me, Sylvester, as you continue drafting this manifesto, I want to start talking to Kenyans. And I want certain, sound bites to give them. So he asked me, so what is the first priority? What is our first priority in the policy? I told him infrastructure. Okay, he said yes. He wrote it down. Then he asked me, which is the second one? Again, I told him infrastructure. And then he asked me, but you've just said infrastructure in the first one. I said yes, but why not agriculture, why not industry? I told him agriculture is doing badly because of lack of infrastructure. So we still need infrastructure. I said yes. Okay, what is the third one? I told him it's also infrastructure. No, why can't we put it industry now? I said because industry is not doing well, and all the industrialization policies that have been pronounced in this country are looking like they are failing because there is lack of infrastructure. even the idea behind setting up industrial establishment in the rural areas has not worked, because there's no infrastructure in the rural areas where industries need to be set up. Agricultural production is also hampered, and we cannot even move agricultural produce from the farms to the industries, and also from the farms to the consumption areas in urban areas. So he said, so we should just have infrastructure. I told him precisely. We emphasize on infrastructure as we also espouse policy instruments that are going to improve the various sectors of the economy that will be supported by infrastructure, because infrastructure is the enabler of all sectors of the economy. And then he kicked it going. And he's telling Kenyans, infrastructure.
Yeah.
And today we cannot fail to see that the idea that he had, that he needed key policy statements that would be pursued over a longer period of time to cause transformation in the country was actually a very live one.
Very good. I'll be coming back to you, but I just want to circle back to Engineer Toro. Since you left office in 2007 as an assistant minister for roads, public works and housing, did you continue to interact with the former prime minister?
Oh yes. After 2007, when I did not win my Kandara seat back, I was appointed director Kenya.
Yeah.
In fact, we were the first directors in Kenya. We formed Kenya.
And Kenya stands for Kenya National Highways Authority.
Yes. So there were three: Kera, Kura, and Kenya. So I told the Waziri then that I would be better off serving in Kenya, not the others, because I was so much involved in national highways. And then that's the time now. And then Usumukata came in. So from that time, when now he was the prime minister and I was director in Kenya, so we continued relating. So I was like his eye in Kenya to implement the things that we had started in the ministry. So I was there to implement most of them. So I was directly involved. I was the expert in Kenya who had the history of where we are coming from.
Yeah.
And so we related with him throughout until 2013. So that interaction and the confidence he had in me is what kept us in relationship. Consultation. If there was anything that he wanted to ejected in Kenya, because he was very much concerned about Kenya. So we would talk about it, and then I would update him on what we are doing in Kenya and how far we have gone, and asking the Prime Minister to make sure that Kenya gets the proper funding. And I would remind him what we achieved in the Ministry of Roads and Public Works was because of proper funding and proper utilization of the money. So I asked him to make sure that we get the right funding, and the advantage that we had was because the late President Kibaki was the president.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what transpired, so we had no problem in Kenya funding. And for those years, we did not have pending bills like we have today, because we were able to ensure that we are what it tenders when the funding is there. So we continued working, and if I may go a bit back, how the Prime Minister had confidence in me. When you were still in opposition for 1998, and Kibaki was the leader of opposition, and there was the shadow cabinet. So the leader of opposition is the one who was to appoint his shadow cabinet. So I was the shadow cabinet for roads and public works.
Yeah. In Parliament.
In Parliament, was the shadow minister. So being the shadow minister, it was shadow minister for all the opposition. So whatever we wanted to counter the KANU regime on the issue of infrastructure, then the opposition members of Parliament would now liaise with me so that I can also be able to liaise with the substantive minister for roads and public works. And we had the advantage of Engineer Kiptun, who was there, who was the minister. So we were able, for example, at that time is when we formulated the Kenya Roads Board.
Yeah.
And I was very instrumental in that. And Raila would consult and say, in this Kenya Roads Board, ensure that the people who are going to spearhead this are the people who understand the road sector. So that's why we had the CEO. The first CEO, he was called Mutonyi, Engineer Mutonyi. And then we also made sure then that the chairman of Kenya Roads Board was also an engineer. So we had the chairman engineer and the executive is also engineer. So that's something that Raila was very focused on, because he said if you are going to make a turnaround in infrastructure and roads, we must have the engineers reading these sectors. They don't have to be misunderstood because they understand what is supposed to be done. And when they are making decisions, they don't have to go and consult other people. They will consult and they will be able to make decisions. So I can say from 1998, when I was the shadow minister for roads and public works, for the whole for opposition, and then the ministry, assistant minister to Raila, and then Kenya from 2008 to 2012. So I had been in touch with him throughout, and he would be able to consult. And Raila liked me. For one reason or another, he just liked me. And so he would confide with me a lot of things, even politics. And I remember when we were still in the ministry, one day he said, we are going to your place, your rural areas. I want to give your dad a goat. So he went all the way home and he brought...
In Kandara.
In Kandara. He brought a goat and a sheep and handed them over to my father. You know, such actions are actions that, come from somebody's heart.
Did you know Raila before 2002?
No, yes, from 1998, yes.
That's when you got to know about Raila?
Yeah, when you are in opposition.
When you were in opposition.
And then,
when you were fighting Kanu?
Yes, and then I was now the shadow minister for roads public works.
Yeah.
It's now when we started working. By then, we were about 5 engineers in parliament. Engineer Karowe, the one for the CDF.
Yeah.
And a few others. So engineers would be able to sit down and see how engineers can be able to have a leading role in infrastructure, and what bills and what acts in parliament would we support and amend, whereby engineers could have more role to play in matters concerning engineering facilities and parastatus. So we would consult a lot. So that's the time from 1998 all the way. So I was able to be with him, and he just liked me a lot.
Very well.
So he became a very good friend of mine. Like now, from Mourning, I've been receiving calls because people now they are giving me condolences because I lost my friend. I've received many calls, many messages. Sorry, your friend has gone, has rested. Because people know me as a very good friend of the former Prime Minister.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
I want to hear this from Leonard. You see, ODM is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, having been formed in 2005. And when you look at the growth and the development of the Orange Democratic Movement Party, how would you say Raila has managed to drive the growth of ODM up to today? What kind of policies do you see that he has managed to implement within ODM that has really fashioned out to who he is?
From my seat, I think Raila is somebody who is able to read the room and to adjust as the situation calls, which is a major gift for any politician, because not many are able to read the room, not many are able to make the adjustments that he makes, or rather he used to make from time to time. And that's what has carried him by and large. His ability to come, look at the situation, as Daktari has said, think rather deeply about what the situation portends, and then make a decision. And most of the time, the decision now pans out for him. So I think that's how he's managed to carry ODM. I talked about the sheer force of personality of the man himself. The man is charismatic, and to be a political leader, most of a leader of a movement like ODM, you cannot do it if you don't have charisma. You cannot do it if you don't have that sheer force of personality that we've talked about. So that's what has carried Raila along. And he's one of the few leaders in the country today who can stand up and have somebody take a bullet on his behalf. I mean, you can count them again, like I said, on the fingers of one hand. There are not many who have that sheer force of personality, who can move to a place and who can have an inordinate number of people coming to say, you know what, we will lay down our lives for this man, we will follow him to wherever he goes. So that strength of personality, the ability to contemplate deeply on topical issues of the day, and to consult widely, as Daktari has said, to be able to come up now to draft, come up with a way forward. That is what has carried him over the years, has served him unerringly over the years. Yeah.
And when you look at him and his leadership in ODM, what kind of legacy do you think he's leaving behind?
It's difficult. It's still early days. It's hard to say. There's an African expression to the effect that nothing grows under big tree. You have this big tree, under it is nothing. But when you remove the big tree, that's when you allow plants now to begin to flourish. So the big tree has fallen, yes. So there's now space for plants now to begin to emerge. And I'm looking at it in three ways. There are three groupings of people who are possibly going to emerge from the shadow of Raila. We are looking at the loyalists. There are those who are loyal to him and have been loyal for a period of time, who have stood with him through thick and thin, and who feel that they have now a stake in ODM and that they may want to take up leadership positions. I'm not going to name names, but they are there. Then we are looking at the opportunists, who will also read the room like Raila has, and who will look to inherit the Luo nation. Then we are also looking at the people that the current president may want to have as the preferred successors of Raila. Because this thing, his passing on, could not have come at a worse time for the president, because they are in a broad-based government together, and the assumption is that come 2027, this formidable broad-based alliance will field one presidential candidate, the incumbent, that is. So with Raila's departure, the balls are up in the air. So we wait to see. We don't know whether the president may want to support one of his own that he can rely on within the ranks of ODM now to come up and be a natural successor. So I've said there are three. There are the loyalists. There are many who feel a sense of entitlement. There are the opportunists. There are also many young, particularly the young ones, who may want to come and step in and who may push. And we've seen them. We've seen them agitating. They may want to come and push. Then there are those that may have the blessings and the resources of the incumbent to be the natural successor of the Right Honorable Raila.
Very well. Daktari Kasuku, how would you describe Raila as a family man, as a father, as a husband, as a brother, as an uncle?
Raila is many things. As you've already said, the family side definitely was another area that people, of course, have tried to understand. Sometimes people think that when he's a serious political leader, that he might not have time for his family. Raila, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, had a lot of time for his family. And in as much as he also brought up a lot of, he mentored many political leaders in the political field, he also took a lot of his time to mentor members of his family, from the children to his siblings. And he always definitely, he was always available to them to give them pieces of advice. I remember as far back as the days when he had come out of detention, he always appeared with his family. Mm-hmm. Yes, and he spent a lot of time with his family whenever he had time. Despite the misfortunes of his detention, he never lost track of his family. And you've seen his children also really walking along with him, working with him during some of those key political activity moments, and as well as also taking part in political leadership. He allows them and he gives them space. Mm-hmm. And definitely he's been a very big supporter of Mama Ida. They really form what you can call a great collabo. Mm-hmm. Yes, both of them. You find Mama Ida supporting him so much, and you find him also supporting Mama Ida, and their political life has never been anything that would, that wouldn't interest those people who would love to understand how they mix the two, family life and politics mm-hmm. and leadership. And even when he was prime minister, you could see the office of Mama Ida doing a lot of work in the country, in the development field, mentoring young people, doing many things, even right now. Even when he's not an elected leader, but you find that he's such an institution. In fact, he has an immense spread mm-hmm. of institutional footprints in the entire Kenyan landscape. Mm-hmm. Raila is not just an ODM leader or Azimio leader. Raila has many institutions around him. And you will even look back even up to the days when there were detainees. You will find that there is a cluster of people who are called the detainees. That's an institution. Mm-hmm. You look at the second liberation, there are those who are the youngsters of those days. They are there. You want to look at those ones of the young Turks of today, they are there. And they all have a common ground on his platform. In fact, if you were to take Raila's responsibilities and put them on a shoulder of one person, I've worked with him for many years, but the nature of the person that he is so simple, he's so accessible. Raila is one person who is so accessible. Mheshimiwa Toro will tell you. He is even more accessible than even people that he himself, that he even gives opportunities, maybe to serve, whether in the party or wherever. Mm-hmm. And that simplicity and accessibility is something that needs to be learned by people who have gone through his hands. He picks his calls himself. A few times maybe some of those aides of his might pick the phone if he was not near the phone. But a lot of the times he picks his calls personally.
Personally.
Mm-hmm. Personally.
In 2015, that's about 10 years ago, it's on the 4th of January, 2015, that's 10 years ago. The country woke up to the news that Fidel Odinga was normal. He was Raila Odinga's son. How did these affect him as a man?
Fidel's death was a sad one and had many impacts. I remember that day I'd woken up very early in the morning, and around 6 a.m. I realized that there were many missed calls on my phone from close family members. So I decided to call back to find out what was happening. And Rosie told me that I've been trying to, because it was very early in the morning when Fidel's wife called them. So Baba was still sleeping. He was still, maybe he had a late, night break, and the phones were off. So they tell me, can you run to Fidel's house? There's a problem.
In Karen?
Yes, they were not living very far from where I live. So his siblings were calling me to tell me, can you run to Fidel's house? So I drove to his place, and actually I found that he had passed on. He was looking like he was sleeping, but he had passed on. So then shortly, after some 2 minutes, Raila walked in with Mama Ed, and you could see in his face that he was deeply saddened. He was so heartbroken. The real face, the face of a parent who has lost a loved child, was so evident in him. He was not he was now not the political leader that you would be seeing in front of TVs or wherever, but he was that heartbroken father. As he entered Fidel's room, as he looked at Fidel, as he checked what is wrong, and he realized his son was no more. That was very disturbing to him. And I also saw in the committee that prepared the Fidel's send-off. You could tell, you could see. He was really immersed in sadness. That entire period, and even after that, he tried to balance, and being the strong political leader, the strong person, the personality that he has, but deep inside him, you could see that he was,
as a father, as a parent.
As a parent, he was so affected.
Did that alter him, I mean, his view of life, his view of politics, as a father? As always known of him, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has the ability to overcome several difficulties. He's a man who has undergone difficulties in his life. And that was one scratch on his surface of fatherhood, his surface of parenthood. Of course, it affected him with regard to how he looked at life and how he looked at his entire system, accompanied by his family members, let's say like the children, and how they also supported his political movements, and how they were also expressing themselves in the political field. Definitely that affected him. But you could see he was still balancing. He was still balancing when it came to his political side of things, where now he needed to give leadership. He did not stop because he lost a loved son. He still came out, sacrificed, and still came out, stepped out to lead. You see, to most Kenyans, they see a man who had a persona of perseverance, brevity, the spirit to keep on fighting on, the indefatigable spirit of keeping on and keeping on. But what was Raila's soft spot?
As I always said, Raila is many things wrapped in one. Raila, the human being, is a person who is extremely empathetic. In as much as people think that he was such a hard rock that was difficult to talk to, Raila Amolo Odinga was very empathetic. Raila had the ability to listen to people. He would be in his office listening to people the whole day. Something that I know very many people have come across, cannot do. You can go to Raila's office and people are streaming in, even if he says that now I need a break from at lunch hour. more people are still streaming, and he still allows them to come in to speak to him. He was very empathetic, he was very sociable, and he really stepped into people's lives at a personal level. If you needed his personal attention, if you needed him to attend to you personally, he would. And he even supported people financially at a personal level. If somebody went and told him, Baba, I have this, he would listen. And he would walk to where he has kept some money, and he gives you. And even for those who had problems, even in political life or in socioeconomic side of it, he would still be able to come to listen to you. And even when political competition became nasty, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga had the ability to be able to listen to somebody who is complaining like he's suffering. He would be so empathetic to a point of even foregoing his own political interest. I want to give you one very good example. And people will recall that in the year 2007, ODM had such a dismal performance in Kisii. Under my strategy team, we had carried out opinion polls to see who are the best leaders to be elected in Kisii. And the ground showed us. But there were some people who also came in with an empathetic view on the day when nominations were being done, insisting that certain candidates had won. And you know how nominations can sometimes be so murky. They insisted these people have been won, they are just being downtrodden, you know, and some of them were crying. That was 1 a.m. And we are here around a table. We also have our statistics. And Raila said, so where do we believe? The statistics or you people who are presenting? They said, Baba, you must listen to us. They were crying. Baba said, for whatever it shall be at the end of the day, let us not shed tears. Let's assume they won. And they were given tickets. Those who were supposed to win won irrespective of the parties they had. But that was Baba. He really stepped back. He had the facts, yes, but he stepped back because there was such a situation of empathy that was prevailing on the table that he forwent his own political interest. He was a very empathetic person at a personal level.
Very good. Well, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from our national headquarters here in Broadcasting House. And of course, today we have a special coverage of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's death, who passed away this morning while undergoing treatment in India. President William Ruto has mourned the late PM is a patriot, and he has declared 7 days of national mourning, and a team has already been set up to start planning for the burial service. We just now want to take you through the highlights of Raila's life in the following story, and then we are coming back with more analysis. quite unfortunate there. We're having challenges with the audio, but the pictures that you saw last on your screen was during the KANU's delegates back in 1997 at the Moi International Sports Center, the indoor arena, when Raila Odinga's party, LDP, merged with the Kenya African National Union party, better known as KANU. And so we're trying to sort out the audio issues, and once we are back, once we have it sorted out, we should be going back to that profile. But I just want to hear this from Leonard Kafafa, who is one of the three guests we have in the studio, and he should be leaving in a few minutes from now. Before I allow you to leave, Leonard, when you look at ODM, as a party, and Raila Odinga has been very instrumental in holding together the Orange Democratic movement and bringing together any warring sides and having a common vision, having a common goal. Now, in his absence, who do you see is likely to succeed him in the party, and where do you see ODM going from here?
It's still, like we said earlier, it's still early days, and it may be difficult to pinpoint one exact individual who, say, may succeed the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. It's difficult, it's early days, but there are people in different categories. Remember earlier we had talked about the three groupings that may emerge post-Raila with regard to ODM. We talked about loyalists, people who may have a sense of entitlement because they've been with the Right Honorable Raila for decades on end. We are talking about people like John Buddy. We are talking about people like Wandai. We are talking about people like Gladys Wanga. These are people who've been with him and who are loyal and who may have some stake, who may stake some claim on leadership positions. Then we have opportunists from within the Luo nation who may also spring up and want to push their way through. We have people like young people like Sifuna, the SG, ODM at the moment. He's been forefront in articulating a number of issues. He has taken a divergent opinion at some point and withstood, He's not been pushed out of the party. He's been allowed to have his divergent views. And he has a force of character. Not like Railas, but he has a force of character. And then we have others like Babu Owino, who are also coming up and who are looking at the opportunity. I'm told that this morning Babu said that Baba has gone and Babu now steps up. So these are opportunists who may just want to have a stake also in this party called ODM. Then we are also looking at another grouping of people, people who may be may gel with the president, with the current president. As we are all aware, the current president, that's the KK party, that's UDA, have been in an arrangement with the ODM called the broad-based government arrangement. And that this arrangement has been expected to carry on to 2027, possibly as a unit, as a cohesive unit, ushering in electoral victory, possibly for the incumbent. So the incumbent may want somebody that he can gel with, somebody that can work with, without rocking this present ODM, UDA, or the KK arrangement. So there are people, again, within that space that just might be funded or might have the approval of the incumbent with the attendant resources or the government machinery to ensure that at least they're acceptable as natural successors. Then, of course, there's also an interplay. There can be an interplay of all these factors that I've mentioned that can create a fourth passageway, but that we are unable to see at the moment. We are looking at the picture, we are seeing what there is, but there could be an interplay of all these factors, and from that interplay, you could get one strong contender who could be the natural heir. So It's early days. It's too soon to tell. But in the coming days, when the dust begins to settle, clear front runners will be made evident.
Very good. Finally, before I let you go, what do you expect to see in the days coming up, the days ahead of us, leading to the burial of the former Prime Minister?
Well, there'll be mourning, and you do know how people from that side of the country mourn. It's a cathartic. This is a great guy who has gone. He cannot just be buried and forgotten in a span of a day or two, like other communities would. So there's going to be a lot of mourning. There's going to be a lot of emotion. It's going to be heated up at some point, culminating to the actual burial. Then post-burial, I think there will also be quite a bit of jostling, but that now will be in the political space for those who now intend to take up the mantle that the late Right Honourable has left behind.
Very good.
Yeah.
Leonard will continue to engage with you. I know you have a meeting to attend to, and so we are releasing you, and of course we are remaining with the other two guest engineer, Joshua Toro and Dr. Sylvester Kasuku. Thank you very much indeed for your time, and have yourself a good afternoon.
And you.
Very good indeed. I mean, I am being informed that now we can run through the profile of Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister, who passed on early this morning while undergoing treatment in India. And then we are coming back with more conversation here in the studio.
Was born on 7th January 1945 in Maseno, Kisumu County, to the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenya's first vice president. He studied in East Germany, graduating from the Technical University of Magdeburg with a degree in mechanical engineering before joining the University of Nairobi as a lecturer and later serving at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. But it was in politics, not engineering, that Raila found his calling, and his political journey was born. His ride into politics was not always smooth sailing, as he often found himself at loggerheads with the government of the day. His push for multi-party was one of the main struggles he will be remembered for, that saw him detained severally. His incarceration was not in vain, as his push for multi-party style would come to pass in 1992 when the single-party state was repealed, birthing several parties. Raila was elected Member of Parliament for Langata, a role he played before he took a stab for the presidency in 1997, contesting against the then incumbent President Daniel Moi. He emerged third after losing to Moi and Kenneth Matiba, respectively. His political influence will grow over the next 5 years, and come 2002, he will once again go against the grain and ditch the ruling party KANU's preferred candidate Uhuru Kenyatta for presidency. He joined forces with the late President Mwai Kibaki and other opposition leaders to form the National Alliance for Rainbow Coalition and endorsed Mwai Kibaki to vie for presidency, a move that saw Kibaki clinch the presidential seat, ending the reign of KANU as the ruling party, which also marked the end of the 24-year rule of Daniel Moi, owing to the constitutional changes that put a 2-term presidential limit.
Ati hii mzee Kibaki si ametosha? Na mkasemaje? Nyachai akasema tio Raila alifanya makosa. Mimi nilisema, niliuliza wananchi na wananchi walisema Kibaki ametosha. Yametosha? Yametosha?
Odinga will then move to rebrand his political journey after the 2005 botched constitutional referendum, birthing the Orange Democratic Movement Party with a symbol of an orange.
Tsunami ilikuja haikukuja. Iliwapeleka haikuwapeleka. Wale kama sisi ambayo tulibaki tulikaa ndani ya safina ya Nuhu ndio tulinusurika.
He will use this political vehicle to vie for presidency in 2007 general election, contesting against the then incumbent President Mwai Kibaki, who he had backed for presidency in 2002. The 2007 was a hotly contested election, and the results announcing President Mwai Kibaki as the president was disputed, resulting in post-election violence.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kuitumikia kwa moyo wangu wote.
He was voted out. He has stolen the vote. Kenyans cannot tolerate it, and the international community cannot tolerate it.
We are telling Mwai Kibaki it will not be long. He will have to quit State House because he did not win.
In the spirit of reconciliation, Odinga was announced as the Prime Minister and the head of government business in Parliament. As Prime Minister, Raila is credited with having championed constitutional reforms that culminated in the 2010 Constitution, a landmark document that entrenched devolution and civil rights. He will later vie for presidency in 2013, 2017 and 2022, each time coming close but failing short of making it as president. Across the nation's borders, Raila is celebrated for serving in various positions, among them the Africa Union High Representative for Infrastructure. And early this year, he took a stab at the position of the Africa Union Commission chairmanship, underscoring his continental influence. He, however, lost, but his political influence did not wane. In March 2025, President William Ruto appointed him Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, tasked with mediating peace efforts. Even as he transitioned to statesmanship, Raila remained embroiled of Kenya's democratic struggle, revered by supporters and respected by rivals. At the time of his death, Raila had led his Orange Party into government under a broad-based government, and the party he founded in 2005 was preparing to celebrate 20 years of existence next month. He is survived by his wife, Dr. Ida Odinga, and 3 children, including Winnie Odinga, who followed his political footsteps and now serves in the East African Legislative Assembly. As the curtain closes on his legacy, his contribution to independent Kenya is a story that historians will continue to pen for decades, and his ability to reinvent himself politically is one that political science students will continue to research. Rest well, Raila Amolo Odinga. Joseph Ohungu for Channel 1 News.
Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down at the market you can hear ladies cry out while on their head they bear ackee rice or fish are nice and the rum is fine any time of year. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is...
Well, a tribute to Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, who passed on this morning in India. And that beautiful song there, which is said to be one of his favorite, by Harry Belafonte, There Is a Hole in My Bucket. And true to that word, or to that song, there is a hole that Raila Odinga has left in the Republic of Kenya. Welcome to this special coverage as we come up on air with breaking news about the death of Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, this morning in India. We are back in studio. Dr. Sylvester Kasuku is an advisor, is a governance advisor to the President and also working at the Executive Office of the President, joining us this afternoon. And of course, he's on my extreme left side, and the man in the middle is Engineer Joshua Toro, the former Assistant Minister for Roads, Public Works and Housing, who served under Raila Odinga, who was then the Minister for Roads in 2003 all the way to 2007. We continue with the coverage of this Saturday here. I want to hear this from Sylvester, you know, Raila had sisters, had brothers, had other siblings. And we have seen President William Ruto there appointing his elder brother, Oburu Odinga, to be one of the two vice chairs who will lead in the planning of his burial. How was he relating with his other siblings?
Thank you very much, O'Brien. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga had a very cordial relationship with his family members. As I already said, ranging from his children to his siblings and even other relatives. And as I did say earlier, Raila had a lot of time as well for his family members. Many a times you would go to his office and you find a sister or a brother has come to see him. And of course they would come to see him on issues which were important. They wouldn't just come to exist within the office space, for the sake of it. And he had a listening ear. Many a times you would find him speaking with his sister, Dr. Weno, who is a former Consul General for Kenya in the US. Many a times you'd find him with his brother, Dr. Honorable Oburu Odinga, who is also the leader at the family level, being the firstborn. And the relationship between him and his siblings were not just mere family, but because this is a political family, they also shared a lot in common. When you talk about what Kenya needs to be, what interests of Kenyans are, and what needed to be done. And he would equally listen to them. And they would also, in their own rights, because other than his siblings being his relatives, but they also had their own political interests. They also had their own lives, political lives. And as such, they were not just people with political interests at a very far distant location from his, but they were equally within his circle. So you would find them also participating with the rest of the leaders in speaking about what needed to be done right for Kenya. You are aware that you've had Dr. Oburu Odinga being an elected member of parliament, being an assistant minister, and being a senator right now. We have Ruth Odinga, Honorable Ruth Odinga, who is the women rep for Kisumu County, a duly elected leader. We also have other family members who have not really been political, like Dr. Wenwa Odinga.
She's former deputy governor also. Deputy governor.
Yes, and she is an academician at the University of Nairobi Department of Chemistry. We also have the newly crowned PhD holder, that is Walkoa Odinga, who recently graduated from South Africa. All the way from the past elections, I can remember that they also take part, not as family members, but because they have that drive to participate in the political space, in the support of the progressive forces that their brother led. So they were not just coming as siblings, but you would find them individually championing, various fronts to put their efforts into the ring. And There are many other siblings who come from within the extended family. And you realize that they participated with him on the political front, both at the grassroots level and also at the national level. And as such, what I can say about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and his siblings is that, again, the unique qualities that he has had all his life also included unique abilities to balance the side of the family as well as the political interest, leadership offering, and championing transformation in Kenya. And all of them were equally attracted to that particular agenda.
Yeah.
And they took part with him, very passionately. And they still do.
Engineer, when you look at Raila Odinga, and the many interactions that you had with him, even at the cabinet level, what kind of a man was he, in cabinet?
As Sylvester has said, Raila was so many things in one. And the one thing that struck out, even until his demise, is that he was not apologetic about things he believed in.
He was not ready to compromise.
Yes. And the other leader that I know of that caliber is the late President Kibaki.
Yeah.
What Kibaki believed in, he could not change his mind if it was the right thing. Even Raila, the same. That's why Sylvester was saying, you remember the issue of the Mau? I think Leonard is the one who was saying, remember the issue of Mau, where he stood and said, Mara River is drying because of the Mau forest being depleted. And he stood the ground. All the people there fought him. And they abandoned him politically. But he said, this is the actual truth. Unless we rectify this Mau forest, this river is going to dry up. The other issues that Raila believed in was as a result of consultations.
Yeah.
Sylvester has said Raila consulted widely. And if you hear Raila saying something today, it is not out of the blue. It's something he has consulted. I am a witness in the ministry. Raila would not hold any meeting without me, because most of the things that we were to do in the ministry, instead of having a meeting and telling me afterwards, this is the way we have decided, we had to have a meeting, and meetings were arranged so that I'm present and the people who are coming are there, so that the decision that was to be made, I was part and parcel of implementation. So Raila will say, okay, we have made this decision. If I'm not around, please continue and implement. So most of those decisions and discussions resulted in cabinet papers. So those cabinet papers did not just arise out of his own mind. It was through consultations. So whatever he took to the cabinet is as a result of something that will make sense in the cabinet, and approval will be given accordingly. I remember most of the time, and I go back to the issue of the contractors. I had said we talked about cowboy contractors.
Yeah.
When we updated our game in the construction of roads, then we found we have a shortage of contractors.
Yeah.
Competent contractors to do the work that was required to be done. By then, the only credible foreign contractor was China Bridge and Roads. They are the ones who had come and they were doing a good job. So when we discussed, and Raila said, since now we are engaging our contractors fully, and we still have a capacity, I want you to go to China. Yeah? Go and meet the Minister for Roads there and discuss how we can have more Chinese contractors to come, because we have a lot of work to be done. So I was dispatched to China, and I had discussion with the Minister for Roads there, and they were insisting initially that they are fully represented by China Bridge and Road. So you say, no, they are already engaged. The work they are doing at the moment is too much.
Yeah.
We need extra capacity. So that is the time when we started now having Chinese contractors coming to Kenya. And one of the issues that we had then is about superhighway.
The Thika superhighway.
Thika superhighway. Because we did not have a capacity for Thika superhighway. So the discussion was, and he mandated me to take control of the superhighway, even when I went to China. And we agreed the work is too much for one contractor. And since the president was very keen on having this superhighway to be done with the shortest period of time, because it's a very busy road, and a lot of work was to be done during the superhighway. And the president did not want the people to be inconvenienced with a lengthy period of construction. So we zeroed down to have 3 contractors to do the superhighway. And that's what we agreed on, and the implementation was done with those 3 contractors. And the work was done quickly, and up to now, the quality of work and the specifications that were done, they stand up to today, is a testimony that work was being done as per the specifications. And what was worth noting then is that we had value for money. There was no exaggeration.
Yeah.
There was no kickbacks for the superhighway. And that's why there was no compromise. There was no compromising in the workmanship. And during that time you were together in the office. What I learned from Raila was no compromise in works. As long as we are paying, supervision should be done properly, specification should be followed, and we pay what we have specifically identified as the quantities. So throughout that time, it became now the norm that this is the way we go, no compromise. We do it the engineering way, and all the engineers who are trained from the University of Nairobi, were masters, and they were so qualified.
Yeah.
It's only that they were being misused in the previous regime, whereby they would be forced to sign even certificates that did not exist. So the cabinet papers that were presented by Raila were perfect and up to date, and there was never any challenge. If the president wanted to meet us for any specific issue, we were just a call away. But it was not normal for Kibaki to be calling ministers. As long as you are doing your work, he leaves you. He has other ways of finding out whether you are doing your work properly. In the industry of roads and public works, where corruption was there before, Kibaki would know whether people are corrupt or not, whether the ministers are getting kickbacks or not. So he had the intelligence. So as long as you are not involved in those kickbacks and the corruption, he let you do your work. And he increased from the time 2003, he was increasing our budget for roads twofold every year. Then we were able to do a lot of work. Now, let me say something that is worth mentioning now, because this is something that was very heavy on Raila's mind, and it bothered him a lot. When the two elections were won, there was an agreement that he was going to be prime minister. It is not a secret, it was there. And then after now swearing in and the cabinet was formed, then there are some people who started now saying that they don't want a prime minister, that they want direct access to the president. They don't want to have anybody in between. So that issue of prime minister was watered down by people, I cannot name them because I know them, what happened. And since Raila would confide with me, he would say, this is something that has affected me personally, because when you are doing campaign, and if, Brian, if you remember, Sylvester, if you remember, the campaign was Kibaki, our president. I will be the prime minister. So everybody knew. So he would say, now, when I go back home, I don't know what to tell my people, because I promised them I was going to be prime minister, and I'm not prime minister. Yeah? In fact, he would have some people coming to the office to ask him, what happened? You are supposed to be prime minister.
But now you're a minister.
Now you're a minister. And then he would confide with me and say, now, you see, if only I could have the title of prime minister, so that these people, we campaigned with that title in mind. They do not know what the prime minister, even if it is without portfolio, it does not matter. Because people, they want only to hear Prime Minister Raila. So it was bad that he carried that one. But as Sylvester said, he had a very big heart. So eventually, all those people who made sure that he does not become a prime minister, he forgave them, and things went as...
And life moved on.
Life moved on. He never revisited that issue. Mm-hmm. Even if you remember very well, there is no time that the media can bring a focus where Raila was complaining that he not become a prime minister then with the NAC government. And the failure for Raila not to be prime minister, and of course there were two deputies, and we knew them. That is where the NAC dream failed. The NAC dream collapsed by not honoring the agreement of the prime minister and the two deputy prime ministers. Oh. So that is something that I'm sure, and I can say, weighed heavily on him on that 2003, 2004, around that time. But he overcame that and continued with normal with the other ministers, and as if nothing happened. Mm-hmm. Of course, down the line, he ended up becoming the prime minister. Yeah. Down the line. There is something that that Raila used to say all the time, that as we move on, my work is to help the president to achieve, that's Kibaki, to achieve what we promised in our campaign. And what I'm doing here, we make sure that through what I delegate to you, make sure that you stand with my principles. I remember, and this is something that I'm very proud about, 2004, during budget time, mm-hmm. For some reason, Raila was away overseas. He had gone on the paper for the budget, was out in his absence. Mm-hmm. And the ministry was to present the budget in Parliament. And and since he was away, and they said, he was asked, can we wait for you to come back to present the budget? He told the speaker, no, I have my deputy there. He's capable of presenting the budget. And I presented the 2004 budget to the National Assembly.
Yeah.
And of course, when you are presenting the budget, it is interrogated and it is torn apart and all that. Yeah? So some ministers would shake when their budget is being challenged. But I was able to do that, and that is a testimony where when I say Raila, delegation of Raila to the people that he trusts and can do the work is perfect.
Very good.
And that's why Sylvester is saying, when he consults and he is sure that he can trust you, then he is good to go. And there is something, let me mention something, politically. And if you look very carefully, Raila's political career, the people who leave Raila, they leave Raila on their own violation. Raila never chases anything out from the party. He never does. People leave, and then when they want to come back, he accommodates them back. He holds no grudges. That is Raila.
He knew how to forgive.
The present government now, all those people there are people who pass through his hands. In fact, they are his creation. From the time of ODM, yeah, Machungwa, Nanini, na Banana. All those, if you examine those people in parliament today, those holding high positions, all of them have passed through Raila.
Odinga.
And he's okay with them, even when even those close to him went to the other way, like the speakers, they left him. He has no inhibitions. He does not say that they are bad people. He continues even talking to them. So Raila has a big heart.
Has a big heart. I mean, if you're just joining us and you're watching on your screen, that was the famous KANU LDP meeting that was held
Kisirani,
which came to be known as Kisirani. That was Okemo?
No, the deputy speaker.
Job
Omino, yeah?
Yeah, that was the merger.
Were you there at that meeting in 1997?
No, that time we were still youth. We were not wearing suits.
You were not wearing suits?
We were the ones who were...
This is Okemo? Oh?
No,
Job Omino, the late, eh?
Yeah, the late Job Omino.
Yeah, and this meeting...
By then he was the deputy speaker.
He was. You were there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us more about what transpired here. And that was Raila. That was Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah.
That meeting, it came to be known as the Kisirani.
By the then Secretary General Kamodo.
Joseph Kamodo.
Kisirani.
And this is the time that the late Moi endorsed.
No. It was not this time.
It was not this time.
This was the merger when Raila became the Secretary General of KANU. Yeah.
And that's
why Kamodo was now dropped.
Yes.
That's why he said it was Kisirani.
Because it was a long time Secretary General of KANU.
Yeah. Yes.
And a Secretary General was a very strong...
Oh, yes. KANU Secretary General. Powerful.
Yeah. Very good. I mean, if you're just joining us, we are recapping the moments, critical moments in the life of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed on this morning while undergoing treatment in India. We are doing a lot of circling in and out of our studio. Now we just want to listen to the voices of Kenyans, what they are saying and how they're remembering Raila Odinga.
Kwa taifa letu la Kenya kwamba ametetea demokrasia, ndiye mwanjilishi, na kwa hivyo tunaelewa kwamba kuanga kwake kumetia pengo kubwa kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni mtenda mema, ni mleta amani, ya Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
Alikuwa shujaa wa kujitolea katika mambo mengi, akapigania hii nchi yetu, hata wakati alikuwa anapita akalete watu wakawa pamoja. Maisha ya mtu ikiisha inaisha na kazi yake itakumbukwa na matendo yake. Kwa hivyo matendo ile Raila amefanya atakumbukwa naye.
Niko na huzuni sana kuhusu kiongozi wetu ule ambaye mwenye ametuacha, Raila Amolo Odinga. Tuko na huzuni sana Kisumu County.
Tunaweza kumkumbuka kwa vitu ambaye ametufanyia, ameleta freedom, ametufanyia mambo mingi. hata hizi maflyovers ziko hapa, yeye ameleta. Raila ameleta vitu mingi hapa Nyanza ambayo tunaona, ambayo tutamkumbuka nayo hadi mwisho.
Kila kitu ambayo tunafanya ni Raila ndiye ametuletea. Tuko na huzuni sana, na kutoka kwangu na kwa watu wote tunawaambia pole.
Tuna huzuni sana kwa kupoteza one of our hero, one of the one who have stand with us as people of Kenya, a freedom fighter to our nation.
Hatuoni kama tunaweza kupata kiongozi kama Raila Amolo Odinga kulingana na mambo yale machache aliyoyafanya mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu anayatambua, kuanzia tukiangalia devolution, tukiangalia mambo ya demokrasi, kutetea watu na pia hata kusuhilisha wakati serikali inataka kuingia katika mizozo, na pia kujaribu sana kuokoa taifa la Kenya lisiende mkono mwingine. Amekuwa mshauri wa maana sana. Karibu.
Sisi tunasikia kuna pengo imeingia, na mtu wa kujaza ni Mungu atatupatia, kwa sababu si mwanadamu.
Na si Kenya peke yake, bali hata taifa, hata katika bara la Afrika tumeona akipigania umoja wa bara la Afrika na akitaka mabadiliko katika bara lote la Afrika.
Mzee ambaye amepumzika ametuonyesha njia ambazo wa Kenya tunaweza kupitia. Ametuletea katiba mpya, imefanya wa Kenya tukijua kwamba ukitaka haki yako lazima urudi kwa barabara ndio upate haki yako.
Sema hata kifo Raila imetuacha na huzuni sana. Na sisi kama wa Kenya na Afrika mzima, dunia mzima, Raila ni kiongozi. Hata si majenzi penye ametufikisha, ametuacha kama tuko na voice. Tunaweza ongea kila kitu katika nchi la Kenya.
Well, those are residents of Kitui paying their tributes to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We're just having a very good conversation here with the people who have what we call the history of the nation. Joshua Toro, engineer, the former Assistant Minister for Roads, as well as Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, an advisor and a close confidant of the late Raila Odinga. And the conversation we're having here is how, you know, LDP fell out with KANU. No, it was NDC. NDP, the National Democratic Party.
Yes.
That fell out with KANU. Then Raila Odinga and his team went to form LDP. The Labour? It was
Liberal Democratic
Party.
Yes.
Which went on to form an alliance with NAK, National Alliance of Kenya, which was then headed by Mwai Kibaki, the late Wamalwa and Charity
Ngiru.
And so the LDP brigade, which was led by Raila Odinga, Kamodho, Saitoti, they then ganged up together with NAK
and formed NAC,
National
Rainbow Coalition,
which went on
to win the election.
Yes. In 2022, ending 40 years of KANU.
Yes.
I mean, very interesting history here. And I hope most of Kenyans, they know and they understand this. And what the two of you are saying is that Raila Odinga was very key, was part of the cog that was driving the wheel.
Yes.
I want to hear this from you, Sylvester, because we should be winding up this conversation in the next 20 minutes or so. And so what becomes of Kenya now that we must learn to live without Raila Odinga?
There is definitely going to be a lot of learning on how to walk and how to play politics without Raila Odinga. But what I can say is that Raila Odinga's comprehensive university of politics and leadership has brought forth very many political lieutenants, or many who have graduated from it. And his long political career has seen involvement, association, partnerships, and growth with very many political leaders in Kenya today. You will remember that if you look at the current administration. He was with a number of them in KANU when he joined KANU, when he was Secretary General for KANU, and when he was Minister for Energy. He worked with quite a number of them. Among them, the current president. Among them, the current Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah.
Among them, the current Speaker of the National Assembly, among many others. If you look at his time in NAC, again, he worked with quite a number of people. Then you come to the ODM time. He worked with very many current political leaders, beginning with His Excellency the President, President William Ruto, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, among many other leaders. If you look at the current administration again, and under the current political dispensation, you'll realize that there are many people in government or in the executive and people in the political arena who have also worked with him very closely.
Yeah.
Either as party members or as past political colleagues or compatriots, or as people who have worked with him in government and some of them have since moved to politics. So there is a lot of learning. There is a lot of application of what people have learned from him going forward. What I did say about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is that he was a man who had Kenya's interest at heart, completely consumed by the nation. If there was any time of of crossroads or times of difficulties for this country, Raila would look for the solution out of the trouble zone. And as I already said earlier on, the 2007 elections really showed us that Raila has the country at heart. Many people are saying, why can't you swear yourself in? Why can't you continue fighting? The day when we held a requiem mass for those who had been killed at Ligindogo, Raila said, we cannot go on this way. The post-election violence must come to a stop. Political leaders must move beyond self. We must think the nation going forward. And we must all come together to overcome the current confusion, the current debacle, the current state of, insecurity. When it came to, again, where we are now, where the country was faced with a lot of conflicts, following what was seen as the Gen Z protest. Again, the country was at crossroads. People were saying, let the government go away, or let people in government go away. Then how are you going to replace them? You are not going to replace people in government with others from another government. I mean, the government must have elements of perpetuity. The government must have elements of a proper and lawful succession, and the government must have organized systems of succession. And Raila said at that time, and we were in meetings with him, he said, the country has come from so far. The democracy, Kenya's democracy, has really grown that it would be so wrong for us at this particular juncture to break the pot that has created democracy. It would be wrong for us to break the vessel that is carrying democracy. And if we were to go into lawlessness, to start to fight and to replace those who are in power using violence, He said that is the worst, that's the worst method that would leave this country bleeding for a much longer time. And what he said is that if we were to destroy the peace and the understanding that is there that we need to do things constitutionally,
yeah,
we would never find a constitutional moment to rectify things. Because where would you begin to derail constitutionalism and where would you begin to bring it back to track? And he said again, my interests, my personal interests notwithstanding, I'm willing to step forward to be counted to bring peace and to bring harmony so as to allow the country to go forward and to create room for discussions, to create room for finding of solutions rather than fomenting disagreements, rather than fomenting wars or fights. And he stepped back and said, forget about my political interest. Can the leaders of this country sitting together to find a better future for Kenya?
Very good. Also help us understand this. I mean, as a prominent member of the Luo community, as well as an academic giant, as well as a policy and a governance voice, when you look at the Luo community, for the last, since 1964, immediately after we got independence, they've never been without a national leader. You know, we started with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who passed on in 1994. Yeah, in 1994. And then Raila Odinga took over, and now he's gone in 2025. Who is likely to take the mantle of leadership in the Luo, in the larger Luo community?
O'Brien, I want you to turn it around. You are trying to look at it as Raila was a Luo leader, and there you need another person to emerge as a Luo leader going forward. Looking at it from the nationalistic point of view, we should be asking ourselves, who are going to step into Raila's shoes of nationalistic and Pan-Africanism?
At the national level?
Yes. Who is going to match those credentials to champion for what Kenya is looking for? As leaders who can take part in delivering the dream of our forefathers. That's where we are. I would like to say that at this particular juncture, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has had association with very many people. As was previously said by Kefafa, people stepping into Raila's shoes, or people coming to be seen to be meeting the gap, or bridging the gap that has been left by Raila, is not an individual issue. Number one, we are looking at how leaders are going to change their mindsets, or how leaders have grown in Kenya to champion for the rights and the best for Kenya. Number two, within this political institution, who are they within that particular institution? If we were to look at ODM and associated political formations, who are they that are most likely going to rise to be seen to be championing what Kenyans are looking for as meeting the needs of Kenya? There are many, I can say. Maybe, as we would put it, that you will not find it in one person. You will not find it in one person. I said that Raila is one person, is many things in one person. Raila, that's why some people were describing him as an institution, others were describing him as a movement. As a movement. because Raila would listen to several people in one day. Those who are fighting each other, he would listen to them, give them an ear, give them a way forward. Those who are looking for solutions for Kenya, he would listen to them, give them a way forward. Those he was tasking with finding out, how do we move Kenya forward? Like those who are in the think tank like myself. How do we find solutions for Kenya? In fact, at no point in time did he ever tell us that how do we deal with an individual. That was not his game. He always said whenever there was a moment to deal with Kenya's issues, how do we make the country better? How do we champion transformation? So what I'm saying here, I know there are names that have been mentioned, like Kefafa mentioned a number of names. I wouldn't want to go into names right now. But what I want to say, going forward, you will see how Kenyans are going to behave. You will see how institutions are also going to behave. You will see how dynamics will form, whether based on how he had already started to create elements of coalition, of ideals and certain policies going forward, or whether how he had also started the move of rebuilding the party, strengthening the party, and also strengthening party succession frameworks. You saw he had chosen what we were calling, those who are called deputy party leaders. There are those that looked like they were not being favored to hold certain positions. He had his reasons when he advised that so-and-so, I would advise you that you wait a bit. It was never that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga didn't want somebody to be in a particular position of leadership. Maybe some people are better off when they are outside political leadership positions of, let's say, of doing certain, carrying out certain leadership roles. Some people are better left free. Some people are better left just to find their route. Like water would find its way. If it rains, you'd find water starting to flow, forming into runoffs, going into drainages, later on finding its way into rivers, later on finding its way into the ocean. Raila also had that particular kind of understanding. In fact, if he thought that you are not going to make, if the country was not going to make better use of you in a particular position, he would tell you. Even if he had told you that he wanted you to take over a particular role. A case in point is when he thought that I was to become an MP in the year 2022. Later on, listening to pieces of advice here and there, he was being told, why would you want to waste such a brain? Why would you want to reduce this guy into a platform for arguing with people when that is not his strength? His strength is in formulating policies. His strength is in driving transformative programs. His strength is in networking and working both within the country and outside the country. Can't you just see that it doesn't match there? And later on, the day when those statements were being made to him, after he had thought that I should go and run, he kept quiet. He looked at me, and then he came back to it in 2022, just when I thought he was going to give me a ticket, because he called me one day, and I happened to be in Zambia chairing a Chatham Africa infrastructure meeting in Zambia, Lusaka, Zambia. And then he tells me, Sylvester, where are you? I told him I'm in Lusaka, Zambia. Oh, I was calling you to come to the office for a meeting. I said, oh, then I'm coming back on Friday. He said, now, what I was saying, now I've thought it wise that I don't think you should go for parliamentary, for a parliamentary seat. I want you to remain to make your contributions through the executive. You are very effective in those areas, and in any case, you have drafted the policies and the government programs that needs to be implemented over the next 5 years. You becoming an MP would really shoot that into, on its path to delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the best things, as I said, that I've learned from him, even if you had such deep personal interest in something, if he told you or he advised you, can you stop that one? You don't have to go ballistic and start arguing and saying that I'm going to the ground is waiting for me, I must take this.
I am listening to the ground.
Yeah, really.
The ground is speaking.
He told me, and I listened, and he told me, okay, when you come on Friday, come straight to the office. So I came straight from the airport and went into that meeting. And I found the candidate who was supposed to be given the ticket there, the chairman of the elections board there. And since it was presumed that it was my ticket, so I was supposed to greet him, to bless him, to tell him, now go ahead. And that's what I did, as Baba instructed. Just shake his hand, tell him to go. you go ahead in championing policies that we need for transforming the country going forward. That's where you would really make better contributions. And I took that very easily, and I did not complain. I did not even go home.
Were you heartbroken?
No, I was not heartbroken, because I've learned from him that you need to understand situations. You need to be resilient, you need to be patient, and you also need to step back from self. If you're always consumed by your own self all the time, you can never progress in society.
Joshua, the Raila Odinga that you got to know 20 years ago, and the Raila Odinga that we have been seeing of late, were they different?
As far as I'm concerned, they were not different. He was consistent in what he believed in. You know, Kimani, political leaders sometimes you cannot be able to decide or determine where they stand. But with Raila, anytime he makes a statement, you'll find he is consistent with what he has been doing. And as Sylvester has said, Raila never made statements out of the blue. Consultations, so that when he makes a stand and he expresses himself, it is something that he can defend any other time. And one of his strengths is that he did not make political enemies. That you find political enemies that he's accusing somebody that he's fighting me politically. I don't think you have ever heard Raila complaining that somebody is fighting him politically. I don't think so, because whatever he has said, he will say it again. So Raila, up to the last minute, he stood on what he believed in. People might want to like it or not like it, but he stood on what he believed in. And for example, some of us who are in Azimio during 2022 elections, we were able to be in Azimio because we knew what Raila is capable of doing as president. We knew, some of us who had been close to him, we knew that once Raila consults and makes a decision, that decision is final. He will not make a decision, and the following day, he starts fighting you for implementing his own decision. So I will say he has been consistent. From the time he said Kibaki Tosha, all the way, he has been consistent. And there is no time that he has been apologetic about those decisions he has been making. And the issue of Mara, he was verified, because as soon as Ruto took over, he went back to revisit the issue of Mara and said, we have to save Mara.
Mau.
Sorry, Mau.
The Mau forest.
And remember, Ruto was the person who was fighting Raila when he talked about Mau. Ruto was the first person to fight Raila and mobilize all the people around there to get away from Raila. But at the end of the day, and he kept on repeating it, this is my stand and I cannot change for political reasons. So political expediency was second to national expediency. So he was been a nationalist, Pan-Africanist, and he believed in uniting Africa. When he became the High Commissioner for Infrastructure in African Union, he had that focus of infrastructure, the one he carried all along, that Africa has to be connected through infrastructure. And he carried that work, and even when he wanted to be the chairman, that was also his dream. How do we have Africa as one? And unfortunately, he did not get elected, but he had a dream about Africa and also infrastructure. Now that he is not there, some of us who knew about the infrastructure and his dream, Sylvester is here now, he is a advisor, he can be able to influence so that we can be able to take his dream further without relegating it a second. And this is doable. Well, if you have caliber of Sylvester as an advisor, and people want to listen to his expertise and what is to be done in this country, then we can be able to go very far.
Very good.
Yes.
Allow me to read a statement from the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and this is what he said in eulogizing Raila Odinga. To me, Raila was more than a political colleague. He was a defining part of my journey in public service and in life. Raila and I were navigators on opposing currents, charting different courses for the nation we both loved. That journey from the fierce political and opponents to partners in the pursuit of handshake unity taught me that true measure of the man. I saw firsthand his unwavering passion for this country.
Absolutely.
I saw first his unwavering passion for his country, the capacity to think beyond personal ambitions for the sake of national peace. I have lost a friend and a brother. His legacy is not just about in the political battles, the very fabric, but the peace he helped build. It is etched in the very fabric of our nation. Rest in peace, my brother. Your work here is done, but your echo would never fade. Signed by Uhuru Kenyatta, former president of the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya. Those are some of the messages that continue to stream in our newsroom, coming from different quarters. Mourning Raila Odinga, the man who passed on this morning while undergoing treatment here in India. If you're just joining us, we continue to give you a special coverage of the life of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed on this morning in India. And President William Ruto has so far declared 7 days of national mourning. A committee has been set up to oversee the burial plans. It is going to be chaired by Vice President Kindiki Kithure Professor, and is going to be vice-chaired by Raila Odinga's elder brother, Oburu Odinga. That committee has already hit the ground running, and today at about 6:30 we're expecting to see or to listen to the first briefing by the team, and this briefing will be coming to you live from the DP's official residence in Karen. As usual, the national broadcaster is on standby from Karen, and of course we'll be giving you live coverage of that first briefing of the burial committee, which is chaired by Vice President Professor Kindiki Kithure. Another thing is that a team led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, is in the process of leaving the country by around 6 p.m., heading to India, where the preparations for flying the body of the late Prime Minister back to Kenya would take place. Parliament has also adjourned its sittings this afternoon. Remember, today is a Wednesday, and we will still be having parliamentary sessions live. But because of the happenings and to allow members to go and pay their tributes to Raila Odinga's family, the proceedings were postponed, and they're resuming tomorrow from 10 in the a.m. all the way to midnight, where members of parliament from both houses will be given an opportunity to mourn and eulogize the former Prime Minister. Well, we also have our reporters who are on the ground giving us updates on what's happening. And of course, we have also prepared a number of stories just to shed light on who Raila Odinga was. And time now to re-listen to that speech which was given by the President, William Ruto, in State House at about 1 p.m. So let's listen in, and then we'll continue with more conversation here in the studio.
Fellow citizens, it is with deep sorrow that I inform the nation of the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, our former Prime Minister, Kenya's foremost statesman, and one of Africa's greatest sons. Kenya, Africa and the world mourn the passing on of a giant of democracy, a fearless freedom fighter, and a tireless warrior of good governance. Raila Amolo Odinga's name will forever be etched in the story of our republic, a story of struggle, sacrifice, courage, rule of law, hope, and of our pursuit for excellence. For decades, Raila dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice, equity, and freedom. He endured detention and persecution so that this nation might know and enjoy democracy. He championed reforms that gave birth to the rights and freedoms we hold dear today. His voice spoke for the oppressed. His conviction inspired generations, and his vision shaped the course of our history. Raila Amolo Odinga is truly a once-in-a-generation leader, a man whose ideals transcended politics and whose legacy will shape the destiny of Kenya for generations to come. A giant who towered for decades over our democratic landscape. He was a colossus of Kenya's modern politics, an indomitable warrior in our struggle for freedom and prosperity, and a statesman of boundless selflessness. In his passing, we have lost a patriot of uncommon courage, a Pan-Africanist, a unifier who sought peace and unity above power and self-gain, an unceasing servant of the people who gave his all to the promise of a better Kenya. On behalf of a grateful nation, I extend my deepest condolences to Mama Ida, his children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, the entire Odinga family, led by my brother, Oburu Odinga. To the leadership and members of Orange Democratic Movement, and to all Kenyans who share in this immense and immeasurable loss. In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection. Our former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, shall be accorded a state funeral with all attendant honors. In consultation with the family, a committee to be co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga has been set up to coordinate the funeral arrangements. At the same time, the Government of India, at the request of the Government of Kenya, has offered to facilitate the repatriation of the remains of our former Prime Minister. Consequently, a delegation comprising government officials and family members, led by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, is leaving immediately for India to facilitate proper organization in the repatriation of the remains of our brother, the Honorable Raila Odinga. Other members of the delegation are Cabinet Secretaries Kipchumba Murkomen, Hassan Joho, and other ministers, National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, Minority Leader Junet Mohammed, and other members of the Odinga family, Jaoko Oburu Odinga, Kevin Obio Oginga, and others. And Mama Aida herself, the family has finally decided that she will join those who will be going to recover the remains of the Honorable Raila Odinga. Fellow patriots, we have lost a beacon of courage, a tower of principle, and a father of our democracy. Let us come together as he always urged us to do, not as rivals, but as brothers and sisters bound by a shared destiny. As we mourn, I call on all Kenyans to reflect on his towering legacy and the lessons impacted by Right Honorable Raila Odinga's life, work, ideas, and example. In a political career spanning decades, Raila Amolo Odinga offered a compelling model of principled politics. And at a critical moment in our nation's journey, he always put Kenya first before individual or personal interest. May his soul rest in eternal peace. May God comfort his family. May God bless Kenya. I thank you.
That is President William Ruto there, reading on the national message of condolence this afternoon at State House, where he announced the passing on of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and of course outlining various measures that the government has put in place to give Raila Odinga a state send-off. And as I told you, we are waiting for the first briefing by the National Burial Committee, which is headed by Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. And this briefing is going to take place at his official residence in Karen. So we're keeping an eye on that. Plus, our reporters are working on various stories that are going to help you understand who truly Raila was. And of course, now we are back in studio giving you analysis of Raila, the man, Raila the father, Raila the politician, and of course, Raila the patriot. I am back in studio with Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, He is a governance advisor in the executive office of the president. He's also a former advisor of the late Prime Minister. He's a governance expert as well as a policy expert as well. We're also having the former assistant minister in the Ministry of Roads from 2003 to 2007. And this is the man who deputized Raila Odinga when he was the Minister for Roads in that period. He's also a personal friend of Raila Odinga for many years. And so I am with a team who have worked with Raila Odinga, and they understand this man at a personal level, at a family level, and even at a political level. I want to hear this from you, Sylvester Kasuku. There were a lot of, when we go back to the 2008, when the government of Grand Coalition was formed, you know, we used to see some moments of friction between the two sides of government then, which was the two political parties then that formed the Grand Coalition government. But behind the scenes, there were people like you who are trying to ensure that everything moves on. And we have never really understood the relationship, the working relationship between Mwai Kibaki the late and Raila Odinga. What was it like?
Yes, O'Brien, thank you very much for this question. A lot of times, many people look at political leaders with the lens with which they want to, describe them. Mm-hmm. Just like the analogy that talks about people who touched the elephant. Some touched the trunk and they say it's like a tree. Some touched the tail. Some touched the ears. Some touched the, the
underbelly.
Yeah, the underbelly, among many other areas. And each of them had a different description. Mm-hmm. Those who are looking at Raila as a politician and as a person who fiercely contested the 2007 elections and has been widely, talked of having won hands down, always looked at Raila as the man who was on a warpath. Mm-hmm. And when the Grand Coalition government was formed, people did not even understand even how we arrived at the national accord mm-hmm. in its formation that was signed. If you looked at the drafts that we had prepared as the think tank team that was backing the negotiators at Serena, there were certain details and certain measures that were put in place, mm-hmm. and to safeguard the interest of each political side of the coalition. But because of the element of trying to create good faith, when President Kibaki requested the Right Honorable Raila Odinga that we really need a number of details in that accord so that people could work freely, mm-hmm. and on the grounds of good faith, let's progress the country. Actually, the Right Honorable Raila also agreed and said that we actually don't need too many details, or let's leave those details if they are going to split hairs. You can remember that many a times there were certain issues which really split hairs, and people were thinking whether the accord was really going to be signed. Mm-hmm. And actually, the day when it was signed, all those contentious issues that were not being agreed upon by both sides were actually dropped, so that the signed accord, the version of the accord that was signed, really reflected what was needed to move the country forward. And I remember on that particular day, after he signed the accord, mm-hmm. He called me as he was leaving Arambe House. Yeah. And he asked me, "Have you seen it?" I told him, "Yes, Your Excellency, I've seen it. What do you think?" I told him that provides the vehicle to move Kenya forward. Mm-hmm. The rest of the details will be work in progress. we can work on the rest. But anyway, that is still good enough. We can work on the rest. And there were many instances on which the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga and Kibaki actually even went for retreats to try and create some good blood or some working formula between the two teams. There was a Kilaguni retreat, which of course did not materialize well, because some of the team members of both sides thought that they wanted to do so much for their side, and at the end of the day, the two teams didn't agree and people came back. But their disagreement was not between President Kibaki and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, but it was between the other team members. There's another time again when the discussions were being done earlier, like what was agreed about in Sagana. The Right Honorable Prime Minister had gone with the list of a number of things that needed to have been agreed upon with the President, particularly on appointment. But the President again, when they discussed with the President, they again found a formula without disagreeing and without reporting back or saying that we have disagreed, that we don't think this is going to happen. And they actually agreed on how to do appointments. Now, what I was trying to, the foundation I was trying to lay here is that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga that people have seen in public office outside his political activity is actually a government leader par excellence. A government leader who knows how to give and take with regard to negotiations that create a working formula for government. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga didn't like conflicts, if you are talking about government. In the political arena, there could be other issues being talked about outside there. But when you are inside government, when they were in cabinet meetings, you could never hear that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga disagreed with Kibaki. Never. And even on many occasions, because he was in charge of coordination, he also chaired cabinet committees. And being the head of infrastructure in his office, and also the entire presidency, I also happened to be the advisor to the cabinet on infrastructure and related issues. And whenever he was chairing a cabinet committee, there is no time he ever had a disagreement with any minister who happened to have been on Kibaki's side of the political divide. In fact, there was what you would call unity of purpose. And everything was like, how do we deliver this for Kenya? And that synergy is also what saw the implementation of great infrastructure programs and projects. One of the key infrastructure programs that created so many projects in its trail is the Lapset corridor program. With the Lamu port that is currently operating, and actually I want to say that Lamu port is operating so well, with even ships sometimes lining up to even between 5 and 10 ships lining up to dock.
Wow. Whereas
people think that Lamu port is not working, it is working, and anything that is working does not invite noise. This particular program was discussed between the President and the Prime Minister. And when they realized that the ministers had not yet found traction with it, the President Kibaki, asked the Right Honorable Raila Odinga as Prime Minister to go and discuss with the ministers. And as we were walking from the President's office, he told me, we need to find this, a very clear working formula for this. And that night I didn't sleep up to, I worked in the office up to about 2 a.m. to develop the policy framework for providing a working platform for all these related ministries and agencies that needed to start working on Lapset. And the following day when he chaired that meeting, none of the ministers knew that actually the Prime Minister's office had developed a framework. So when they came and started thinking that they were discussing without any framework, the Prime Minister told them, no, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Sylvester Kasuku is going to give us a presentation. And when it was presented, everybody agreed, even on areas where they previously disagreed in front of the President. And it was said, now let's go to the President, now that we have agreed. And when we went there again, the Right Honorable Prime Minister told the President, Kasuku is going to give us a presentation. And upon doing that presentation, that is how all the issues that were previously disagreed upon were, found a great sense of understanding. And the implementation of the program started. What I can say is that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is one person who has respect for fellow leaders. Mm-hmm. This is one thing that people have never understood about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga respects his fellow politicians and fellow leaders. And as such, when he was the Prime Minister, he had a lot of respect for President Kibaki. Anything that tended towards the direction of showing disrespect to President Kibaki always found him on the wrong footing. He could never agree. He even disagreed with his own advisors, who on many a times had opinions that were divergent from his, particularly when it came to his relationship with President Kibaki. Even when it was described in the media that now the office of the Prime Minister and the office of the President were fighting. Yeah. And maybe somebody thought that maybe this is the time for me also to say one or two things. If you ever went ahead and said something that militated against his understanding with President Kibaki, he would actually be on your neck. And you would be left wondering like, oh, so you mean even what is being said? You mean the Prime Minister is in agreement with the President? Mm. So he had deep respect for the President. And anytime there was a meeting between the President and the Prime Minister with a select team of the cabinet, the two leaders behaved in a characteristically similar fashion. President Kibaki spoke very little. And as such, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, as Prime Minister, also spoke. He had very little to say. So, as Kibaki did a lot of things by delegation, allowing the cabinet team members to canvass over the issues and agree on the way forward, mm-hmm. So did the Prime Minister Raila Odinga. He also agreed with the President, and since he was seated next to him, they would consult quietly and very, not on lengthy consultations, on very short consultations. And that would be on issues they were agreeing upon. So the Right Honorable Prime Minister would not be speaking at variance mm-hmm. with the President on any issue. If he had an opinion which was even different from what the minister was saying, he would whisper to the President, and the President would whisper to him, and they would straight away strike a common platform on how to proceed. So I want to say that all the work that you saw being delivered in railway, for example, agreeing that Kenya needed the standard gauge railway mm-hmm. and creating a framework for its delivery, which was thereby taken over by President Uhuru when he came to power, mm-hmm. Was done because the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and President Kibaki really agreed. On highways, you saw many roads being constructed. Take a super highway, the plans to construct the existing expressway were actually completed way back in 2010. And the expressway ought to have been completed by the year 2012, by the time we were expecting elections in 2013. It was only stopped when the World Bank pulled out of the deal, because it was the World Bank that was financing mm-hmm. Strabag AC and Strabag, AC and SBI, who were the concessionaires. And that is what made it to stall until it was later on, brought forward during President Uhuru's time. You saw the ports, revitalization of the port of Mombasa.
Even Kisumu.
Yeah, Kisumu, a brand new international airport. Revitalization of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, construction of that new terminal. All these were done during that time. And I remember, when President Kibaki came to power, I happened to be part of the team with the Queen's architects, among many others from Netherlands, who were granted the technical works to come up with to oversee the development, the new development. We met the Cabinet Infrastructure Committee, and at that time, the decisions were very quick. One meeting, you don't repeat a meeting. Once a way forward has been found, it goes forward. And later on, when it came to the Grand Coalition government time, all these things were moving on very smoothly. You also saw electric power supply being enhanced, development of new systems, particularly geothermal and the like. A lot of feasibility studies were carried out so that investments could be done in a credible manner. Water, irrigation, urban infrastructure. That's when we had the Ministry for Nairobi Metropolitan, which was headed by the late Senior Counsel Mutula Kilonzo. And these particular platforms for national transformation were actually based on the fact that Kenya needed a rebirth in its development process. And based on the inscriptions of Vision 2030, the government structure was therefore also fashioned to deliver on the same. And there were many cabinet ministers, of course, over 43, 42, 43.
Well, 42 actually.
Yes, over 43. But that huge cabinet portfolio was managed with a high degree of efficiency, high degree of precision, and a high degree of coordination. The multiplicity of roles that was found to be overlapping among the institutions never created a problem, because there was a desire, a strong desire, and a great coordination framework that was hinged on the office of the Prime Minister that focused on specific deliveries, not who is doing what and who is doing my work and who is not doing my work. It was on what do we need to deliver, who is championing the delivery. All the other supporting institutions would therefore rally around it, either by co-sponsoring a cabinet memorandum or being part of the technical delivery team. And that teamwork framework is actually what delivered a lot of development programs for this country, because both the Prime Minister and the President had a strong sense of synergy, founded on respect, founded on the Kenyan dream of delivering on what Kenyans needed delivered, and founded on what Mheshimiwa Toro talked about, that we needed least corruption exhibits. And as such, a lot of projects, a lot of programs, and a lot of initiatives that were pursued had to be at low cost or at appropriate costs.
Joshua Toro, when you look at Raila Odinga, what was his position on governance?
His position on governance was perfect. As I said before, Raila would surround himself with the people who are intelligent and who are able to deliver, advise him accordingly. Like what he has said, he has been there throughout, and his caliber of consultation with other consultants is a testimony that we know. On governance issues, I can testify that when you agree with Raila that this is the governance, this is a good governance for Kenya, not for himself, then, and he's convinced, and of course he will not consult only one person, and Sylvester knows that. He will consult with any other expert. Once he's totally convinced that these experts are talking the same language and there is no conflict, then the decision is made on the way forward. So governance for Raila was not an issue. He is a believer of governance. And of course, when over the years, Raila has been fighting for multi-party and proper political hygiene throughout. You cannot fight for political hygiene, political relevance if your governance issue has a question mark. Because every time that Raila has been fighting for the welfare of this country is because some governance issues have been relegated, some through the window. So Raila was always there And he would jokingly talk about it. Those people who knew and who followed him. Like there is a case he used to narrate when became the Minister for Roads and Public Works.
Mm-hmm.
He used to narrate and say he went to a certain country where the minister had built a good house. And when he asked about that house, the minister said 20% of that road there is this one here. 20% is here. Then
20% budget of that house. I mean, of that road. Constructed this house.
This house.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said he went to another country where the minister for roads took him to his parish. He had constructed a parish. And then Raila would ask, hey, how come you have such a good parish here? Yeah? Where did you get the money from? Then the minister told Raila, you see that road passing there? That road passing there? This money came from that road.
80% of...
No, that road.
Mm-hmm.
Then Raila says, but there is no road there. And the minister says, 100% of that road is here.
That's supposed road.
So, yeah, 100% is here. Then he would conclude and say, me, I don't want to be one of those ministers. I don't want 10%, 20%. If there is a road is to be done, it is to be done 100%. So that's governance. Put in a jokingly way, that as long as a minister for roads and public works, some of these things are not going to happen, and they never happened. Let me tell you something, and I think I'm not ashamed when I talk about these things.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in charge of roads with Raila for 5 years, if I engaged, or we engaged, and Raila allowed me to engage, because I knew he never engaged those things, because I would have known.
Mm-hmm.
I would be a very wealthy man by now. Very wealthy. Because there is a lot of money in roads. You can see what is happening now.
Mm-hmm.
People are just getting money roads and doing all those funny things. But for 5 years, if I needed money to be very wealthy, I had the chance to make as much money as I wanted. But then, roads would not be there. Raila would have made a lot of money. And there is no time that I will get somebody coming and saying, oh, the minister, Raila has sent me to come and make sure that I'm awarded this tender. It never happened. We never talked about those corruption issues. No contractors were encouraged to come and talk about incentives. You wait for your tender.
Mm-hmm.
If you are given, if you added the tender, you go and do your work. For the 5 years, I have never received any contractor coming from President Kibaki and coming and saying, I have been sent by Kibaki so that you can award me this tender. I have been sent by Kibaki so that you can pay me my money. Never, even once. Because Kibaki was not that type of a person. There is no way that Kibaki sent anybody to go and see the minister about any issue relating to roads. So everything was above board. Governance was escalated to the engineers. Because the engineers, Kasuku, you bear me witness, 80% of the work in the roads sector is engineers. But what do? You inculcate the engineers to do what you believe should be done.
Mm-hmm.
So the engineers, you turn them around from what they were doing to analyzing tenders, evaluating, and supervising. So that if the minister is not taking 10%, if the assistant minister is not taking any 5% or whatever, you as the engineer supervising, why would you take anything? And the contractors, since they know that the minister is not there, they are not going even to discuss with any engineers about kickbacks. Because kickbacks starts from the minister, then it goes down.
It trickles down.
It trickles down. So if it is not there, you as the engineer, why would you want incentive so that you can sign a certificate? And as I told you, we reduced those signatures from 26 to 6. So there was no issue of any engineer holding payment because he is waiting for an incentive or a kickback. It was just straight. So governance issues, Raila was a believer and an advocate of good governance up to the end. But you see now, you know, people misread and they interpret what they want other people to in politics. They bring propaganda and they say, oh, okay, if you have done something, you have bought a car, it is proceeds of, you know, which is not true, because people want just to tarnish other people's names.
You know, throughout Raila Odinga's life, I mean, we have always seen Mama Ida Odinga standing with Raila Odinga, even during the years of detention, to many years, even in politics. How did Mama Ida Odinga shape Raila's social as well as political life?
Is it me or?
Well,
okay.
You can
as far as I know myself, first can hand. The journey that I have gone with Raila, Ida was always there. Ida also became my friend. If I wanted to, I could not get Raila for one reason or another, I would call Ida. And I say, I'm trying to get my friend. That's the conversation. I'm trying to get my friend. I can't get him. Then he would tell me, okay, he doesn't call after this time. And then I would call. Raila was one person who understood. Ida was one person who understood Raila completely. He was one person who believed in what Raila was doing. He's one person who helped Raila politically, that he would go out of her own volition to go and meet people and discuss with them about politics, even without Raila knowing that she's meeting his supporters. She would be independently go ahead and do work. The issue of women, relationship with the women, she was doing it without even consulting Raila. Raila would just see the results. Results would be coming. And if there is any help that Ida wanted from Raila to further her own political engagement with especially the women, then she would tell Raila, and Raila would be able to extend whatever Raila wanted to do. And that's why they have come so far. From detention, from when Ida was being sacked as a teacher because she was the wife of Raila, she has stood with Raila throughout. And if there is any wife that I can say has been standing with the husband socially, politically, all the time, is Ida. And other women, other wives of politicians should borrow a leaf from Ida. There has never been any one time, and even the media people know these things, there has never been one time that you have had Ida standing and disagreeing with the husband. It has never happened. Or Raila saying that Ida made a decision behind his back. It never happened up to this time.
And this was the case even behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, supporter. And, you know, sometimes there is a time I called Ida. There are some people who went to see them in the morning for breakfast. And I was concerned about that visit, politically. So I called Ida and I say, I can see there is a photo, your photograph is so-and-so at home. I mean, I said, I don't think you should support that person. And I gave the reasons. Then I interrupted and said, you know, this home is open. If people decide to come for breakfast, if they want to come for breakfast, our doors are open. They come for breakfast, they tell us what they want to tell us, and we listen. We don't shut doors for any person who wants to come to meet Baba. So that is Ida. Even if Raila is not at home and there are people who want to come and consult and pass a message through Ida to Baba, they were free to come, discuss, and the message will be passed.
Very well.
Yes.
Sylvester.
Yes.
When in 2024, Raila Odinga entered into a leadership as well as a political pact with President William Ruto, many young people translated this to mean that he had forsaken the cause that he had fought for many years. Was this true, or the young people did not understand who really Raila was, or maybe the context of that relationship was too complicated for young people to understand?
Thank you, Brian. We will understand that this is not the first pact that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga was having with a sitting president. The first pact was with President Moi. The second pact...
That was in 2000.
Yes, it started all the way from the 90s. Yeah, that went up to the time when the Kasarani-Kisrani thing came up. Then the second pact was with President Kibaki. And the Kibaki, there were two pacts. The first one was Kibaki Tosha. And then the second one was Grand Coalition Government. Then the third person that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga had a pact with was President Uhuru Kenyatta.
In 2018?
Yes, 2018, which ran up to the year 2022. And then the fourth person is President William Ruto. Now, if you look at the background of all these pacts, you will see that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga understood that political journeys towards finding solutions for a country are not one-man activity. It's not a one-man show. Sometimes even a person who is seen to be an adversary can still be a partner. Because even a person who is looked at as an opponent or as an adversary is equally fighting for the same country. Only that you are looking at it from different prisms. Now, fast forward to President Kibaki's. Of course, when he left Moi, when President Uhuru was preferred as a candidate, he said that was not an agreed framework for furthering reforms in the country. And he said we need total reforms, we need total change. And he joined Kibaki. He did not join Kibaki because he had a personal interest, but he thought at that particular point in time that Kenya needed to have better. And for sure it did. When he disagreed with President Kibaki in 2005, when the Kilifi draft was later on, when the Bomas draft was altered, he said the constitution is not about us as leaders who are in power. It is about what Kenyans want. It is about what Kenyans want delivered to them. And he said, on this note, I'm going my different way. And of course, we found ourselves with him at that time. Then it came to the 2007. You saw that after the referendum, of course, they were removed from the cabinet. And he said he was fine with it. He was willing to take the bullet for it. He said he was willing to lose any portfolio that was going to compromise his stand about what needed to be delivered to Kenyans. And actually, he went ahead to form the ODM and champion the ideals he wanted to project for the country in his campaign, in the 2007 campaigns. You saw what happened. Kenyans went into conflict and the post-election violence occurred. And again, he joined with Kibaki now in the Grand Coalition government. And you saw how he worked. We've already talked about it. It has all demonstrated that it was not a personal issue that he was pursuing against President Kibaki, but he was pursuing the ideals that he thought that were going to work for Kenya on the front of rights, on the front of socio-economic transformation, on the front of rule of law, on the front of social services and social protection for the vulnerables in society, and on the front of anti-corruption, that which is engulfed, encapsulated, and all engrossed in matters governance. Then it came to now when President Uhuru was in power. Again, at this particular juncture, there was a lot of hue and cry on how this country needed to move forward as one. Of course, he was always viewed as a person who was holding the government accountable. He was viewed as the government critic by excellence. But again, he said, his criticism was not personal. His criticism was for the betterment of Kenya and for the better delivery of services to Kenyans. So he said, what about if I was to intervene at this particular point in time to make the one in power right now to deliver better going forward than to wait for 5 years for him to create a mess of the situation and then we start struggling to correct it. And he decided to join hands with President Uhuru Kenyatta. And you saw that he did not even ask for a cabinet appointment or even a PS appointment or any appointment in that particular government. He just lent his hand to provide a platform for a renewed pursuit of the Kenyan dream. Then that ended in the 2022 elections. And upon the completion of these elections and the ensuing disagreements, you saw the Sufuria movement of 2023. You saw the spiraling and skyrocketing of cost of living. You saw the political disaffection. You saw the disenchantment by the public. And you saw the dissatisfaction expressed by Kenyans as they moved towards the Gen Z protests. Kenyans were asking Baba after 2022 elections. In fact, you saw that he went quiet after the elections because people said, sasa Baba nyamaza, tufanye nini, tutengeneze serikali. And I remember on many occasions, we used to watch football with him at certain places in Karen or in Kisumu or wherever. We would bump into each other. And Baba would be among the ordinaries there. In Karen, in certain places where people were watching football, he would be seated there as an ordinary citizen, joining with that, and people would be like, oh, Baba is here, Baba is here, Baba is here. Of course, a number of people who knew him would also go greeting him. But he would be seated watching the screen, watching football. He was just enjoying himself. He would be going to doing his exercise. He was not bothered until Kenyans started saying, Baba, where are you? Baba, why are you quiet? Then he said, but you said I keep quiet. He said, no, Baba, we want you. We want you here. And Baba came forward and started advocating for certain transformations that were going to lower the burden on the citizen. And upon the occurrence of the Gen Z protests, there were many versions of whatever was transpiring and what was going to transpire. There were those who felt like we needed to disband the administration and we put in place a new one, even without an electoral process. Baba said, if we are going to move this way, we are going to destroy this country. And as such, when he decided that, can we therefore have a debate? Can't we have a national debate? He actually called it It was a dialogue, national dialogue.
Yeah.
We even prepared documents for dialogue, so that, and the issues that needed to be dialogued. And you remember the young generations were saying, as we don't want to dialogue, we don't even want to be seen across tables discussing. We want to remain leaderless, faceless, partyless, and everything. We will just deal with you through social media and agitations on the streets. But Baba said, if we want to rectify what is happening right now, we cannot do it by removing those who are in place and constitutionally and saying that let any other person jump in. How would somebody else jump in to rescue the situation? So he said, then let's sit down with the current administration. They are willing to discuss with Kenyans. Let's have a framework for listening. And since we are the political formation that has been at the forefront for change in this country, we hereby offer ourselves on the table to discuss matters Kenya going forward. And I can assure you, as I told you that Baba listens to wise counsel, Baba listened to several positions presented to him. There were those who were saying, Baba, let's go with Akina so and so, we remove those who are in power. And then let's have a new face in power. But he was asking them, okay, we remove that, okay, we can see the one who is in power now. So we remove him and then we put who? Those discussions were discussed at a table. I remember I took part in some of those discussions. He was asking the guys around the table, so if we remove President William Ruto, who do we put in power? Or who will be in that office? Or who will preside over for us to deliver to Kenyans what Kenyans are looking for? Who will allow Kenyans to do their things democratically? He said, we can now not do it undemocratically right now. So let us go through the process. In any case, Kenyans have just come from an election. And that's why he agreed to a discussion framework that brought his political formation to have a framework of discussion with the current administration. He said that if other people are not willing, because maybe people are feeling shy, he said, anything I do for Kenya. And if doing it for Kenya will mean that Kenyans gain at the end of the day through my sacrifice, then I'm offering myself. And as such, he offered his political movement, his political career, he offered his legacy to be an example of how to be selfless. But of course, in the political arena, people read things differently. Others can even manufacture a story which doesn't exist. So Baba just offered himself to be able to create a framework, a platform for listening to the needs of Kenyans. And I can assure you, because we discussed these things many a times, on the day that there was a signature done at KICC, I remember that night, because whenever you tell him something, he always keeps in his head. Whereas you might think that he has forgotten, he doesn't forget. And that night, he called me to ask me what my opinion was. Because there are things we had discussed before. I told him, of course, statesman and statesmanship has elements of sacrifice. It is not something that you can transact in a national stadium of a political rally. It is not something you can transact in a media debate. It is not something you can transact through the court. But it's something that requires leadership, acumen, selfless leadership, to come forward, to offer oneself, to be the bridge between the bad situation that Kenyans see to a situation of resolution that Kenyans were desiring. And I can assure you that between that time and right now, a lot of things have changed. If there was a perception of the government not listening at that time, today, I can assure you that there are elements of what can be construed as listening by government. Today, there are channels through which mechanisms that are championing for any listening can actually find space. And you've seen diverse political leadership coalescing to champion the needs of Kenyans, albeit the difficulties that are currently existing. Of course, there are those who have disagreed, and they continue to disagree, but that is the nature of politics. There are those who have tried to rebaptize Baba, to give him different names that he actually has not acquired, but that is again still the nature of politics. Baba has sacrificed for this country. Baba has made sacrifices for this country.
Engineer Joshua, has Kenya treated Raila Odinga fairly?
There are some sections of Kenyans who have not treated him fairly. And I don't want to go into that. It's historical. But if we talk about Kenya and the way Kenyans have treated Baba, I would say Kenyans have treated Baba very well. Because the times that he has stood as a presidential candidate, Baba has been getting votes from all over Kenya. If you talk about 2013, you talk about 2017, talk about 2022, you find Baba is the only person who is getting votes across all the counties, apart from maybe a few. Of course, you cannot get support from everybody, but he is the only person who has been able to get votes in diverse communities, without even himself going to give money. You see, people when sometimes they misinterpret that you are getting votes because you went there to give people money. Baba was not the type that goes giving money outside. So those people who believed in him and voted for him, it is out of conviction that Baba would govern them and get them out of the troubles they are having. And even 2022, you find even Mount Kenya, where Baba used to get very few votes, almost negligible. 2022, they gave Baba over 1 million votes, which was a record. It had never happened.
In 2022?
2022. He will not be getting a lot of votes there. Now, you find that is a question of, I can say, treating Baba as a leader. That area where he was not getting votes, specifically got votes. 2007, for example, when Moi was 2002, when Moi was backing Uhuru, you find the voting pattern. Yeah, Rift Valley were backing Uhuru,
yeah,
and then other areas were backing Kibaki. Come 2007, Rift Valley, which had not even voted for Raila, they came out and voted for Raila en masse. Yeah. So if you look at different elections, you find overall Baba has been getting votes from all over Kenya, even if they are not being. It was not given at the same time, but in different elections, you find these people voted for Baba, another time they did not vote for Baba. But Baba is the only person who has been voted by all areas in Kenya at different times. So that is, I say, people have confidence in Baba. I will not say they have treated him unfairly. It's only that elections, the way they are, sometimes those people who have been in election for us, like us, they are very unpredictable. Sometimes you lose, not because you have lost election, but there are some dynamics that happen, yeah, that you cannot even explain. The last minute, there are some dynamics that come and make a popular candidate rush. And somebody who was very unpopular, who had nothing to offer, gets elected. And that is the predicability of Wanjiku on the ground. Until the votes are cast and counted, you can never be sure that you are the one. So, yes, there are some times when Baba has been treated unfairly at certain times, and those who are treating him unfairly, another time they give him votes, and those who are not who had given him votes last time, come another election, they don't give him votes. So I would say overall, Baba has enjoyed support from more Kenyans.
Very well.
Yes.
Daktari, when you look at Raila Odinga, he has suffered many losses in the past, from the Building Bridges initiative to the 2022 elections, 2027, 2013, 2207. Which loss would you say affected him the most?
Right. Now, O'Brien, there have been many losses, yes. And you haven't counted 1992 as well.
Oh, yes. 1992.
Of course, we were we were youngsters at that particular time. We were in second year of our university study. And we had never gone into an election. We had never experienced an election. And we championed campaigns for the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And we really believed that he was going to win. And we were so shocked when he lost. And that is at that particular time as youngsters, we had our first pain. I remember some of us locked ourselves in our rooms for a number of days. We couldn't come out.
The heartbreak.
We were so heartbroken, But of course, we picked up ourselves, and when Jaramogi passed on, definitely we started moving forward with the.
That was in 1994.
Yes. After 92, then 1994, Jaramogi passed on, and we started moving forward with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And our election of 97 was not very easy. That one we were expecting a loss. I think having seen what 92 was, we didn't get that worried. And I saw, despite the fact that he lost, and I actually had championed for a lot of changes. He wanted changes in the electoral law. And you remember that is the time when issues like IPPG came up, with Mheshimiwa Jilo and others pushing, creating the framework for IPPG. But of course, you remember the Right Honorable Raila Odinga saying at that time that there were no proper mechanisms for carrying out a credible election, a democratic election, and an election that would assure victory to those who are well-deserving, because the majority of Kenyans wanted change. But it didn't happen. And after the 97 elections, again, that's when he came together to discuss with the President Moi. And they went on because he thought that pushing for changes from outside sometimes were not looking very promising. And having looked at the horizon, that is where you also sometimes need to understand the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Sometimes he looks far into the horizon beyond what other people look at. He appreciated the fact that he lost the elections in 97. But he knew that there was a moment to make rectification by the time it was coming to 2002. So he agreed to engage President Moi, because that was President Moi's last term. So he said, I think we can engage and create a more level playing field for us to compete well going forward. And you saw how actually that gesture gave great impetus to the year 2002 election of Kibaki. Now, then he won the referendum, but the year 2007 was a bad, it's a bad one.
It is actually noted in his book, Raila Odinga, the Flame of Freedom.
Yes. I remember that time I was his director of policy and strategy for the presidential campaign team, and also the secretary of the think tank. I remember vividly that on the evening, when he was leading by 1 million plus, we held a meeting at the Pentagon, and he told the rest of the team that I think it's now getting late. What we can do is, we've been working so hard, we can take a break, and so that we congregate very early in the morning tomorrow, because otherwise
for celebrations.
No, so that we can do the wrap up of the results that continued coming in. And you know, as a man of strategy, I'm not a political man of microphones. Neither do I create controversies where I think that certain missteps have been made. So I look at the situation and I let people go, because for myself I decided not to go. But why? Because I knew that the hour was nigh. Anybody could do any mischief. So I was on standby, undertaking sensitivity analysis with the results that were coming in. And of course, majority of the results from the mountain region had not come in.
Tharaka Nithi.
No, not just Tharaka Nithi, but the whole Mount Kenya region apparently were missing, despite the fact that it is the nearest place. Turkana had come in. I mean, many other places had come in.
I remember they called it the Nithi vote.
Yeah.
That was the last.
Yes, that was the last. It was the last card. And all far-flung areas had posted results, but the nearest place with the greatest infrastructural footprint was missing. So I got curious, and by about 7 p.m., a few results I had taken. 2 results came in.
From the mountain.
Yeah, from the mountain. And then I analyzed, like, what is the turnout of voters. Then they were ranging between 98 and 99%.
Performance.
Yeah. I said, these people are so efficient. And then a third one came out. It was still ranging. So all of them were coming in 99%, 99%. I said, if it was 98, it was 98 tending towards 99% turnout. I mean, turnout of the registered voters and voting for President Kibaki. I decided to carry an entire, I assumed, therefore, if this is going to be the trend, what is the probable result?
Calculations.
Yeah, so I carried out a sensitivity analysis with the the results they'd posted. And when I ran it on the Excel table, down there, on the end, Kibaki was leading Raila with 50,000 votes. I said, these guys have found the magic trick. I called his line. It was big.
That was in the middle of the night.
No. I called him. It was going to 7 o'clock, going towards 8.
Oh, 7 p.m.
He was still leading with a big margin.
Raila Odinga.
Yes. But I said, as a man of strategy, I said, this is the chalice. This is the poison in the chalice. I called him. His phone was off. I called Mama. Mama's phone was off. Then we had 11 phones.
11 phones.
We had 11 phones that had been distributed to leaders, key leaders of the Pentagon and those who are handling the election, like myself as a director. So I called that other line of his also, it was also off, and then I called Mama Aida's, because Mama Aida was also given one. And then she picked us. I told her, I'm calling because I think there is an emerging problem. She asked me what it, I told her what it was. Then she told me, okay, let me give you Mzee. Then she gave him the phone. I told him, there is a problem that I'm foreseeing. And it's leading by 1 million, mark you. And I'm telling him
and
that
it is going to 8 p.m.
Yes, and I've told him that I'm seeing a problem. So he's leading by 1 million, and then me, I'm telling him that I'm seeing a problem. And then he's asking me like, so how is it? I explained to him with the result that have come in. I've ran a sensitivity analysis, and I've closed the gaps of certain missing results, and I'm seeing that these people have a leeway of probably manipulating results. It's okay. Then he told me then, so what do we do? I told him we need to engage ECK at the highest level with our top political leadership. Of course, top political leadership meant the Pentagon members plus himself.
Kivuito now.
Yeah, I told him there was a need to engage Kivuito. Straight away.
Samuel Kivuito.
Straight away that
ECK
night. Yeah, I told him this night at his Sterling Center at KCC. Then he told me, get Bill. And others too.
Who was Bill?
President Ruto.
Oh.
Yeah, get Bill. There was also Kosgei, the chairman of the party, among many other leaders. He told me, get them, to see if you people can do something. So the idea was not sinking. Then the following day, I think something started looking not good by morning when we went for the morning briefing, which we had planned with a lot of happiness and,
You were ready to pop up the champagne bottle.
We were not yet ready, but when by the time we were taking the break the previous day, people were in very high spirits. But now this day we came in and it looked like things were not working. Results were now not being announced the way they ought to have been announced. And during that morning briefing, that's why I was not seated with Kivuito, so that I could add what he was reading. But luckily, I'd also gotten a glimpse of what ECK had as provisional results, even in areas that they'd not announced. They were saying that they did not receive results. They'd received results from all over the country. They were just withholding, and now this scheme of changing things were happening. And then, when now we said, let the team go and engage ECK at KICC. When the team went there, after that particular meeting, it was found that figures were being changed by hand. There on the table.
Oh.
Hey, they were being changed. Some were even changed twice, thrice, so that they could match the readings that were needed. That's when hell started breaking loose. And then I happened to have the provisional results, which a messenger at ECK had given me. He told me that wrong results are being read, and he gave me a proof. So we kept checking, and the results, some of them were agreeing, some were changed with additions. And that is when now things went awry. By the end of the second day, you saw what happened. We were at KICC, it was fully surrounded. Baba was in a terrible situation mood-wise, and he was actually completely distraught. There's a time when we were chased out of the hall, when the GSU came like they wanted to take on us, and yet we were unarmed. And we were being pushed out, and we ran, we were holding him. And when we reached the terrace out there, he addressed the media a little bit, but we told him, we go back. If we go away, everything will have been destroyed. We go back to the room, and we managed to go back to the room again. Now we had remained very few. Town was quiet. It was a somber mood. It was only patrolling, security forces in town. People sending us messages. You people, you are surrounded and you might be killed. Can you go away? We said we cannot. That is the day that I saw that election affected him so hard, so badly. When we went now to say that the one now we were saying that he was now supposed to swear in to be announced as the winner based on the results that we had. And he looked back and said, now, if we go this way, then we are going to go into a situation of chaos. And he decided not to read the statement. But later on, you saw when now it was clear that when President Kibaki was that same evening sworn in as darkness engulfed the country, and the country then burst into post-election violence. It was a terrible situation. He was so injured by that particular forced loss. It was actually a forced loss, what you would call a forced loss, because the results were clear. And for many days, for a long time, during that process, he was not really in good shape. But he was very strong. But still, I would like to say that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga never lost his vision of the country, his focus of the country being peaceful, despite the fact that he was being forced into a loss. He occasionally still said, bloodshed must stop. Even if it was happening, the youths in the country had blocked all roads. You can remember the Northern Corridor, trucks were not even moving to Uganda. People were fighting. He said, bloodshed must stop. This country cannot go on with bloodshed. And he said, and we saw him say it, I cannot take power with bloodshed. I cannot stain my hands with blood so that I can get power. If that is the way to get power, so be it. And for sure, he held to the principles that the country must be peaceful rather than him getting power.
Very good. I want you to hold it there. We'll continue with that conversation. I mean, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you up on air with the breaking news of the demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, which happened this morning on the morning of Wednesday, the 15th day of October 2025. He was undergoing treatment in an Indian hospital, and President William Ruto has declared 7 days of national mourning. Plus, a team has been set to start planning for the burial of the fallen Prime Minister. We now want to take you through a pictorial representation of the life of Raila Odinga, and thereafter we are coming back. You're watching KBC.
Bwana Raila ni chunjaa kwa taifa letu la Kenya, kwamba ametetea demokrasia, ndiye mwanjilishi, na kwa hivyo tunaelewa kwamba kuanga kwake kumetia pengo kubwa kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni mtenda mema, ni mleta amani, ya Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
Alikuwa shujaa wa kujitolea katika mambo mengi, akapigania hii nchi yetu, hata wakati alikuwa anapita akalete watu wakawa pamoja. Na maisha ya mtu ikiisha inaisha, na kazi yake itakumbukwa na matendo yake. Kwa hivyo matendo ile Raila amefanya atakumbukwa naye.
Niko na huzuni sana kuhusu kiongozi wetu ule ambaye mwenye ametuacha, Raila Amolo Odinga. Tuko na huzuni sana Kisumu County.
Naweza kumkumbuka kwa vitu ambaye ametufanyia, ameleta freedom, ametufanyia mambo mingi. Hata hizi flyovers ziko hapa yeye ameleta. Raila ameleta vitu mingi hapa Nyanza ambayo tunaona, ambayo tutamkumbuka nayo hadi mwisho.
Kila kitu ambayo tunafanya ni Raila ndiye ametuletea. Tuko na huzuni sana, na kutoka kwangu na kwa watu wote tunawaambia pole.
Tuna huzuni sana kwa kupoteza one of our hero, one of the one who have stand with us as people of Kenya, a freedom fighter to our nation.
Hatuoni kama tunaweza kupata kiongozi kama Raila Amolo Odinga kulingana na mambo yale machache aliyoyafanya mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu anayatambua, kuanzia tukiangalia devolution, tukiangalia mambo ya demokrasi, kutetea watu na pia hata kuzuilisha wakati serikali inataka kuingia katika mizozo, na pia kujaribu sana kuokoa taifa la Kenya lisiende mkono mwingine. Amekuwa mshauri wa maana sana. Karibu.
Sisi tunasikia kuna pengo imeingia, na mtu wa kujaza ni Mungu atatupatia, kwa sababu si mwanadamu.
Na si Kenya peke yake, mbali hata taifa, hata katika bara la Afrika tumeona akipigania umoja wa bara la Afrika na akitaka mabadiliko katika bara lote la Afrika.
Mzee ambaye amepumzika ametuonyesha njia ambazo wa Kenya tunaweza kupitia. Ametuletea katiba mpya, imefanya wa Kenya tukijua kwamba ukitaka haki yako lazima urudi kwa barabara ndio upate haki yako.
Sema hata kifo Raila imetuacha na huzuni sana. Na sisi kama wa Kenya na Afrika mzima, dunia mzima, Raila ni kiongozi. Hata si majenzi penye ametufikisha, ametuacha kama tuko na voice. Tunaweza ongea kila kitu katika nchi la Kenya.
The late Raila Amolo Odinga was born on 7th January 1945 in Maseno, Kisumu County, to the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenya's first vice president. He studied in East Germany, graduating from the Technical University of Magdeburg with a degree in mechanical engineering, before joining the University of Nairobi as a lecturer and later serving at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. But it was in politics, not engineering, that Raila found his calling, and his political journey was born. His ride into politics was not always smooth sailing, as he often found himself at loggerheads with the government of the day. His push for multi-party was one of the main struggles he will be remembered for, that saw him detained severally. His incarceration was not in vain, as his push for multi-party style would come to pass in 1992 when the single-party state was repealed, birthing several parties. Raila was elected Member of Parliament for Langata, a role he played before he took a stab for the presidency in 1997, contesting against the then incumbent President Daniel Moi. He emerged third after losing to Moi and Kenneth Matiba, respectively. His political influence will grow over the next 5 years, and come 2002, he will once again go against the grain and ditch the ruling party KANU's preferred candidate Uhuru Kenyatta for presidency. He joined forces with the late President Kibaki and other opposition leaders to form the National Alliance for Rainbow Coalition and endorsed Kibaki to vie for presidency, a move that saw Kibaki clinch the presidential seat, ending the reign of KANU as the ruling party, which also marked the end of the 24-year rule of Daniel Moi, owing to the constitutional changes that put a two-term presidential limit.
Kibaki si ametosha. Na mkasemaje? Nyachai akasema tio Raila alifanya makosa. Mimi nilisema, niliuliza wananchi na wananchi walisema Kibaki ametosha. Yametosha. Yametosha.
Odinga will then move to rebrand his political journey after the 2005 botched constitutional referendum, birthing the Orange Democratic Movement Party with a symbol of an orange.
Tsunami ilikuja haikukuja. Iliwapeleka haikupeleka. Wale kama sisi ambayo tulibaki tulikaa ndani ya safina ya Nuhu ndio tulinusurika.
He will use this political vehicle to vie for presidency in 2007 general election, contesting against the then incumbent President Kibaki, who he had backed for presidency in 2002. The 2007 was a hotly contested election, and the results announcing President Kibaki as the president was disputed, resulting in post-election violence.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kuitumikia kwa moyo wangu wote.
He was voted out. He has stolen the vote. Kenyans cannot tolerate it, and the international community cannot tolerate it.
We are telling Mwai Kibaki it will not be long. He will have to quit State House because he did not win.
In the spirit of reconciliation, Odinga was announced as the Prime Minister and the head of government business in Parliament. As Prime Minister, Raila is credited with having championed constitutional reforms that culminated in the 2010 Constitution, a landmark document that entrenched devolution and civil rights. He will later vie for presidency in 2013, 2017 and 2022, each time coming close but failing short of making it as president. Across the nation's borders, Raila is celebrated for serving in various positions, among them the Africa Union High Representative for Infrastructure. And early this year, he took a stab at the position of the Africa Union Commission chairmanship, underscoring his continental influence. He, however, lost, but his political influence did not wane. In March 2025, President William Ruto appointed him Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, tasked with mediating peace efforts. Even as he transitioned to statesmanship, Raila remained embroiled of Kenya's democratic struggle, revered by supporters and respected by rivals. At the time of his death, Raila had led his Orange Party into government under a broad-based government, and the party he founded in 2005 was preparing to celebrate 20 years of existence next month. He is survived by his wife, Dr. Ida Odinga, and 3 children, including Winnie Odinga, who followed his political footsteps and now serves in the East African Legislative Assembly. As the curtain closes on his legacy, his contribution to independent Kenya is a story that historians will continue to pen for decades, and his ability to reinvent himself politically is one that political science students will continue to research. Rest well, Raila.
Quite a befitting memoriam there of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed on this morning in India. And of course the team led by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, which is expected to start the process of repatriation from India, is on its way to India to ensure that the body of the late Prime Minister is flown back home. On the other end, the burial plans are underway, and in a moment from now, we're expecting to hear the first briefing by the chairperson of the funeral planning committee, that is Deputy President Kindiki Kithure. And of course, we'll be going live there just to listening to what the committee is planning. And what else do I need to make you know? Yes, the other thing that I need to make you know is that I have a team in the studio who have known and interacted with Raila Odinga for many years, and so they have been oozing wisdom about Raila Odinga since 1 p.m. That's right, we've been here for all those hours. And so as we wind down this conversation, gentlemen, I basically want to hear from you, engineer, in a minute. When was the last time you interacted with the late Prime Minister?
Can I remember this year? This year I think we talked on the phone. But we have not met. The last time we were together, almost every day was during the campaign, 2022.
In 2022?
2022. And a bit 2023.
You were part of his campaign team, yeah?
Yes.
Back then?
Yeah, 2022. We were part of the campaign team, going around and campaigning for him. And of course, Mother Karua.
Martha Karua.
So we really wanted that team to win. And then, of course, we will be saying, took on a deputy president, Kwetu. So it was a very good combination.
Yeah.
And we did not see anything that we were going to lose. You
had all the hopes
we had all the hopes, and that team, myself, I believe that team was a team that could deliver things in Kenya. And the mother kept on saying, all those people with corruption issues, they are on notice.
The time is up.
And you know me as mother, I don't joke.
Very well.
Yes. So, of late, we have not been able to talk. Last time I tried to talk to him, I could not get through because the phone was engaged.
Yeah.
But since I did not have anything to talk about, so
you just allowed it to pass.
I just allowed it to pass because I was just calling to say hi.
Very well.
Yes.
And we have witnessed the decline in health of the former Prime Minister in the last 5 months. How was this for you when you saw frailty kicking in the Prime Minister's health and, of course, looking weak?
I think, knowing Baba very well, I did not even think that he was weakened because he would still continue going for his gym. He was very ardent visitor to gyms. And every time there was an issue for him to appear, he would appear. And of course, well, at his age, you don't expect him to walk like a teenager. So when walking with measured steps does not mean that somebody is seriously sick. And until the last minute, nobody even thought that Baba was that sick. And even then, when he went for checkup, everybody kept on saying, no, Baba is okay, he'll be back soon. It's only that he has postponed the celebrations.
Yeah.
But he'll be back soon to resume the 20 years celebration for ODM. And everybody did not see anything tragically wrong with the Prime Minister.
Until the news came in this morning.
Even Monday, you remember, SK Macharia was in Siaya. And he was saying, I talked to Baba this morning, and he was having a walk, there's nothing wrong with him. And so that coming from SK Macharia, you said, oh.
Who is also your friend.
Who is also my friend. He said, no, if Macharia is saying this, it means it is the truth. Macharia cannot come all the way to Siaya to tell people rise. So he said, Baba will be home soon.
Will be okay and home soon.
Yeah.
Very well.
And because it's my final remarks.
Yeah.
I would say now that Baba is gone. Personally, I expect to see a lot of political realignment in Kenya. Things that people took for granted would not be taken for granted anymore. And as Sylvester said, there are some busybodies who will come along to confuse people. And you find some haters who will come up with, blogger haters who will come up with their own stories. But with the exit of Bamba, Kenyan politics will have to reshape itself again now.
There will be a reset.
There will be a reset. There are people who are thriving on fighting Baba. Now Baba is not there. Who are they going to fight? The people who are saying now Baba betrayed Gen Zs. Now Baba is not there. So the people have now to come back and to the drawing board and say, yes, we cannot keep on lamenting. Now Baba is not here. So can we come together again and decide about our destiny?
Very good.
Yes.
Sylvester, as we come to the end of this conversation, I want to hear from you. When was the last time you talked to Baba, and how did this make you feel when you started seeing Baba now, or old age catching up with Baba, and the reality of frailty kicking in?
Yes, my communication with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is usually frequent, but also very structured. The last communication we had was this week, Monday, by
Monday?
way, yes, by
3 days ago.
It's 2 days ago. Today is Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday, yeah.
So it was only yesterday, in between, and I was wishing him well and telling him that we are looking forward to him coming back home.
Was it
soon.
through a text or through a phone call?
Yeah, we were having we had text communication. Because sometimes when someone is not feeling well, I know him. Sometimes barring him, putting barrage of calls. Sometimes are also are not really very comfortable. So you would rather sometimes you just communicate. Actually, I've been communicating with him very effectively that way. If he's not well, you don't put him with too many calls because everybody wants to call him. So sometimes just make it light. But recently we had a very deep discussion with him in his office, in which we looked at a number of transformative issues that needs to be pursued in this country. We were discussing on how to transform government delivery frameworks, particularly systems that make government work. And we are moving into the era of digitalization. Actually, we are in the era of digitalization. But because of political differences, people are not choosing to understand what digitalization is all about in changing government delivery frameworks. And there are some certain areas where, when they are applied, people start thinking that maybe something has been stolen. Like for you to deliver appropriate health systems, you need a digital framework for you to be, real time in your, transactions and in your offering of services to citizens. And that's what things like SHA are talking about. For us to make sure that if you are importing things through the ports, then you need to have integrated port management systems that allows you to see all through from the time a good is loaded on a ship coming to Kenya. You don't have to be making physical movements to go to the port. You need to know what it is. The government also needs to know what it is straight away. Your taxes ought to have been known what needs to be paid. And by the time your goods are landing, you are good to go. The goods should move rather than containers sitting at the port because people are still moving up and down the compounds, trying to find out how they should be paying and what they should be paying. Those are old systems. Even if you are to talk about revenue systems, for example, customs, you need, again, integrated systems that are also integrated with ports, whether you're talking ports of entry, whether you're talking about port, let's say in Mombasa, Lamu, you're talking about ports in terms of airports where goods are also coming in through air. You are talking about other land-based ports between us and the countries that surround us. All this needs to be integrated using digital systems.
And Raila Odinga was in support of this?
Yes. I was because I'm in charge of governance, and I was telling him that times have changed, and I was telling him how this country needs to move faster towards transformation.
And this conversation was taking place on Monday?
No. This one was in his office before he went. Yes.
When did he go for treatment, by the way?
He went. Wait, I can tell you from here. Now that things have happened, sometimes I need to be precise, otherwise my... Man, that was about close to 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Close to two.
That is when he was flown out to India for treatment.
Yeah. He was actually scheduled. He was not just flown out abruptly. He was actually scheduled to go for a medical checkup.
In India?
Out of the country. So, but you know, sometimes when those schedules are done, you don't specifically say whether it's India or UK or Germany.
Very well.
But he happened to go to India when he now left. So when we were discussing at that time, we talked about transformative systems that enable the country, the government to deliver better for the people, and also for people to receive services very efficiently. Even if you talk about how we manage urban transportation systems, we have moved from these kind of old systems where you have informal public transport systems in the form of matatus. I'm not saying that matatus be removed, but you need appropriate transportation systems that allows you to move people, more people efficiently and in a less polluting manner, with the great elements of coordination that also sanitizes, let's say, the city of Nairobi, to get rid of excessive motorization on the city streets, to create livable, tradable, and more enjoyable streets. Where if you're walking with the streets, you are not bumping into people and you are looking like you are fighting in motion. Yeah, we need to have livability within our streets.
And this is what Raila wanted as well.
Yes, and we were, that's the reason why, and that's why he asked me that we sit down and discuss some of these things. And he was asking me...
So you had a scheduled meeting with him?
Yes, and he was asking, so how should we do some of these things? How do we change this country from old way of doing things to new ways, progressive ways, without going into too many steps? Because we can take advantage of technology to leapfrog far much better than the countries that developed before us.
Very well.
And that's what we were discussing with him.
Before he left, for the scheduled treatment, that was two weeks ago, had you seen him? And how was his health?
Baba's key problem was not that he was having an ailment that was visible, that it was going to kill him. I know people have been seeing him walking somehow slightly different from the way he used to walk. That is because of a disc operation that was done on him.
When was that?
It was done this year. There were some operations that were done this year. Actually, we had discussed that as well. I was telling him that the previous time before the last discussion we had, he was actually very happy about the operation that had been done, and it had managed to actually rectify the disc problem that he had.
This operation was done where?
I wouldn't want to disclose too many details, but
I mean, you're in a safe space.
No, let me just give you the information I can give you. Yes, and that operation was very okay, and he actually got very rejuvenated, and actually he was fit back, and the pain disappeared. Yeah, but again, now a reoccurrence came up, and actually it was constraining his movement. And that's what people were seeing in the last days. Not that it was any specific injury that was so detrimental to his health, beyond just the discomfort he was having on the disc. But on other matters, the problem that occurred to him, I think I will, since I've not had that being mentioned during the speeches that are being given either by the family or His Excellency when he spoke about, when he gave his address, I will not start divulging details as to what specific matter could have affected him. I will not talk about that.
You will not talk about that. And that
even if I know, I'll not talk about it because this.
I definitely know you know.
Yeah, but
because of
yes,
confidentiality.
Family can talk about that. But we are here to discuss his life, to celebrate him as a leader who has really contributed immensely to Kenya's transformation.
What time did you discover, or did you get to know about the passing on of the former Prime Minister?
Very early in the morning.
Very early in the morning? At 5 a.m.?
No. Let me say morning.
Morning?
Morning is morning, yes.
Morning is morning.
Yes.
Whether it was 6 a.m., 7 p.m.
it
or
was
whatever.
in the morning.
It was just early in the morning.
Yeah.
Who did you call first, or what was your reaction first?
Certain types of information are information that you can only consume. You know, when you consume information, it means you take incredible information. There are very specific credible sources within the system, within his system, I mean family, and who can give credible information. So you wouldn't ask anybody or to rely on.
So you had specific people you talked to,
yes,
and they confirmed to you.
Yes, they said, "Oh, it's very unfortunate Baba has left us." Yeah.
How did you react?
Of course, the day he also reacted. At first, we woke up with a strong optimism. As usual, I always wake up at 4 a.m.
You wake up at 4 a.m.?
Yes, that is my waking up time. Pray, then do my exercise, then do some work, whichever, depending on the urgency of the work I'm handling. I can work up to 6, then I get ready to come to the office, or I can work, then make sure that by 6:30 I'm in the office.
Very well.
So I was up very early as usual, did my usual family prayers. Today I was the priest of our larger family at home. We have a WhatsApp group where we pray.
Yeah.
And of course we offer the prayers up to including those who need to heal from illnesses. And I was getting ready. I went for exercise very early. Then as I was preparing to come to the office, then I got the...
You got the news?
The sad news, yes.
Engineer Toro.
Yes.
How is life going to be like for you without one of your closest friends?
First, let me tell you how I got the news and what I did.
Yes.
When I woke up, and then I started seeing the social media. Then I told my wife, this thing, the social media, sometimes you can't trust them. When we said, you remember there's a time they killed Mude Awori? There's a time they killed Cardinal Joe. See, now, until we have this completely authenticated, let's not talk about it. Then the information kept on coming. I switched on the TV to see whether I had the breaking news. Then I told my wife, now, it looks like this is coming for you. So I told her, what I'm going to do, I cannot sit here because I'm feeling a bit stressed. I'm going for a walk. So I left and went for a walk. So when you called, I was outside. That's why I did not answer your call.
Yeah.
Then I came back. Then the news was,
it was all over the place.
It was all over the place.
Very well.
Then I showered. Then I said, let me see. Then I saw you had called me. That's when I called you.
Yeah.
Then you told me, can you make it at 1? I said, for Baba, even if I'm going to run to KBC, I'm going to run.
I'm going to be there.
So that's why I told you I'll be there. Because this is an opportunity that is not given to many people to be in the studio at this critical point, to be able to talk about your friend.
That is true.
How you know your friend and how you have related to your friend. And going forward, it is not going to be easy for some of us. There is something that I did not mention. When you are doing the campaign
in 2022,
and we were busy. And then Baba said, now, I was coming to the term of my chairmanship, National Irrigation Authority.
Yeah.
Then he said, now, since now we are going to win elections, yeah, I need you to be back in Irrigation Authority because I have an agenda for food security.
Yeah.
So he told Uhuru, can you renew the term for Engineer Toro? So it was renewed for 3 years.
Yeah.
But when UDA came into power, it looks like there was an agenda to get rid of all Uhuru appointees. So within 1 year, I was out.
Yeah.
So this is now something that I could relate with Baba about my work, what I can do for Kenya.
Yeah.
And I knew I had a listening ear.
So.
And since he knew what I can do, he would be able to say, okay, I'm going to do something for you.
Very well.
Yeah.
I know time is not on our end, but we thank God. We've been here since 1 p.m. And thank you so very much indeed for dedicating your time to come and talk about this. I know it's a difficult time for you, but as we say, time, of course, healeth everything.
Yeah.
Your time is highly appreciated. Great people. And always thank you very much for responding to our calls.
And I thank you sincerely for remembering to call me.
Thank you very much.
I did not take it for granted.
Thank you.
I told my wife, this call has come. I'm wanted KBC. I have to be there.
Very well.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for inviting me. This has come at a very long time when actually I was writing certain historical issues about Baba for the ODM at 20 because I happen to have been the founding director of policy and strategy for the party.
Yeah.
And also his campaign, and I've been associated with him for 34 years. So there are certain things which are definitely found within our libraries. And I sent him a draft last week on the one part.
Yeah.
And I was expecting that we would discuss more when we were expecting him back.
Let's say that we are going to continue with this conversation in the course of this week or in the course of next week because we have to give way to the 7 o'clock bulletin.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Very good. I mean, we continue this coverage. And of course, now the 7 o'clock bulletin is coming up next. And our coverage continues of the passing of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. My name is O'Brien Kimani. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
My names are Elizabeth Musau, Ketares Moigal Sisinya. As far as LPG is concerned, it's very safe to use, unlike using firewood. It's very clean, it's very fast. And by so doing, we are time conscious and we don't waste time at all. Some fuels produce bad smell. For example, paraffin, it produces a lot of smell and it can be absorbed in the meals. Using LPG, the food is very delicious, it has no smell and very palatable. I should tell the Kenyans to go the LPG way because it's the best. I'm in Canaan. Kawi, ustawi, ushujaa.
This Mashujaa Week, Ketraco lights up Kitui County during the 2025 Energy Week from October 13th to 19th. Under the theme Transforming Lives Through Sustainable Energy Solutions, Ketraco showcases its pivotal role in expanding Kenya's national grid. Join expert panels on October 14th for discussions on STEM in the energy sector, and on October 15th, dive into transmission, distribution, regulation, and rural electrification. On Thursday, Ketraco goes green with a nationwide tree planting drive. Then comes the highlight, the grand launch of the Kitui Water Transmission Line, officiated by President William Ruto on Friday, October 17th. Visit the Ketraco booth and see how we are powering progress across the eastern region. Ketraco, stable power grid, mfumo thabiti wa umeme.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangazia kilimo kutumia mbinu za asili. Kisha jinsi ya kuwafuga ng'ombe, kondoo pamoja na kuku.
Hawa wanyama wako na challenges mingi pia. Kukua na wao inabidi ujipange. Kwanza majani, unafaa kuwa na majani ya kutosha, wanakula vizuri. Una make sure ni huko mahali wanalala ni kusafi. Alafu pia dawa ya minyoo unaipea. Kwa wakati after 1 month unaipea dawa.
Tazama Mkulima kila Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is not just a plan on paper.
Manifesto tulioandika na tukauzia Wakenya na wakatupigia kura, sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama.
It is happening on the ground across Kenya.
Enda subabogi Moriega Jodhurwa unjie Mugani Pamjambo.
In agriculture,
Turkana wameamkia mambo ya ukulima sasa.
On our roads,
Lami black anaingia hapa anagausha hapa, wacha bana.
In health,
all our patients are in SHA 100%.
In housing,
kutoa watu kutoka nyumba za mabati kuleta nyumba kama hii ya ghorofa ni kitu mzuri sana.
In our markets,
umetukumbuka sisi mama mboga, shida zetu umezitatua,
and so much more.
It's a good thing the government inakuja mashinani na this is all what we have been requesting.
This is transformation. This is impact. This is delivering the plan. Every Friday on KBC Channel 1.
One of the things we know is that two things fade in life, and that is energy, and the second one is time.
So I think what we should be looking at beyond time management is asking ourselves, are we clear and managing the focus?
The fact that it is your free time, still you don't waste it.
Yes. Don't prioritize your schedule. Yeah? Schedule your priorities.
Naam, asalamu alaykum mpenzi mtazamaji popote pale uliko. Bila shaka nasema kifo ni njia ya haki na hakuna wa kusalia. Na leo kifo kimepoka Afrika nzima na ulimwengu mzima, sio Kenya wala Wakenya peke yake, kiongozi ambaye sifa zake zitasalia milele na milele.
Na mtazamaji, kama alivyosema Balo, ni kwamba kifo hakibishi hodi mtazamaji, na hii leo taifa la Kenya pamoja na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki inaomboleza kifo cha kiongozi mashuhuri ambaye ni Raila Odinga.
Na mtazamaji, tumekuandalia taarifa chungu nzima kuhusiana na taarifa hiyo ya kusikitisha, lakini kwanza tuanze kwa vidokezo.
Citizens, it is with deep sorrow that I inform the nation of the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga aga dunia.
I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya.
Serikali yatangaza siku 7 za maombolezi kufuatia kifo cha Raila Odinga. Viongozi wa matabaka mbalimbali na Wakenya kwa jumla wameomboleza Raila Odinga. Naam, karibu mtazamaji, naitwa Ahmed Jumabalo, ukipenda niite AGB.
Karibu mtazamaji, mimi niite Gladys Mongai.
Rais William Ruto ametangaza siku 7 za maombolezi kufuatia kifo cha aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga.
Katika tangazo rasmi lililotolewa leo katika ikulu ya Nairobi, Rais William Ruto aliagiza bendera ya taifa ipeperushwe nusu mlingoti kote nchini na katika balozi zote za Kenya na nje ya nchi hadi siku za mazishi ya Odinga zikamiliki.
Akimtaja kama kiongozi wa kipekee na mwanamageuzi jasiri, Rais Ruto alisema kuwa maisha na urathi wa Raila yataendelea kuwa mfano wa kuigwa na vizazi vijavyo.
Ben Chumba anatuletea taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Biwi la simanzi lilitanda katika ikulu ya Nairobi, huku ujumbe uliosikitisha taifa ukisomwa.
It is with deep sorrow that I inform the nation of the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, our former Prime Minister, Kenya's foremost statesman, and one of Africa's greatest sons.
Rais William Ruto akitangaza taarifa ya kifo cha mtu aliyemtaja kuwa kiongozi wa kipekee.
Raila Amolo Odinga is truly a once-in-a-generation leader, a man whose ideals transcended politics and whose legacy will shape the destiny of Kenya for generations to come. A giant who towered for decades over our democratic landscape. He was a colossus of Kenya's modern politics, an indomitable warrior in our struggle for freedom and prosperity, and a statesman of boundless selflessness.
Kupitia taarifa rasmi, Ruto alithibitisha kuwa Raila Odinga alifariki akiwa nchini India alikokuwa akitibiwa.
For decades, Raila dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice, equity, and freedom. He endured detention and persecution so that this nation might know and enjoy democracy. He championed reforms that gave birth to the rights and freedoms we hold dear today. His voice spoke for the oppressed. His conviction inspired generations, and his vision shaped the course of our history.
Rais alitangaza siku 7 za maombolezi ya kitaifa.
In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation, I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection.
Ruto pia alitangaza kwamba Raila atazikwa kwa taadhima zote za serikali kama ishara ya heshima kuu anayopewa na taifa hili.
A committee to be co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga has been set up to coordinate the funeral arrangements. At the same time, the Government of India, at the request of the Government of Kenya, has offered to facilitate the repatriation of the remains of our former Prime Minister.
Ruto pia alitoa risala za rambirambi kwa Mama Aida Odinga na familia ya Odinga.
Fellow patriots, we have lost a beacon of courage, a tower of principle, and a father of our democracy. Let us come together as he always urged us to do, not as rivals, but as brothers and sisters bound by a shared destiny. As we mourn, I call on all Kenyans to reflect on his towering legacy and the lessons impacted by Right Honorable Raila Odinga's life, work, ideas, and example.
Ben Chumba, Darubini.
Na mtazamaji, tukisalia hapo hapo, viongozi wa kisiasa kote nchini wanaendelea kuomboleza kifo cha aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga.
Viongozi hao wametaja kifo cha mwenda zake Raila kuwa pigo kubwa kwa taifa.
Aidha, mtazamaji, wametoa rambirambi zao kwa familia ya Odinga, marafiki na Wakenya kwa ujumla.
Raila, ambaye alikuwa mmoja wa viongozi mashuhuri wa upinzani humu nchini, ametajwa kuwa kiongozi mahiri na nguli wa siasa za Kenya aliyepigania demokrasia, haki ya kijamii na umoja wa kitaifa.
Kenya has lost a great statesman, a man who has spent his 80 years fighting for justice, social justice, and every kind of right of human rights. At the Council of Governors, we consider Baba the father of devolution.
And indeed, the driving force behind the realization of the 2010 Constitution of Kenya. That is Right Honorable Raila Odinga.
Raila Odinga's life was defined by courage, resilience, and an unshakable commitment to justice and equality. His voice rose above division, calling Kenyans to unity, peace, and shared prosperity.
Passes on at a momentous time when, together with His Excellency President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who are playing a critical role in uniting the country.
This is a time for us to come together and mourn this great man and look forward to Kenya being a unified country.
We know we don't have a leader in our generation who is more consequential like Raila Amolo Odinga. We mourn a man, we celebrate a hero.
Huyu ni mzee ambaye ni mkakamfu na tutamkumbuka. Sioni kama kuna wakati historia ya kisiasa tutaweza sahau ile mambo Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya.
He was an epitome of democracy. He was a great advocate of peace. He wanted Kenya to prosper.
Naam, mtazamaji, taifa zima kama unavyojua linaomboleza kifo cha Raila Odinga na sote tumesikitishwa na kifo hicho. Lakini nyumbani kwao ama nyumbani kwake eneo la Bondo, inaonekana mtazamaji, huko ndio kuna kitovu cha masikitiko. Na hivi sasa tunakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi katika eneo hilo la Bondo ambapo mwanahabari wetu Wycliffe Okech amekita kambi. Atueleze taswira iko vipi. Wycliffe, kama unanipata, je, hali iko vipi katika eneo hilo?
Naam, asante sana AJB mkiwa na Gladys Mungai kule studioni. Jinsi ulivyosema ni kweli, tunaleta matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka tukiwa nyumbani kwake Raila Amolo Odinga, nyumbani kwake ikiwa imejulikana sana kama Opoda Farm. Kumbuka tayari hapo awali tulikuwa tumeweza kuleta matangazo haya ambapo wakazi wa eneo hili walipopata ujumbe kuhusu kifo chake Raila Amolo Odinga waliweza kufurika hapa, na sio hapa pekee. Kumbuka hapa ndio kwake Raila Amolo Odinga, ila kwa babake ambayo pia ni kilomita chache tu kutoka hapa, pia wakazi waliweza kufika kule, jamaa na marafiki wakiendelea kuleta rambirambi zao kufuatia kifo cha Raila Amolo Odinga. Pia tuliweza kutembea kule mjini wa Bondo, na kweli shughuli za biashara pale ziliweza kutatizika, huku maduka yakiwa yamefungwa tu kama njia moja ya kuonesha heshima kwa aliyekuwa kiongozi wa kisiasa wa eneo hili. Kumbuka Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa kiongozi wa kisiasa wa eneo hili kwa miongo kadhaa, ambaye wakazi hapa basi watamkosa sana. Tuliweza kunena nao na wanasema pengo ambalo limewachwa na Raila Amolo Odinga ni lile ambalo kupata mwenye ataweza kuliziba basi utachukua muda. Hayo yalikuwa ni maneno ya wakazi hawa tuliowaongelesha kule mchana, ila hapa natumai unaweza kuona nyuma yangu kule kuna kitabu ambacho waombolezaji wanafika hapa wanatia sahini, kila ambacho tunaita kwa lugha ya Kimombo condolence book. Wanafika hapa kutia saini, kuleta rambirambi zao kufuatia kifo cha Raila Amolo Odinga. Hapo awali kulikuwa na mfuriko wa kazi, jamaa na marafiki, ila kwa sasa tunaweza kushuhudia utulivu, ila bado kuna jinsi mpiga picha wangu Martin Kivuta anaweza kuonesha tu pande huu wa kulia, bado kuna kundi ambalo limeweza kukusanyika hapa. Wacha nitaweza kuzungumza nao kwa dakika 3 tu, ni watueleze ni kina nani hapa, waliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi, na wao walipopata ujumbe kuhusu kifo chake Raila Amolo Odinga walipata vipi na walipokea vipi ujumbe huo. Jinsi nilivyokuambia, wakati ujumbe huo ulitokea tuliweza kufika hapa nyumbani kwake, tukaenda kule kwa babake Kango Kajaramogi jinsi inavyojulikana, na pia tukaweza kuzungumza na wakazi wa eneo hili la Bondo, na wakatujuza mengi tu, ila sasa utaniruhusu tu niweze kuzungumza na 3 4 watueleze ni kina nani hao, waliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi. Baba, labda nikiweza nikianza na wewe, utanieleza wewe unaitwa nani, wewe ni jamaa ama rafiki ama ni mkazi tu eneo hili, na uliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi, na pia ujumbe huu kuhusiana na kifo chake Raila Amolo Odinga wewe ulipokea vipi na kupitia njia gani? Angalia pale, tueleze jina kwanza, nitakushikia microphone.
Basi mimi ni Steven Omauna kutoka eneo ya Game Constituency. Sisi ni vijana wa Raila, na venye tumefika hapa tuko na huzuni sana kwa kupoteza baba, and what we want to say as the youths of the Nyanza community, Raila was an institution, and we believe heroes never die. Raila will still live in our veins, and being an institution, we know Raila has passed the baton to the next person. So we believe in his spirit, and his spirit will continue guiding us. So we'll be here, we'll be mourning Baba until the last day.
Yourself, what will you miss mostly about Raila? Because Raila has been a political leader of this particular region for many decades. Personally, what will you miss mostly about Raila Odinga?
How we are going to miss Raila Amolo Odinga Baba, more so when we talk about the democratic space in our country. It was the key pillar, it was the tower. More so when we talk about our country democracy. He really fought for Kenya becoming a democratic state. And also I think that was the main achievement. Apart from that, we can also talk about the devolution, when he brought about the development of the funds to our local levels. As Raila is exiting, more so as we will be missing him, but we'll be remembering, we have devolution, we can have the government in our lower communities, in our local societies. So we'll miss him about that, and also the democracy. And also he was in the forefront for fighting for what we call the human rights. Yeah.
All right. Huyo hapo ni kijana wa baba. Nimekwambia nitaweza kuzungumza na wengi wao tu. Mama, naona umevalia mavazi ambayo sielewi ni matawi hapa, uko na firimbi. Labda tuweze kueleza wewe unaitwa nani, uliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Merikali Natieno kutoka Kanokoloa, but mimi ni mkaji wa Bondo. Sisi kama wakaji wa Bondo tuko na huzuni sana kupoteza baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Leo hatukufanya kazi juu ya baba. Nilifika hapa saa 2 na bado mpaka saa hii bado niko hapa. Tuko na huzuni sana na tutaomboleza baba hii wiki yote.
Uko hapa hadi wiki hii yote. Ni sawa, nitafikia kwako. Mama pia songea tu mbele kidogo. Utazungumza? Haya, sawa. No. Unaweza kuzungumza Swahili?
Lugha ya Kijaluo.
Kizungu? Tutarudi kwako baadaye. Wacha tu, unaweza kuongea Kiswahili? Haya, sawa. Tueleze, angalia pale, tueleze wewe unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Johannes Oindo Dudo. Mimi ni mkaji wa Bondo na tena mtu wa bodaboda rider kwa ufupi. Tumesunika sana kulingana na kifo ambayo imetupata siku ya leo kwa kupotezwa former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Kutoka asubuhi mpaka saa hii hatujafanya kazi kama sisi watu wa bodaboda, tumekuwa hapa na huzuni mingi. Saa hii tumekuja hapa kutoa rambirambi zetu ya miso sisi watu wote wa bodaboda, na tunaomba amani, kila mtu akae na amani mpaka tusike baba aende pale pema peponi. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Amani ndio tunaombea. Songea, wacha tupishe mwingine pia. Ni sawa, nitafikia kwake jamani, tulia. Wewe pia angalia pale tuambie yako. Wacha nitashika mic.
Asante sana. Mimi kama mkawa wa Bondo, leo tumekuwa na huzuni sana tangu asubuhi. Na tuna imani yote yatakwenda sawa. Tunaomba wananchi wenzetu wakuwe tuna amani, tupate kuzika baba kwa amani. Sina mengi, lakini huzuni imetanda kote humu. Lakini tuna imani kuwa marehemu baba ataletwa huku, tupate nafasi ya kumwona ili tuwe na amani.
Sawa, wewe kama mkazi wa huku umeweza kusema ni kweli tunahuzunika sana kama Wakenya, na pia umeweza kuombea amani, ila ningependa kukuuliza wewe, Raila Amolo Odinga utamkosa vipi? Ni nini haswa utamkumbuka nayo?
Baba, sisi tunamuita baba kweli. Na baba amekuwa kielelezo, hata watoto wamekosa kujua namna ya kusikia hii maneno tangu asubuhi. Imekuwa vigumu sana. Sisi kama watu wa Siaya haswa tutakosa kiongozi ambaye tulikuwa tunamfahamu sana, na yeye ndiye angetupea maelezo au kielekezo jinsi ambavyo ya kufanya vitu. Tutamkosa sana kisiasa, tumerudi nyuma sana. Lakini kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika.
Kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika. Sawa, ni sawa, nitazungumza nanyi nyote, msijali. Wewe tueleze unaitwa nani?
Kwa jina ni Omondi Arona.
Kisha huyo?
Omondi Arona. Yeah.
Wewe uliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi, na Raila mwenyewe utamkosa vipi wewe?
Nimefika hapa saa hizi. Nataka kusema this is the day we will never forget. Tumempoteza shujaa wa siasa, na naweza waomba tu ya kwamba tudumishe amani. Kuna mwanasiasa anafaa tumie Gen Z kama ngazi. Tumepoteza mwanasiasa shujaa. Kitu tunaomba, we are in solidarity with the family of Amolo Raila Odinga. Wabedu rumana mos.
Kabisa, lugha ya taifa tafadhali.
English is not our mouth.
All right, wacha tusikie kutoka kwa wewe. Ungetaka kumzungumza? Haya, sawa. Wewe unasema Gen Z pia, angalia pale, tueleze ulifika hapa saa ngapi, na wewe kama kijana Raila utamkumbuka vipi?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa David Odero. Nimeweza kufika hapa saa 3 asubuhi tangu nisikie kuhusu hii habari mbaya kuhusu Raila. Tumepoteza shujaa upande wa kisiasa na tena kwa kiamani. Raila ni yule ambaye alikuwa anajua kutunza amani sana, na tumempoteza, lakini ni uchungu kwetu sisi kama Gen Z. Na naomba wanasiasa wote msitutumie kwa ile njia mbaya ya kuuawa na kufanya mauaji. Msitutumie vibaya, tumekataa kama Gen Z hapa Bondo. Na naomba Mola tujalie amani na tukue na amani tukingojea siku yenye tutamsindikiza baba. Na kitu naweza sema, Raila, Mungu amweke moyo wake mahali pema peponi.
Asante sana. Tuendelee kudumisha amani, hiyo ndio kijana huyo anaombea. Ya mwisho, labda ya mwisho, wewe jamaa, tuambie uliweza kufika hapa saa ngapi, na wewe kuna yapi ya kusema kuhusiana na kifo chake Raila Amolo Odinga?
Kwa majina naitwa Morris Omolo Nyango. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Bondo, lakini tumepoteza shujaa wetu. Tena huyu shujaa tunamkumbuka na vitu mingi ameleta Kenya. Yes, alifanywa hayo mambo yalifanywa huko nje akipigania Kenya. Ndio kwa maana sisi leo tuko hapa tunamwomboleza kama shujaa, tena mtu wa amani, yani peacemaker. Lakini najiuliza, hii Kenya yetu saa hii tutapata wapi peacemaker mwingine? Tutapata wapi? Ndio kwa maana tumekuwa hapa, bado tuko hapa, lakini mimi naona tena kura sitaonekana kwa debe, sababu atanipeleka kwa debe sioni.
Never.
Asanteni sana.
Labda nikikuuliza, unapanga kukaa hapa mpaka saa ngapi wewe? Au utakaa hapa usiku mzima?
Nitakaa hapa hadi ile siku nitaona baba akipelekwa kwa nyumba yake ya mwisho.
Asante sana. Mama, naona ningependa kuuliza, naona umebeba hapa chakula. Masaa ni ya kuandaa mankuli. Naona umebeba mboga. Tueleze wewe umetokea wapi ukifika hapa, maana yake na umebeba chakula hapa. Tueleze unaitwa nani?
Mimi ya kwanza mimi naitwa Jane. Mimi ninatoka hapa Bondo. Nilikuja hapa asubuhi saa 2. Nimesikia kama niko na huzuni sana. Nimetoka hapa saa 1, nimeenda kutafuta mboga ili niende nyumbani. Kwangu imenishinda kuenda kwa sababu juu ya baba. Baba amekufa. Tena tuko na huzuni kubwa. Sitaenda, hata hii mboga yangu itakuwa tu hapa hadi wazike baba.
Hautaweza kupika mboga watoto wako?
Sipiki mboga. Mimi niko na huzuni kubwa, baba amekufa. Mimi niko na huzuni.
Pole. Kwa mwisho tukimalizia, labda wewe tayari tushongelea. Wewe mwenyewe umeomba sana. Wacha tumalizie na wewe, tueleze umefika saa ngapi? Ni sawa tu baba. Tutaweza kufika hapo.
Jina langu naitwa Caleb Owino Tieno. Mimi ni mtu hapa. Tangu baba kufe, tangu asubuhi mpaka saa hii sijakula. Tena niko na uchungu sana kwa roho yangu. Juzi hapo umesikia tu Rigada amesema sijui wapi.
Ni sawa, ningependa kabisa ni Raila mwenyewe, watu wanamwomboleza kwa maneno mengi ambayo ameweza kuleta nchi hii. Wewe binafsi utamkosa vipi ama unamkumbukia nini?
Baba nakumbuka kwanza mambo ya right. Wa Kenya hakuna right. Hata sasa hivi naweza mwambie polisi wewe tulia kwanza. Polisi anaweza sikia kwa sababu ya baba. Hiyo na point ya kwanza. Point ya pili, baba after election, baba kama sema stop, tuna stop kama sisi, kama agencies. Alafu la tatu, baba umeleta county. Lakini hii county, magavana hawezi saidia youth kama sisi. Bado tunang'ang'ana tu hapa chini hapa, sina kazi nyingine yote. Lakini baba umeleta pesa hapa county tusaidie sisi. Lakini pesa yenyewe anaingia watu chache kidogo hapa kwa county.
Kumbuka sana kwa masuala ya ugatuzi
ya county kenyewe.
Asante sana. Sawa, SJB watakuzungumza. Ya mwisho tafadhali, naomba ukue wa mwisho. Umemwa sana. Njoo basi, atufungi mtu nje. Ni sawa, atufungi mtu. Wewe utazama pale, mimi nitashika mic. Utazama pale, utaambia unaitwa nani, na wewe Raila utamkumbuka vipi kama mkazi wa eneo hili. Wacha nitashika mic. AJB, hivyo ndivyo jinsi hali ilivyo hapa katika nyumbani kwake Raila Amolo Odinga, ambayo inajulikana kama Opoda Farm, mahali ambapo tumeweza kupiga kambi tangia asubuhi, tangia habari kuhusu kifo chake Raila Amolo Odinga iliweza kuzuka. Hayo ni baadhi ya maombolezo na kumbukumbu ambazo wakazi hapa watakumbuka nayo shujaa wao Raila Amolo Odinga. Amekuwa kiongozi wa kisiasa wa eneo hili kwa muda mrefu sana, na pia umeweza kusikia wakisema kwamba ameweza kuleta mengi, ameweza kupigania, alielekeza juhudi zake kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii inabaki na umoja, nchi hii inaendeshwa kwa njia ilivyo sawa. Kufikia sasa, wacha niregeshe shughuli kwako studioni, ila tutaendelea kupiga kambi hapa sai mpaka pia tutaweza kuja tena kuleta matangazo haya pia saa 3 kuangalia tu hali ilivyo hapa, na pia si hapa peke yake. Kilomita chache kutoka hapa ndio Bondo Town ama ule mji wa Bondo, na pia pale kwa baba ya Raila ambaye ni Jaramogi, pia kuna shughuli pale kidogo. Pia tutaweza kufika pale tuweze kuona ni nini inaendelea pale. Pia kumbuka kuna kamati ambayo imeweza kuundwa kushughulikia taratibu ambayo itashughulikia taratibu za mazishi ya Raila Odinga, na kuna mkutano ambayo kamati hiyo itaandaa pale Karen, ambayo kumbuka kuna familia ya Raila ambayo iko katika bomba lake la Karen. Jumba ambalo unaona nyuma yangu, hii ndio jumba iliyoko hapa Opoda Farm, ila akona familia yake iko kule Nairobi katika nyumbani yao ya Karen. Huko Karen kutakuwa na mkutano wa ile kamati ambayo imetwika majukumu ya kuendesha taratibu za mazishi ya Raila, na pia tutaweza kwa sasa wacha tutawapeleka kule kusikia yale ambayo kamiti hiyo itaweza kuleta wanayo ya kutuambia. Ila kwa sasa Gladys na AJB, ikiwa mko na maswali kwangu mnaweza kuniuliza.
Asante sana kwa taarifa hiyo na kuwaangazia wakazi wa Bondo na hisia zao kufuatia kifo cha Raila Odinga. Ila pale ambapo ulikuwa unazungumza na wakazi, tumewasikia wengi wakitaja Raila kama alikuwa institution, wakisema kwamba ni kiongozi aliyeshabikia masuala ya umoja na demokrasia. Pengine katika uongozi wa Raila ambao ni karibia miaka 50 hivi, nusu karne hivi, ni hatua gani alizochukua katika uongozi wake ambazo wanaweza wakakumbuka kama kiongozi aliyeshabikia masuala ya umoja wa taifa na demokrasia ya taifa?
Asante sana kwa swali hilo Gladys. Jinsi ulivyosema ni kwamba uongozi wa Raila umekuwa kwa muda sasa. Raila mwenyewe kumbuka amewania kiti cha urais kwa safari karibu 5 sasa, na hii inakuonyesha ile usemi mkubwa ambao amekuwa nayo hasa katika eneo hili la Nyanza ama eneo hili la magharibi mwa Kenya. Jinsi ulivyosikia mmoja hapa akisema kwamba kwao Raila alikuwa institution, ni kwamba kile alichokuwa akisema basi wakazi wa eneo hili la nchi basi wangeweza kufuata mkondo huo. Kunakuwa na ule msemo ambao unasemekana kwa sana, ni kwamba Raila akisema tuende left, watu wote wanaenda left. Akisema watu waende right, vivyo hivyo watafuata hivyo. Hivyo ndio walikuwa wanamaanisha wakisema Raila mwenyewe alikuwa institution.
Naam, shukrani sana Wycliffe Okech kutoka eneo la Bondo. Na mtazamaji, kama alivyotangulia kusema pia ni kwamba kumbuka kuna ile kamati ya andalizi ya kitaifa inayoshughulikia mazishi kiongozwa na naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Wakati wote bila shaka tunatarajia kwamba watajitokeza katika nyumbani ama eneo la Karen kuhutubia taifa kuhusiana na shughuli za mazishi. Wakati wote mtazamaji, tutakuletea matangazo hayo ya moja kwa moja kutoka eneo la Karen ambapo kamati ya andalizi ya mazishi inatarajiwa kuhutubia taifa.
Na mtazamaji, tukisubiri ripoti na ripota wetu watuletee taarifa zaidi kutoka maeneo ya Karen, bado tuendelee na taarifa ama tuchukue mapumziko? Tupate pumziko fupi, alafu bila shaka taarifa bado ziko chungu nzima mtazamaji, tutarejea na baada muda usiokuwa mrefu.
unakuwa humiliated mbele ya watu, lakini unapata uwezi shtaki, sababu ukishtaki utafungiwa barabara ya kwenda bunge.
Kondo ya mwisho na nini? Na kufi. Na katika ulimwengu ya kiroho, unajua litwangwa hiyo kofi ni Mikaeli. Sasa mimi naulisha wewe. Bila nabii ungekuwa wapi?
Unabai, unapika, unashiba. Lea Premium.
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Nyasi ndio mwami. Roho yangu haimpendi umundu kama Elija. Kunyasi akili kweli mwanefu.
Kusema kweli mtu
Naam, shukran sana mtazamaji kwa kuendelea kutazama Darubini ya Channel 1.
Na mtazamaji, tuendelee na taarifa kuhusiana na kifo cha Raila Odinga, ambapo shughuli katika bunge la kitaifa zilisitishwa leo kufuatia tangazo la kifo cha kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga.
Bunge lilisitisha vikao vyake asubuhi na alasiri, huku Spika Moses Wetangula akiongoza wabunge kwa dakika moja ya ukimya kwa heshima ya Raila.
Wetangula alimtaja Raila kama mzalendo aliyechangia sana katika safari ya demokrasia ya Kenya.
Wabunge watatoa heshima zao kesho kuanzia saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 6 usiku.
Habari za kushangaza za kifo cha Raila Amolo Odinga zilitandaza wingu la huzuni kwenye bunge la taifa na shughuli zote zikasitishwa ghafla. Wabunge kutoka mirengo yote ya kisiasa waliungana kumwomboleza Raila Amolo Odinga aliyekuwa na ushawishi mkubwa mno kwa siasa za Kenya.
Following the communication and address by His Excellency the President of the nation announcing the passing on of Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, this House joins the country in this somber state.
I will live to recall how whenever I spoke to the former Prime Minister, he called me my son. And may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Ndani ya ukumbi wa bunge, shughuli za kawaida zikiwemo mijadala na hoja zilisimamishwa. Machozi yalibubujika huku Spika Wetangula akiwaongoza wabunge kusimama tuli kwa dakika moja kwa heshima ya marehemu.
And pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 33A and C, 31, 1, 97 and 259D, this House resolves to 1. Hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 16th October 2025, commencing at 10 a.m.
Kupitia hoja maalum, Spika alitangaza kuwa bunge litaandaa kikao maalum kesho kuanzia saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 6 usiku, ambapo watamkumbuka na kumwenzi Raila Amolo Odinga.
Odinga has rested. Long live Baba. And we will all remember our Prime Minister as a great Pan-Africanist, the foremost son of Africa and our great nation. We will remember him in many ways, also as a father to our nation and a father to many of us.
I want to take this opportunity to condole also with the family of my leader and the entire ODM fraternity and membership and the whole country at large. Mr. Speaker, for the loss that we have encountered today of a great man. But Mr. Speaker, I am still coming to terms with what has happened, so I will request you to allow me to do my condolences tomorrow.
This House joins the country in this somber state, and we'll have an opportunity for each and every one of you to eulogize the late Prime Minister tomorrow. Time is likely to move pretty fast in preparation for his official send-off in a state funeral. So tomorrow is the only day available for all of us.
Kabla ya kifo chake, Raila Odinga alihudumu kama waziri mkuu wa pili wa Kenya kati ya mwaka 2008 na mwaka 2013. Aidha, alikuwa mbunge wa Lang'ata kuanzia mwaka 1992 hadi mwaka 2013, na tangu mwaka 2013 alikuwa kiongozi wa upinzani nchini Kenya. Wakati huo huo, bunge la Seneti ambalo limekuwa kwenye likizo fupi litaandaa kikao maalum kesho kufuatia kifo cha Odinga.
Na shughuli za kibiashara zilisitishwa katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi wakati mamia ya waombolezaji walipoandamana kwenye barabara za jiji kufuatia tangazo la kifo cha Raila Odinga.
Mtazamaji, miongoni mwa waombolezaji walikuwa wakazi wa mtaa wa Kibera ambapo Raila Odinga alihudumu kama mbunge katika miaka ya awali.
Walitembea kutoka Kibra huku shughuli zao zikitatiza kumradhi uchukuzi jijini.
Wakazi hao waliojawa na huzuni walimtaja Raila kama mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu na jamii na kiongozi aliyeunganisha taifa.
Sasa sisi wote, ikuwe ni wa Somali, ikuwe ni wa Kamba, ikuwe ni wa Kikuyu, ikuwe ni wa Kisii, Raila ni kiongozi wetu sisi wote.
Na mimi nimekuja hapa kuomboleza kifo ya chief human right activist Raila Amolo Odinga. Amepigania haki za watu,
lakini baba ni baba wa kila mtu nchi mzima. Tumegutushwa tukijua ya kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga ametuacha leo, na tunasema lazima sisi kama viongozi wa hapa Nairobi tuendelee kujipanga.
Hata kama baba ameenda, tuko na slogan moja, sasa atutupeleka tena mtaro, atupeleka hivi, aturudisha hivi. Tuko rada sisi wote hivi. Bana, baba yako bado, spirit yake bado wako.
Maisha ya Raila na Izalia ni mtu ametutoa mbali, ni kama baba yetu.
Nimehuzunisha sana kwa kifo cha Raila, lakini nawaombea tu wa Kenya tujifunge kamba, kwa sababu huyu mzee alikuwa ametupigania, lakini saa hii tumehuzunika zaidi.
Baba Raila Amolo Odinga ndiye amefanya. Sasa hivi tunaweza ongea kila kitu ambayo tunahitaji.
Kwa leo hakuna haja ya mambo ya siasa na mambo ya chama. Tunaomboleza Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga na kiongozi wa ODM.
Raila Amolo Odinga is not a leader of any region. He is not a leader of an individual. We have lost as a country. Africa has lost. Raila is a beacon of progress in this country. Is that let's give Baba the honor and respect that he deserves.
Asante.
Na mtazamaji, ni wanasiasa wachache mno wameshiriki kwenye safari ya kisiasa ya taifa hili jinsi Raila Amolo Odinga alivyokuwa.
Na mtazamaji, ni mwanaume wa haiba kubwa, mjasiri na mwenye ukakamavu aliyejulikana na wengi kama baba
wa demokrasia humu nchini. Raila alijitolea kupigania uhuru, haki na demokrasia.
Mtazamaji, hebu sasa tuangazie jinsi maisha yake ya awali yalivyokuwa.
Raila alizaliwa tarehe 7 mwezi Januari mwaka 1945 katika eneo la Maseno, wilaya Kisumu, wazazi wake wakiwa Mary Juma Odinga na Jaramogi Oginga Odinga ambaye alikuwa makamu wa rais wa kwanza chini ya serikali ya hayati Jomo Kenyatta. Raila alihitimu kwa shahada uhandisi kutoka chuo anuwai cha Magdeburg na baadaye akawa mhadhiri kwenye chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kabla ya kujiunga na shirika la ukadiriaji ubora wa bidhaa. Safari ya Odinga ya kuwa waziri na nyadhifa nyingine ilianza alipojiunga na siasa kufuatia kurejeshwa kwa mfumo wa vyama vingi humu nchini mwaka 1992. Kati ya mwaka 1982 na 1988, Raila Odinga alifungwa jela kwa madai ya uhaini. Alizuiliwa tena mnamo mwaka 1990 pamoja na Kenneth Matiba na Charles Rubia kwa kuendeleza harakati za kurejeshwa kwa mfumo wa vyama vingi. Baada ya kuachiliwa, Raila alitafuta hifadhi Norway hadi mwaka 1992 aliporejea nyumbani na kujiunga na chama cha Forum for the Restoration of Democracy FORD kilichoongozwa na babake Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Wakati chama hicho kilipovunjika kuwili na kuwa Ford Kenya chini ya Jaramogi na Ford asili chini ya Matiba, Raila aliteuliwa kuwa naibu mkurugenzi wa uchaguzi wa Ford Kenya. Ni wakati huo ambapo Raila alichaguliwa kuwa mbunge wa Lang'ata jijini Nairobi, wadhifa alioshikilia hadi mwaka 2007. Raila aliwania urais kwa mara ya kwanza mwaka 1997 ambapo alimaliza watatu nyuma ya hayati Daniel Moi wa chama cha KANU na Mwai Kibaki wa chama cha DP. Mnamo mwaka 2002 chama chake cha National Development Party NDP kiliungana na chama cha KANU kubuni kile cha New KANU, ambapo Raila na baadhi ya viongozi wengine wa NDP waliteuliwa kuwa mawaziri. Odinga aliteuliwa kwa waziri wa kawi mwezi Juni mwaka 2001, lakini akajiuzulu wadhifa huo mwezi Oktoba mwaka 2002 na kujiondoa kutoka chama cha New KANU akiwa pamoja na viongozi tajika wa chama cha KANU wakiwemo Kalonzo Musyoka, Joseph Kamotho na George Saitoti. Kundi hilo lilibuni vuguvugu la Rainbow Movement ambalo baadaye liliungana na chama cha National Alliance Party of Kenya cha Mwai Kibaki kubuni mrengo wa National Rainbow Coalition NAC. Katika hatua ya kihistoria, Odinga aliidhinisha azma ya Kibaki ya kuwania urais alipokariri na ninanukuu, Kibaki tosha. Wito wake huo uliunganisha upinzani na kufikisha kikomo enzi ya chama cha KANU. Odinga alimfanyia kampeni Kibaki ambaye alikuwa amejeruhiwa kufuatia ajali ya barabarani, na juhudi hizo zikachangia ushindi wa Kibaki wa urais kwa 67% ya kura. Ilidaiwa kuwa kabla ya uchaguzi huo Kibaki na Raila waliafikiana mkataba wa maelewano ambapo angepewa wadhifa wa waziri mkuu na viongozi wa chama chake cha LDP wapate nusu ya nyadhifa za mawaziri. Hata hivyo, mkataba huo haukutekelezwa na uhusiano baina ya Kibaki na Raila ukazorota. Kiini cha tofauti baina yao kilionekana kuwa pendekezo la kubuni katiba mpya lililopingwa na Raila ambaye aliongoza kampeni ya kukatalia mbali kielelezo hicho kwenye kura ya maamuzi ya mwaka 2005 ambapo upande wake ulishinda kwa 57%. Kibaki kwa upande wake alivunja baraza la mawaziri na lilipobuniwa upya Raila na wenzake waliachwa nje. Ni hatua iliyomsukuma kubuni chama cha Orange Democratic Movement ambacho hadi sasa kinajivunia kuwa chama dhabiti cha upinzani.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa nyingineyo inasema kwamba marehemu Raila Odinga atakumbukwa kwa ustadi wake wa kisiasa. Hii ni licha ya kukosa kushinda uchaguzi wa urais baada ya kuwania mara 5.
Kuanzia makubaliano yake ya kisiasa mwaka 1998 na Daniel Arap Moi yaliyosababisha muungano wa chama chake cha National Development Party NDP na KANU kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu wa 2002 kupitia mikataba miwili na marais wawili baadaye hadi ushirikiano wake wa hivi majuzi na rais aliye madarakani Dr. William Ruto. Ni wazi kuwa Raila alibobea katika sanaa ya kujitafutia nafasi kisiasa kila baada ya uchaguzi mkuu.
Categorically reject the provisional results of the presidential elections. We therefore demand that the presidential elections be repeated.
Uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 1997 huenda uliashiria mwanzo wa ubabe wa marehemu Raila Odinga kwenye nafasi yake ya kisiasa baada ya uchaguzi. Hapo awali marehemu Raila alikuwa ameongoza upinzani katika kupigania demokrasia ya vyama vingi uliolenga kumaliza utawala wa chama kimoja tangu kujipatia uhuru. Raila aliwania urais kwa mara ya kwanza mwaka 1997 na akaibuka wa 3. Mwaka 2001 Raila aliongoza chama chake cha National Democratic Party NDP katika muungano wa kihistoria na chama cha KANU kubuni New KANU.
Cooperation is that idea whose time has come, and ideas do move fast as their time comes. Hence this historic pact and consummation of merger today of our two parties.
Serikali mtaendesha na wale ambao wanataka kupinga KANU itakuwa vigumu wao kupinga KANU.
Kupitia muungano huo, Raila alipewa wadhifa katika baraza la mawaziri la hayati Rais Moi. Hata hivyo, baada ya Moi kumteua Uhuru Kenyatta kuwa mrithi wake, Raila alikihama chama cha New KANU pamoja na baadhi ya wafuasi wa chama cha KANU ambalo baadaye liliungana na hayati Mwai Kibaki kubuni chama cha NAK.
Mimi Mwai Kibaki.
Chama hicho kilishinda uchaguzi wa mwaka 2002. Mwaka 2007, Raila akiwa mgombea wa urais wa chama cha Orange Democratic Movement alishindwa na hayati Mwai Kibaki, lakini kutokana na ghasia za baada ya uchaguzi zilizozuka kote nchini, wawili hao waliafikiana mkataba ambao ulizaa serikali ya nusu mkate. Mwaka 2017, baada ya Raila kushindwa tena kwenye uchaguzi na rais wa tatu wa taifa hili Uhuru Kenyatta, mkataba mwingine wa kihistoria ulishuhudiwa katika jumba la Harambee ambao ulionekana kutuliza fujo zilizokuwa zimekumba jiji la Nairobi na kaunti nyinginezo.
We must be courageous enough to admit that it has not worked. It has failed because we are yet to upgrade our software. We have been pouring new wine into old wineskins. The gospel tells us that new wine needs new wineskins.
Have a responsibility as leaders to be able to come together to discuss these issues and to find solutions. Solutions that will bind our people together, that will unify our country, and that will give us a life cycle that is beyond the 5 years.
Usuhuba kati ya Raila na Uhuru ulizidi kuimarika na kutia dosari uhusiano wa karibu uliokuwa kati ya Uhuru na naibu wake wakati huo Rais William Ruto. Hali hiyo ilimfanya Ruto kuanza kupanga njama ya kumrithi Uhuru, ingawa Uhuru alimteua Raila kuwa mrithi wake. Katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022, Raila alishindwa kwa mara ya 5 na rais wa sasa William Ruto, licha kuongoza maandamano baada ya uchaguzi huo dhidi ya serikali.
Salo, polisi wakija na tias na risasi wanawaimbia wao namna hii, nipigwe teke sitarudi nyuma.
Kuhusu gharama ya juu ya maisha, Rais Ruto hakutetereka. Mnamo mwezi Juni mwaka 2024, wakati maandamano ya kizazi cha Gen Z yalipoibuka kote nchini, marehemu Raila Amolo Odinga alipata pengo na kuingia kwenye mkataba mwingine na Rais Ruto.
We have agreed to help build a barn for our country rather than merely kick down what we have.
We undertake this commitment with the understanding that while our political parties may differ in strategy, we share a common goal.
Ambapo washirika wake wa karibu waliteuliwa kwa nyadhifa mbalimbali serikalini kupitia mpango wa serikali jumuishi.
Vijana hoye! Nairobi hoye!
Kamchemenza, Darubini.
Vijana! Vijana!
Na mtazamaji, tunakukumbusha kwamba wakati wote kutoka hivi sasa tutakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi katika eneo la Karen, ambapo kamati ya andalizi inashughulikia mazishi ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga itakuwa inahutubia taifa, itueleze mengi kuhusiana na shughuli ya mazishi yake.
Na mbalo kumbuka kwamba ndio mara ya kwanza kamati hiyo inaketi hii leo baada ya kuteuliwa, na tunatarajia kwamba kando na leo, kesho na pengine kesho kutwa mpaka pale ambapo Raila Odinga atapata safari yake ya mwisho, kamati hiyo itakuwa inatoa mwongozo na mwelekezo moja kwa moja pindi tu watakapokuwa wakiketi na kushauriana na kukubaliana. Na kumbuka kwamba hii kamati ni kamati ambayo inaongozwa na naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, ina baadhi ya mawaziri pamoja na baadhi ya familia, ndugu na jamaa za mwenda zake Raila Odinga.
Na mtazamaji, vile vile hapa ndani ya studio tutakuwa na mahojiano kuhusiana na kifo cha mwenda zake Raila Odinga. Tuzungumze mengi zaidi kuhusiana na umuhimu wake katika kukuza demokrasia ya taifa hili, pamoja na vile vile kutetea haki za binadamu na kuliunganisha taifa. Na mimi nitaondoka upande huu wa studio mtazamaji, ili nimpishe mgeni awe na mwenzangu hapa Gladys Mungai, na mimi nitakuwa ule upande wa pili wa studio. Kwa hivi sasa tupate pumziko fupi, usiende mbali.
Mimi nasema ugali ya lea haikuwangi kwa
Available in a store near you.
Mimi naitwa Nayoyo Muria. Hii ni kijiji cha Kaditura. Nashughulika na mambo ya kinyozi. Niko na saluni pia. Nilikuwa na kinyozi peke yake na nilikuwa natumia sola. Tulikuwa tunapitia changamoto mingi sana. Kama wakati huu wa mvua hatufanyi kazi, lazima tufunge kazi. Kifika saa fulani jua ikiinama kidogo, inabidi nafunga kazi. Lakini wakati tulipata stima, nikaongeza kazi na nimeona faida kubwa sana. Wakati hatukuwa na stima, kuna watu alikuwa anaenda kwenye leo mahali pengine mahali kuna stima. Lakini tangu tupate stima, makastoma wetu wameongezeka na tunapata mapato mzuri. Si kenyoa zaidi ya watu 5, moto inaisha. Lakini saa hii ninanyoa mpaka saa 5 usiku. Pia kabla sijapata stima, nilikuwa nanyoa na shilingi 50 customer moja. Lakini tangu stima ikuje ni 70 kwa sababu sasa niko na maji moto wa kuosha. Ninachoma mtu mzuri. Sasa kazi imeongezeka. Na watoto wangu wamepata kitu wa kula. Mimi nilikuwa hapa, mama alikuwa anakaa kwa nyumba. Lakini tangu tupate stima, mama pia amepata kazi. Anafanya kazi yake na mimi nafanya yangu. Jioni tunakaa chini, wao umepata nini? Mimi nimepata nini? Tunaona kuna faida. Kawi, istawi na usijaa.
On this Mashujaa Day, we proudly salute the heroes and heroines whose sacrifice, resilience, and vision laid the foundation for the Kenya we cherish today. Mashujaa Day reminds us that true heroism lies not only in the past struggles for independence, but also in the everyday acts of service, innovation, and patriotism that drive our nation forward. At Kenya Pipeline Company, we draw inspiration from this spirit of heroism as we continue to deliver our mandate of transporting energy safely, efficiently, and reliably to fuel Kenya's growth and prosperity. As we focus on energy as a driver of economic and social development during the Energy Week 2025, held from 13th to 18th October 2025, under the theme Energy for All, let us embrace the call to be modern-day heroes by working with integrity, unity, and determination to build a stronger, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Kenyans. On behalf of the KBC family, I extend warm Mashujaa Day wishes to all Kenyans. May we continue to honor the past, celebrate the present, and shape a brighter tomorrow together. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Naam, karibu mtazamaji, na sasa tunaingia katika awamu ya mahojiano, na kama tulivyokueleza tutakuwa tunazungumza na mtaalam wa siasa za kanda ambaye yuko katika studio zetu za KBC. Anafahamika kama Wilfred Muliro, kwa kimombo wanasema geopolitical analyst. Na mtazamaji, kwa Kiswahili ni mtaalamu wa siasa za kanda, manake ni siasa za mataifa mbalimbali. Karibu sana Wilfred katika studio zetu za KBC. Okay. Na swali langu moja kwa moja, kufikia sasa nafikiri saa zaidi ya 10 zimepita tangia habari za Raila Odinga zilipopeperushwa kwa Wakenya kwamba kiongozi wa upinzani ameshaaga dunia. Lakini tukimwangalia katika taaluma yake ni mhandisi, lakini maisha yake nusu ya miaka ambayo ameishi katika masuala ya siasa. Sasa swali langu kwako ni je, katika huu utaalamu wako wa masuala ya siasa za kanda, ni vipi ambavyo unaweza kumkumbuka Raila Odinga kama kiongozi wa masuala ya siasa? Mchango upi ambao ni mkubwa aliofanya katika miaka yake nusu karne hivi katika masuala ya siasa?
Naam, nashukuru sana. Kwa Wakenya tungesema basi poleni, lakini ningesema hivi kuhusu, unajua bwana Raila alikuwa ni kiongozi wa Kenya, kiongozi wa wananchi kule alikotoka, na kiongozi wa Afrika, na pengine tunaweza sema pia ni kiongozi wa dunia nzima, kwa vile umesikia yule kiongozi wa India aliposema Bwana Modi kwamba amempoteza rafiki yake mkuu sana. Na kwa hivyo ningesema hivi, umetaja vyema kwamba bwana baba ambaye tunamuita baba, bwana Raila Odinga alikuwa na taaluma yake, ni mhandisi, lakini tunamkumbuka zaidi kwa ile tungesema kwamba taaluma yake ilibadilika ikawa ni ile ya kisiasa. Na tukasema jiulize, je, ni kwa nini hata yule rais yule yupo sasa, Rais William Ruto anasema kwamba Raila alikuwa ni mshauri wake, mentor. Yule rais mstaafu Bwana Uhuru Kenyatta alituelezea kwamba Raila alikuwa ni mshauri wake, his mentor. Hata yule Prime Cabinet Secretary ametuelezea kwamba Raila alikuwa his mentor. Kwa hivyo hilo jambo sio la kusemwa tu. Wanaposema watu wengi wale wana ushawishi mkuu kwamba huyu jamaa ametuelekeza vema kisiasa, basi ni ukweli. Kwa hivyo ningesema jambo la kwanza, kuna wakati tulikuwa tunasema kwamba watoto wa Rais Moi, lakini saa hizi ukiangalia kwa ulingo wa siasa utaona kwamba ni kama vile tutasema sasa ni siasa, mpira unachezwa na watoto wa baba Raila Odinga kisiasa, kutoka kwa rais mstaafu, rais aliyopo, iwe hata mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, wote wale tunaweza sema kwamba walikuzwa kisiasa na mwenda zake Raila Odinga. Jambo la pili tutasema kwamba ninapotazama, ujue dada, wakati huu tunaongea tukisema ni past tense, yani tunaongea kwamba ni kweli bwana Raila Odinga hayupo nasi. Kwa vile katika mawazo yetu sisi wakati huu tulikuwa tumefika pale ambapo tunasema kwamba tunachukulia for granted kwamba baba atakuweko. Hata kuna wale wanaongea kwamba 2032, 2027 atakuwa na huo mpango. Hakuna yule alikuwa anawaza kwamba hata kuweko. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanamsifu, wafuasi wake walijua kwamba hatutawaza sana, yupo. Wale ambao pia walikuwa wanamgonga sana walikuwa wanajua kwamba hesabu yetu tuipange kwa vile baba atakuweko. Lakini sasa wakati huu tunasema kwamba hayupo, na kwa hivyo ni lazima tuangalie, ni vema vile umesema, tuangalie ni yapi ametuachia. Na kwa hivyo jambo la pili ni demokrasia. Kwani wewe binadamu jitolee, familia yako iwe nyuma yako, na wewe uwe mbele useme kwamba ninafanya hili jambo kwa wananchi ambao sio wa familia yako. Na kwa hivyo alikuwa na ushujaa bila kuwa na uoga kwa mambo ambayo aliyaona kwamba yatamsaidia mtu kuwa ni binadamu, human rights. Wewe kama binadamu, kama umezaliwa wewe ni binadamu, una ule msimamo fulani ambao kuna ile threshold tunasema ukifika hapa lazima utunzwe kwa hali fulani. Kwa hivyo baba alikuwa anasema kama utamdhalilisha mtu ambaye ni binadamu kama wewe, lazima yeye asimame apiganie haki yako.
Na
kwa hivyo tunakumbuka hayo mambo.
Masuala ya vijana ambao kwa sasa tuseme kwa kiasi kikubwa wanatumia lile jina Raila Odinga kujiendeleza katika masuala ya kisiasa, na ukadokeza tu viongozi ambao pengine wamenufaika kutokana na wosia wa Raila Odinga. Na pale ambapo nafikiri ulisikia nikimuuliza ule ripota wetu pale Kisumu, wakazi wa Kisumu walipokuwa wanasema kwamba Raila ni institution, Raila ni kiongozi husika na masuala ya umoja na masuala ya kidemokrasia. Katika miaka yake ya kuwa katika siasa kuna hatua madhubuti alizochukua miaka baada ya mingine ambayo inaonekana kiasi kikubwa alishinikiza masuala ya kidemokrasia. Kwa mtazamo wako kama mtaalamu wa siasa, sio za kanda tu bali katika siasa za Kenya, pengine uliziona hatua hizi alizozichukua na kwenda kinyume pengine na matakwa ya wengi kwa kushinikiza ama kuhakikisha kwamba demokrasia ya Kenya inaendelezwa, na hatua hizi ni zipi?
Umeeleza vema kabisa, na naona kwamba una ule msukumo wa ndani kabisa kwa huu mjadala. Kwa vile ukitazama maisha mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, ni kama kwa mtazamo wa Kenya wengi yuko na pande mbili kimaisha. wale wanaomsifu, wale wanaomuona tofauti, wale wanaomuona kwamba huyu ni mtu wa furugu, kimbunga, na kuna wale wanamuona kwamba ni mtu wa amani. Na kwa hivyo nitakuja kwa lile uliosema katika siasa, kwa kuleta demokrasia kulikuwa na mambo karibu mawili. Hata tukiangalia, kuna wale wanaangalia upande mwingine wanasema umejaribu kuwa rais kwa mara karibu 5. Lakini ukitazama kule ndani kuna yale mambo ukiangalia katika siasa ya kanda ambapo watu wanasema kwamba kama mimi, na ninakumbuka ile African Union ilikuwa inasema kwamba silencing the gun. Mawazo nyuma ya hiyo ilikuwa ni kwamba kwa wakati huu Mwafrika hafai apoteze maisha yake kwa sababu tunamtaka mwenzangu Balo ama dadangu hapa awe na uongozi. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wanasema ikiwa mnaongozwa vibaya lakini hamtumii demokrasia kubadilisha serikali, basi muungano wa Afrika utawaondoa. Na umeona hayo mambo Sudan na pengine. Kwa hivyo bwana Raila Odinga nikileta karibu, yeye alikuwa anatazama, sio yeye binafsi, alikuwa anaangalia msukumano utafikisha wapi nchi yetu. Na kwa hivyo anaamua, anasema kwamba mimi kama Raila kibinafsi, ingaje ninaona nimedhulumiwa kisiasa katika kura hii, lakini ni vema nifanye ile handshake kwa minajili ya utulivu wa nchi yetu. Na kwa hivyo nitasema kwamba huko ni kujitolea zaidi, kwamba unasema kwamba hata kama mimi ni mwanasiasa niko na ile dhamira, ambition, lakini kila wakati ninaweka hii ambition kwa mfuko wa nyuma iwapo ambition yangu itawaumiza wananchi wa kawaida.
Kabla niende kwa Balo, hizo handshake unazozungumzia ni baadhi ya handshake ambazo wamefanya mara kadhaa. Yeah. Lakini baadhi ya wadadisi wa masuala ya kisiasa na wakosoaji wake, wakati mwingine utasikia ukisema kwamba alikuwa anaenda kufanya hizi handshake kwa manufaa yake ya kibinafsi. Lakini yeye pengine anaangalia kusiwe na umwagikaji wa damu. Kwa mtazamo wako kama mtaalamu wa masuala ya kisiasa, hizi handshake zilikuwa na manufaa gani kando na manufaa binafsi ya Raila Odinga na wale ambao wanaomzunguka? Manufaa kwa taifa nzima yalikuwa ni yapi?
Tungesema ile inasemekana ile ilikuwa handshake ya nguvu zaidi ni kati yake na mheshimiwa rais hayati Mwai Kibaki. Kulikuwa na ile ya rais Moi, lakini ile ya Mwai Kibaki ndio iliangazia zaidi ni kwa nini, na ikawa kwamba ni kielelezo cha uongozi, uridhiano katika nchi, kwa nchi zote, sio tu Afrika. Hata kule ng'ambo alikuwa anasema kwamba ile handshake ya Kenya iwe ndio kielelezo cha kutatua masuala ya kisiasa. Na kwa hivyo dada, niliposema tukienda ile siasa ya kanda, sio sahihi kwamba wewe mwananchi wa kawaida upoteze uhai wako kwa sababu tunamtaka mwananchi fulani awe kiongozi. Kwa hivyo ni vema wale wananchi waridhiane kwa minajili ya wananchi wa kawaida. Na jambo la pili kwa ile handshake, upande sisi tuwasema kwamba huwezi kuwa na maendeleo pahali kuna vita ama pahali ambapo hakuna ile kitu inaitwa security. Na kwa hivyo kulikuwa na maendeleo zaidi kwa awamu ya pili. Tunaposema pia kama kuna security, basi lazima kuwe pia na harmony. Na kwa hivyo kulikuwa na maendeleo wakati wa handshake. Tusidanganyane, ni ukweli. Barabara nini, mbali na amani. Na kwa hivyo pia tunasema hivi faida ya handshake ni kwamba sio lazima tuwe tunafanya ile hali wanajeshi wanasema mark time. Unacheza pale pale, usongi mbele wala nyuma. Lakini kwa vile tumejua pengine kuna makosa katika hali mfumo wetu wa kisiasa, na kwa hivyo tunaporidhiana, uliona kwamba ndio tukawa na ile reforms ambayo ilibadilisha mambo ya electoral boards. Nakumbuka wakati wa handshake ile, wakati wa Kofi Annan, ambayo pia ilileta mambo ya hata devolution, nchi za mambo ya county, ambayo pia sasa ilileta ile katiba tuko nayo saa hizi ambayo inatajwa kwamba ni katiba njema katika kanda hii.
Asante sana Muliru. Balo, unaweza ukachukua usukani kwa sasa?
Pengine kwa hivyo sasa labda Nimuulize Bwana Muliro swali moja. Ukimwangalia Raila Odinga ni mtu ambaye kwamba alikuwa amevaa vilemba vingi, yani ni mtu alikuwa na sifa chungu nzima, kama vile ulivyosema, ni mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu, ni mtu ambaye kwamba alikuza demokrasia ya taifa hili, lakini mimi binafsi pia namuona kwamba alikuwa ni sura ya upinzani. Japokuwa kulikuwa na hizo handshakes zilianza kuanzia wakati wa Moi mpaka hivi karibuni na rais wa hivi sasa Daktari William Ruto. Hatujui kama kura za mwaka 2007 kama angelikuwa yuko hai, kama angekuwa ameenda upinzani opposition, ama angeendelea kuwa na Rais William Ruto. Swali langu ni hili: je, katika siku za hivi karibuni tunaona tukipata kiongozi ambaye atakuwa na upinzani ule wa hali ya juu kama aliokuwa nao Raila Odinga?
Huo ndio mtazamo kibinafsi. Ningesema hilo ndio jambo sahizi. Kila mwanasiasa wana Kenya tunaongea kimoyo moyo, kwa vile sahizi tunaomboleza, lakini tungekuwa na uwezo wa kufungua kichwa cha mwanasiasa, ingekuwa unauliza sasa what next. Kwa hivyo ninajua hata pengine kuna hesabu inapangwa, kwa vile bwana Raila ni pengo, na sio tu ni vile ulifanya huo mtazamo. Alikuwa ni nguzo ya upinzani, lakini kufuata yale mambo tumejadili na dada hapa, pia alikuwa ni nguzo ya serikali. Kwa hivyo alikuwa na zile pande mbili, na kwa hivyo ningekujibu hivi, kwa vile kuna wale walisema kwamba kuna kila generation, kila mtazamo wa wananchi huwa na wakati wao, wataenda na wengine waje. Lakini kibinafsi ningependa kusema kwamba itachukua muda zaidi tuwe tena na kiongozi wa upinzani ambayo kwanza sio muoga. Inahitaji kuwa kwa upinzani katika Afrika, inahitaji ujitolee kwamba hata nitawawa wakati wowote. Kwa hivyo usiwe mtu muoga. Na jambo la pili iwe ni kwamba huyu kiongozi wa upinzani lazima awe ni mtu wa karibu zaidi kufuata mambo ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Uangalie zaidi, sikuwe ni kwamba unacheza tu siasa ya kawaida, lakini unamkumbuka bwana Raila Odinga alikuwa hata maswala watu kama hawana unga ama ugali, anasema basi tuwe na ile unga revolution. Kwa hivyo ningesema kwamba tutakuwa na muda zaidi, kwa vile kuenda kwake lazima kuwe pia na ile hesabu ya kisiasa ndani ya serikali na pia hesabu ya kisiasa upande wa upinzani. Na kwa hivyo mimi kibinafsi ninaona kwamba kutakuwa na defections, mwelekeo kutoka upande wa upinzani ingia kwa serikali, na wengine nao pia watahama kwa serikali waingie katika upande wa upinzani. Sasa hivi bado tunaweza sema kwamba hatujapata kiongozi ambaye ana ile nguvu ya kuamka kila siku, ambapo tuliposema kwamba taaluma yake ilibadilika kutoka uhandisi ikawa ni taaluma ya siasa. Kwa hivyo maisha yake yawe kwamba kazi yangu ni kuangalia hii serikali inafanya demokrasia, hii serikali inahudumia wananchi kila siku bila kuchoka, ni jambo ambalo ninaliona mimi kibinafsi kwa wakati huu. Kwa mtazamo katika wale wako kwa upinzani, bado liko mbali kiasi, bado tuko mbali kiasi.
Na nimetangulia kusema kwamba alikuwa ni mtu anayependa amani sana. Hizi handshakes, japokuwa kuna watu wanasema kwamba Raila alikuwa ni mtu mbinafsi, anafanya handshakes kwa sababu ya maslahi yake ya kibinafsi, na kuna wale ambao kwamba wanasema handshakes zake zilikuwa lengo kubwa ni kuunganisha taifa. Na tumeshuhudia miaka nenda miaka rudi, wakati wote kukiwa na fujo la kisiasa. Kama hivi karibuni wakati wa maandamano ya Gen Z kulikuwa na ile hali ya mshike humu nchini, Raila alikuwa mstari wa mbele kuliunganisha taifa. Je, kuondoka kwake kumeacha pengo gani katika kudumisha amani wakati taifa hili liko katika hali ya mshike.
Kabisa, asante kabisa. Imekuwa pia mimi kibinafsi, hiyo ndio wasiwasi yangu kwamba kuondoka kwa Bwana Raila Odinga, Kenya itabakia ikiwa imara vile ilivyo katika hali ya amani, ama kutakuwa na msukosuko, kwa sababu pengine hatutakuwa na mtu ambaye ana uwezo, ushawishi kwa upande wa upinzani, lakini yuko kila wakati radhi kuwa na ile handshake ili inji isitingike. Na kwa hivyo ni wasiwasi ya kila mtu, mchanganuzi, mtu yoyote. Nadhani hata wale iwe ni nafikiri kwenda mbele tutasema kwamba itakuwa ni funzo kwa wanasiasa kwamba sio lazima upate ubabe wa kisiasa na wananchi wateseke. Ni vema wakati ukifika, vile pia Mheshimiwa Saitoti alisema kwamba wakati fulani utaamua useme kwamba inji ni kubwa kuniliko mimi. Na kwa hivyo kuna pengo, na kila wakati tukiwa na pengo lazima kuwe na instability. Na kwa hivyo itategemea ni vipi Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto atakavyoendelea kuwaunganisha vile amekuwa akifanya, kuwaunganisha wananchi, viongozi hata kama wako upinzani, bado ni lazima tuwajue kwamba wako na lazima tuwaunganishe pamoja. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo ambalo umelitaja ni vema. Najua kwamba policy makers lazima wanafikiria wakati huu kwamba sio as usual, mambo yamebadilika, na kwa hivyo hilo pengo lazima haswa wafuasi wake ni vipi watapewa imani kwamba hawatatelekezwa, na ni vipi watajua kwamba jimbo lao bado litakuwa na uongozi katika serikali.
Naam, shukran sana. Labda sasa ni kuregesha tena kwa mwenzangu Gladys kama aendelee kushikilia usukani.
Naam, Balo, maswali ni mengi ila muda pengine utupatie kisogo. Mulilo tukisonga mbele, nikiangalia siasa za Kenya, mimi sio mzee sana lakini nimejaribu kuangalia uchaguzi baada ya uchaguzi. Na inaonekana tangia enzi za Moi, kila uchaguzi mkuu ulipokuwa unakaribia, siasa zilikuwa zinapigwa, sijui nitatumia lugha ya Kiswahili imenipotea, against Raila. Kwamba kampeni zilikuwa dhidi ya Raila. Kila kiongozi aliyekuwa na simama urais, kampeni ilikuwa dhidi ya Raila. Na katika miaka hivi punde, nafikiri miaka 10 iliyopita, unapata kwamba wengi wakiambiwa usimchague Raila, chagua upande huu mwingine. Na mimi kama mwananchi ama kama mwanafunzi wa masuala ya kisiasa, ndakuwa najiuliza kwa nini alikuwa inaonekana kana kwamba alikuwa giant wa masuala ya kisiasa. Kwa nini wengine hawakuhusika na wapinzani wengine? Kwa nini yeye? Na kwa sasa manake ameondoka, itakuwa vigumu kuvijaza vile viatu vya Raila Odinga vya kisiasa. Na ukisikiza tu cheche za maneno hivi leo, unasikia watu wakisema kwamba ameondoka, sasa hatuna kiongozi wa upinzani. Kwa nini yeye alionekana kama yule kiongozi wa upinzani? Na kila siasa zilizopigwa, siasa zilikuwa zinapigwa dhidi ya Raila Odinga. Sasa kibarua kiko hapa kwa yule ambaye atakuwa na tamani kuvijaza vile viatu vya Raila Odinga. Ni kwa nini alikuwa namna vile? Na katika kutekeleza wajibu wake kama kiongozi wa upinzani, atakumbukwa sana kwa masala gani ambayo aliyafanya kama kiongozi wa upinzani, hivi kwamba kila mwaniaji wa urais alikuwa anapiga siasa dhidi ya Raila Odinga?
Ni kweli kabisa. Yale umesema Gladys yanaashiriana na vile Balo amesema, ni kwamba sasa kuna pengo na wasiwasi zaidi kwa wanasiasa na wale wanaotengeneza masuala ya nchi, ni kwamba vile umesema, haya wakati huu tutaenda kura wakati wa 2027, na huna lile jambo la kusema kwamba ninaenda kupiga kura dhidi ya. Umeona sasa ni uwanja, sasa ni kwamba tafuta jambo lingine. Unajua marehemu Wamalwa kijana alisema kwamba kuna mambo mawili kuna aliita Railaphobia na Railamania. Yaani wale wafuasi sugu wa Raila na wale wapinzani sugu wa Raila. Kwa hivyo Raila hakuwa na katikati, kulikuwa na pande huku na kule. Wanaomuona mzuri, wanaona kwamba yeye ni msumbufu. Na kwa hivyo kulikuwa na wale ambao siasa yao ilitegemea kwamba kuambia wananchi kwamba huyu tunaenda kupiga kura dhidi ya Raila, against Raila. Na ndivyo walivyo survive. Na kwa hivyo huyu Raila mlio wakati mwingi mlikuwa mna msukuma na mambo yote hayuko sasa. Kwa hivyo tafuta agenda nyingine. So hapo ndio tutasema basi kuna ile tunaita pengo. Lakini kuna yule jamaa alisema anaitwa nafikiri Ralph Emerson alisema when the gods walk among us we don't recognize them. Wakienda ndio unakumbuka unasema kumbe Masia Yesu alikuwa ni mtu wa nguvu, kumbe Muhammad alikuwa kati yetu, kumbe Musa alikuwa na sisi. Hiyo ni udhaifu wa wananchi. Kumbe Gladys alikuwa na uwezo kama huu, lakini ukiwa bado uko hai, sisi wananchi hatuwezi uona kwamba huyu mtu ni tofauti na sisi, ni kama miungu wako katika ile hali ya mashujaa. Lakini ukienda ndio tunakumbuka, tunasema huyu mtu alikuwa anatembea kati yetu. Kwa hivyo hilo ndio jambo limekuwa baba anapoenda sasa hivi, mambo mengi ambayo mmeibua saizi wewe Gladys na Balo yataonekana, lazima tujadili. Tulikuwa tukienda wakati wa kura tunasema Raila versus. Tulikuwa tunasema kwamba kuna shujaa wa upinzani, serikali haitotanyanyasa. Lakini wakati huu sasa ni kama ile hali tunasema you're on your own now. Lazima sasa kama hata ni watoto ukijua kwamba sasa baba yuko vile wanasema, lazima muache utoto na iwe kwamba sasa mnachukua maisha yenu muelekeze sambamba. Na kwa hivyo nafikiri wale wanasiasa wako sasa vile nilivyosema wote ni watoto wa baba, aliwajenga. Na kwa hivyo ni wakati wao waanze kuongea, pengine ni ile kitu tunaita blessing in disguise, kwamba kuondoka kwa baba iwe ni jambo ambalo litaunganisha wanasiasa wetu.
Naam, unaposema kwamba kuna viongozi wengi ambao wanajiita vijana wa baba na hali kadhalika viongozi ambao kwa njia moja ama nyingine wanahusiana na Raila. Alifanya siasa yake kwa njia ya makini na siasa ya kipekee. Maanake tulishuhudia kwamba katika maeneo mbalimbali, naam mtazamaji, naarifiwa kwamba shughuli unavyoona kwenye kiwambo chako cha kule nyumbani ni kwamba kamati andalizi ya mazishi ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga inajiandaa hatua za mwisho kwa kamati hiyo kutoa taarifa kwa umma ama kwa Wakenya kuhusiana na maandalizi ya safari ya mwisho ya Raila Odinga. Kumbuka waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu zaidi Musalia Mudavadi amuongoza baadhi ya mawaziri na viongozi katika bunge la kitaifa kuelekea katika taifa la India kurejesha mwili wa Raila Odinga nyumbani Kenya, na tunaarifiwa kwamba muda wote kesho utakuwa unafika, lakini taarifa zaidi tutapata kutoka kwa kamati andalizi ya mazishi. Kwenye runinga yako unamuona waziri wa ulinzi Soipan Tuya, waziri wa masuala ya biashara Wycliffe Oparanya, wakiwa baadhi ya mawaziri ambao wameketi kwenye kamati andalizi ya mazishi. Kunaye nduguye Raila Odinga ambaye ni Oburu Odinga na baadhi ya viongozi katika bunge la kitaifa akiwa ni naibu Kiranja Milo Odhiambo pamoja na Utende Amolo na waziri Churchill. Mtazamaji, hao ni baadhi ya viongozi unaowaona kwenye kiwambo chako, na zaidi ni viongozi kutoka maeneo hayo. Na sasa naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki yuko tayari, naomba nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi Karen.
Good evening. I think we are all in a state of disorientation. Good evening. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this press briefing by the National Committee on the State Funeral of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Fellow Kenyans, as you're aware, today His Excellency President William Ruto made a presidential proclamation announcing the passing on of the former Prime Minister of Kenya and leader of ODM, the Honorable Raila Odinga. The President announced a number of decisions arising out of earlier meetings which were convened during the day, first with the family of our departed leader, later on with the National Security Council and the Cabinet. After deliberations and consultations, it has been directed that a national committee on the state funeral of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga be established. It is also important to reiterate that the government of Kenya has decided to give the Honorable Raila Odinga a state funeral, and that is why this committee has been established. The committee will be co-chaired by the Deputy President and the Honorable Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, the elder brother of our departed leader. The other members of this committee from the Cabinet: CS Wycliffe Oparanya, CS for Cooperatives and MSMEs; CS Soipan Tuya, CS for Defense; CS Aiden Duale, CS for Health; and the Attorney General, Dorcas Oduor. From the family, besides the co-chairperson, Senator Oburu, Dr. Wenwa Akinyi Oginga, William Ojonyo, Elijah Oburu, and Joe Ager, Doctor. From the ODM party, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the Governor of Kisumu County; Governor Gladys Wanga, who is also the National Chairperson of ODM; Governor James Orengo of Siaya; Governor Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir of Mombasa; and Governor Simba Arati of Kisii. From the Senate, Minority Leader Senator Justice Stewart Mazayo and Senator Godfrey Otsotsi. From the National Assembly, the Minority Whip Junet Mohammed, Minority Leader and former Minority Whip Junet Mohammed, the current Minority Whip Millie Odhiambo, Dr. James Yekar, Dr. Otiende Amolo, and Dr. Lillian Gogo. The secretary to the committee will be the Principal Secretary for Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Amolo. It is also important to note that the government has dispatched a high-level team consisting of government officials, family, and party officials to travel this evening to India to retrieve and bring back home the remains of our departed leader. That team already has been announced by the President. It is led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. It has members of the cabinet. It has members of the party, governors, and other senior officials and family members. And therefore, what has been decided is to share responsibilities. So some of you may be asking why so and so not part of this. So we have shared responsibilities. Some are helping us to go and do that important task, and the others have been left behind to speed up the arrangements for the next steps. His Excellency the President has declared 7 days of mourning, and the flags will fly at half-mast for the next 7 days within the Republic of Kenya and all the diplomatic missions abroad. It is expected that we will move very quickly in the next few hours and few days for the reason which has been communicated to us by the family of the late Prime Minister following consultations between the family and the family lawyer. We have been advised as a committee by the family that it was the wish of the Honorable Raila Odinga to be buried within the shortest time possible following his demise. And the family has informed this committee that that timeline is 72 hours. The family has also advised the committee that given that the Prime Minister died outside the country, and notwithstanding the very short period within which this process must be concluded, we are advised that the family and the ex-committee will give respect to the wishes of the late Prime Minister as far as possible, but at the same time accommodate any other nuances and contexts that are important, considering the family values and the community and society values for which the Honorable Raila Odinga stood for. In that connection, it has been decided, therefore, we will have an expedited process that balances the wishes of the departed Prime Minister, the wishes of his family, but also the community and other imperatives that must be taken into context. In that regard, it is expected that the aircraft that has left Nairobi a few hours ago will make touchdown in Mumbai at 1 a.m. local time. Will have a ground time of 2 hours and make a turnaround to arrive in Nairobi approximately 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Upon arrival, the body will be received at the airport by His Excellency the President, members of the family, and other officials, escorted to Lee Funeral Home, and at 12 o'clock, the body will be moved to the parliamentary buildings at the Central Business District. And in Parliament, there will be the public viewing of the body of the departed Prime Minister tomorrow from 12 noon to 5 p.m. in the evening. At the same time, this committee has decided to help members of the public, supporters, friends of the late Prime Minister who may not make it to some of the events that will be happening tomorrow and the days to come, with public places from which they can watch all the proceedings from tomorrow's arrival to the other events that will follow until the final rituals and the final rites in the interment of our late leader. In that connection, therefore, public grieving spaces will be created in various places, especially within Nairobi and also in other areas, as will be announced, where members of the public can follow proceedings on big screens and participate in grieving and mourning our departed leader. After the public viewing of the body in Parliament tomorrow, the body will return to Lee Funeral Home. On Friday, from 8 a.m., there will be a state funeral service of the late Honorable Raila Odinga at Nyayo Stadium. And this state funeral service is expected to be attended by dignitaries and VVIPs from outside Kenya. It is a state event, and it will be conducted in accordance with the protocols of state events to give respect to the stature of our foreign hero. That state funeral service, once concluded, will then lead to the body being moved to the current home of the Honorable Raila Odinga for overnight stay. On Saturday, the body will leave Nairobi for Kisumu early in the morning, and there shall be public viewing of the body of the late Prime Minister at Moi Stadium in Kisumu City between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. in the afternoon, after which the body will travel by road from Kisumu City to Bondo. Prime Minister Raila Odinga will take place on Sunday and will be conducted according to the traditions of the Anglican Church to which the Honorable Raila Odinga belonged. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Kenyans, that is the status update of where we are on this very, very unfortunate development that has shocked the country and the world. I pray that we will all give the family the dignity they deserve, even as they struggle to bear with the moment of grief. We are also requesting the ODM party, which is represented in this committee, and also at the grassroots, to support and work together with our security agencies in the normal party manner to make sure that there is order and dignified mourning to ensure that we do not have any incidents that could disrupt this very important moment in the history of our country. So we want to request the ODM leadership and the branch leadership in all the places which are concerned to help us and work with our security agencies to make sure there is order. And I am informed that the party has structures, and we are confident those structures will support and supplement what the security agencies will be doing. That is all for now. We will have further briefings every day between now and then, and perhaps tomorrow evening we will have another briefing at the end of the day. I want to give now this chance to the co-chair of this committee, the Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga, Senator for Siaya County, to say a few remarks, and then we conclude this briefing. Thank you.
Yeah, fellow Kenyans, I take this opportunity also to join you in mourning your leader. We are mourning and also celebrating the life of a great leader. As I had told you before, I informed you that he was well and kicking about, and he will soon be back to the country. That was not a lie, it was the truth. He was very well until last night. I spoke to him. He was vibrant, up and kicking. It is only unfortunate this morning that he suffered shock, which is suspected after the postmortem to be heart attack. But we are not just mourning, we are also celebrating the life of our great leader. I don't have strength to speak much now. What the DP has said is what we have discussed and agreed, and I am only praying that our people at this moment behave in a dignified manner. Let us give my brother the dignified burial and send off that he deserves, and I hope there will be peace during this time and reflection on his life. So I thank everybody. I don't have to say much more.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I left out the name of one committee member, the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, David Sichir, who is here, is also a member of this committee representing the Cabinet. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
See you tomorrow.
Na mtazamaji, hizo ni taarifa za moja kwa moja kutoka Karen, ambapo kamati inayoongoza shughuli za mazishi za mwenda zake Raila Odinga, ambaye amekuwa kiongozi wa upinzani kwa miaka mingi, imefanya vikao vyake kwa mara ya kwanza hivi leo, na hivi jioni wamehutubia taarifa kuhusiana na yale ambayo wameafikiana, na mojawapo ya masuala hayo ni kwamba usalama utakuwa umeimarishwa katika juhudi za Raila Odinga kufika hapa nchini, na pale ambapo umma utakapokuwa unamuona na katika shughuli ya kumomboleza kiinjili katika maeneo mbalimbali hapa nchini, mwili wake ukitarajiwa kufika nchini hapo kesho mwendo wa saa 3 asubuhi. Baadaye mtazamaji, ni kwamba kiongozi wa kamati hiyo ambaye ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki anasema kwamba shughuli hiyo, ikiwa ni ibada ya mazishi na hatimaye mazishi ya Raila Odinga, yatahudhuriwa na viongozi mashuhuri, sio kutoka taifa la Kenya bali pia katika mataifa ya kigeni, na cha mno ni kwamba kiongozi wa upinzani Raila Odinga atazikwa nyumbani kwake maeneo ya Kisumu kule Nyanza siku ya Jumapili. Picha unazoziona hapo ni za kamati ya mazishi ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga, na siku ya Jumamosi mwili wake utakuwa maeneo ya Kisumu katika uwanja ama uga wa Moi, na wananchi kule Kisumu wataruhusiwa kumuona na kumpatia heshima zao za mwisho kuanzia mida ya saa 3 asubuhi hadi mida ya saa 9 mchana. Na baadaye, baada ya kukamilika kwa shughuli hiyo, mwili huo utakuwa unapeperushwa moja kwa moja hadi nyumbani kwake kule maeneo ya Kisumu, ambapo watazikwa kulingana na sheria na mila za dini ya Kianglikana.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona, hizo ni picha zinazokujia moja kwa moja kutoka eneo la Karen. Muda mfupi uliopita, mwenyekiti wa kamati andalizi ya mazishi ya Raila Odinga alikuwa akihutubia taifa na kupeana ratiba rasmi kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya mazishi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Kama alivyosema ni kwamba mwili unatarajiwa kuingia ama kuwasilishwa hapo kesho kutoka nchini India. Mwili wa Raila utawasili nchini hapo kesho asubuhi na kupelekwa moja kwa moja hadi katika bunge la Kenya, ambapo atapewa heshima za mwisho na wabunge wa Kenya. Na mtazamaji, kumbuka, alafu baadaye mwili huo utapelekwa katika hifadhi ya maiti ya Lee hapo kesho kabla ya siku ya Ijumaa, ambapo kutakuwa na shughuli katika uwanja wa Nyayo kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho. Na shughuli hii itakuwa inahusisha viongozi watajika kutoka nje ya taifa la Kenya ili kuja kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho Raila Amolo Odinga. Na vile vile kamati hiyo chini ya wenyekiti wa naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki imetangaza kwamba kutakuwa na sehemu maalum hapa jijini Nairobi na nje ya jiji la Nairobi, ambapo kutawekwa sehemu maalum za umma kupata nafasi ya kushuhudia yote ambayo yatakuwa yanaendelea katika uwanja ule wa Nyayo. Hiyo itakuwa ni siku ya Ijumaa kabla ya baadaye mwili huo kupelekwa nyumbani kwake Karen, ambapo utasalia nyumbani kwake Karen hadi siku ya Jumamosi, ambapo utasafirishwa na kupelekwa katika kaunti ya Kisumu ili wenyeji wa kaunti hiyo ya Kisumu nao pia wapate fursa ya kumwona kwa mara ya mwisho na kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho kabla ya kupumzishwa siku ya Jumapili nyumbani kwake eneo la Bondo.
Na mtazamaji, umemsikia hapo Balo na taarifa zaidi kuhusiana na yale ambayo yameafikiwa na kamati andalizi ya mazishi. Na kama basi unataka kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho, unaarifiwa kwamba ufike katika uga wa Nyayo na mapema, manake nafikiri watu watakuwa wengi Balo, ama si?
Na bila shaka naona pia kwamba wananchi watapata fursa ya kutazama mwili huo siku Alhamisi, ambao ni hapo kesho katika majengo ya bunge. Kulingana na maandishi ambayo nayaona hapo chini, mtazamaji, ni kwamba kesho pia siku Alhamisi wenyeji wa Nairobi watapata fursa ya kuona mwili wake kwa mara ya mwisho. Na kama sijakosea, hapo awali Profesa Kithure Kindiki alipokuwa akizungumzia alisisitiza kwamba siku ya Ijumaa itakuwa ni siku ya wageni waheshimiwa kutoka mataifa ya nje kuja kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga katika uwanja wa Nyayo. Na kwa wananchi wa kawaida, siku hiyo watatengewa sehemu maalum za kuweza kufuatilia kwa ukaribu shughuli zote zinazoendelea siku hiyo ya Ijumaa.
Na mtazamaji, lakini usijali, maanake wafuasi wa Raila Odinga ni wengi. Iwapo basi utakosa nafasi, basi tazama runinga ya KBC Channel 1 ambapo tutakuwa tunakuletea matukio hayo moja kwa moja. Lakini mtazamaji, tukiendelea katika hali ya kutamatisha, mgeni wetu studioni Muliro, pengine utupatie kauli zako za mwisho kuhusiana na swala hili, maanake mwelekezi wetu anatuarifu kwamba tuanze kufunganya.
Asante sana dada Gladys. Ningesema hivi kwamba baba Raila ameendeleza ule msimamo wake alipokuwa hai na vile ametuacha. Kwa nini nasema hivi? Ni kwa sababu alipokuwa hai alitoa muda wake mwingi kuwahudumia wananchi, na pia tunapoona pale mazishi yake ni kama yameenda kwa kasi, na kwa hivyo pia ni kama anavyosema kwamba pia katika mazishi yake sio wananchi wamhudumie kwa muda mrefu, lakini bado amewahudumia kwamba wasitumie muda wao, hela zao kumfariji, lakini wamkumbuke.
Nafikiri nitakuuliza swali langu la mwisho pale ambapo tunaelekeza kuhitimisha, na ni kwamba Raila Odinga alifanya siasa zake kwa njia ya namna makini sana na kwa njia ambayo wengi hawakuelewa. Pale ambapo alisimama na kusema Muliro umetosha, basi ulikuwa umetosha. Na kuondoka kwake katika siasa za Kenya na katika dunia hii kutabadilisha taswira ya siasa za Kenya, hasa siasa za Nyanza, kwa aina gani?
Naam, swali safi kabisa. Na kwa hivyo vile nilivyosema awali, wanasiasa wengi hao ndio mambo yako katika mawazo yao kwamba wakati huu sasa kutakuwa na majeruhi. Kuna wale tutaita mayatima wa baba, wale ambao ilikuwa hata kuna wengine walikuwa kwamba baba akisema umetosha, hakuna haja ya kuenda kutoa ile picha yako ama kufanya kampeni. Na kwa hivyo wakati huu, kwa mtazamo wangu, ni kwamba kutakuwa na haswa kwa bunge la seneti na ile bunge lingine, kutakuwa na majeruhi ambapo watu watajipanga wenyewe. Utakuwa kivyako, wale waliotegemea ushawishi wa baba na uzito wake, wakati huu ni wewe mwenyewe na wananchi. Na kwa hivyo vile umetazama siasa kwenda kutoweka kwa baba vile ametuacha, ni pigo kwa familia, pigo kwa nchi, kwa dunia, Afrika, na pia kwa wanasiasa haswa katika eneo la Nairobi na kule Nyanza. Asante.
Mwisho kabisa, baba Raila Odinga wakati mwingi amekumbukwa kama kiongozi na mtetezi wa wanyonge. Pale ambapo wananchi walihisi kwamba kidogo wanasukumwa na serikali ama upande fulani unawasukuma, ulipata wananchi wakielekea katika mitandao ya kijamii na kusema baba jitokeze ututetee, pale ambapo alionekana kidogo anaonekana kwamba amenyamaza. Kwa mtazamo wako, atakumbukwa vipi na wananchi kama kiongozi pasi na kupenda tu, kama kiongozi aliyejitokeza kutetea haki za wananchi na kuhakikisha kwamba serikali inakwenda kuhusiana na awamu za kiwapo, pale ambapo viongozi walipochukua kiapo na kusema kwamba watatumikia nchi, pale ambapo walipokuwa wanakwenda segemnege, basi baba akajitokeza na kusema kwamba tuende hivi na wala sio vile.
Naam, ni kweli kabisa. Itakuwa ngumu kabisa kupata kiongozi ambao atajenga tajriba yake iwe kama vile baba alipofanya. Kwa vile baba yeye alisisitiza kuendelea na mambo ya wananchi kuanzia mwanzo. Na kwa hivyo Wakenya walifika pahali ikawa kwamba baba ndio mwongelezi wao, ndio mouthpiece. Baba ndio anaona shida zao. Na kwa hivyo ulikuwa unasikia hata hili jina baba ni kwamba ni yule mtu tunamwendea kusema kwamba hizi ndio shida zetu, tusaidie. Na kwa hivyo katika ile hali inaitwa checks and balances, tutasema kwamba baba alisimama kama institution. Badala ya kuwa kuna katiba, kuna mwelekeo wa kiserikali, kuna ule msimamo, lakini kuna mwananchi ambaye kazi yake ni kutazama ni vipi tunasaidia mtu mdogo kabisa katika jamii yetu. Na kwa hivyo tutasema tunamkumbuka wananchi wanyonge wajipange wakati huu, wajue ni vipi watakuwa wanaendeleza masuala yao kule juu, pengine wamtafute kiongozi mwingine ama wawe na ile sauti collective voice ambayo tumeanza kuiona hapa na pale. Lakini baba amewachia funzo. Tutasema kwamba hata akienda kuna wale watoto wake, na kwa hivyo vile ametuacha ni lazima hawa watoto nao pia waamuke na wajue kwamba lazima tuungane na tufanye yale aliyokuwa akiyafanya. Lakini kuna uzito mkubwa kabisa kwa mwananchi wa kawaida jinsi vile atakuwa akitetewa masuala yake.
Haya basi, asante sana Muliru. Tutakuwa tunaona kwenda mbele. Siasa zitakuwa zinaelekea mkondo upi. Mtazamaji, asante sana kwa utazamaji wako. Naomba nikuache, lakini sikuache yatima, manake na kuacha mikononi mwa mwenzangu Dorina Range. Mimi naitwa Gladys Mungai. Studioni nimekuwa naye Wilfred Muliru ambaye ni mtaalam wa siasa za kanda. Asante sana kwa kutazama. Tukutane kesho inshallah.
Asante.
Na shukrani sana mtazamaji. Kama nilivyosema mgeni wetu hapo awali katika mahojiano haya ni kwamba umuhimu wa Raila Odinga hivi sasa bado haujatambulika ama haujaonekana. Utaonekana zaidi hivi baada ya kuondoka. Ifikia hapo Jumapili ashazikwa, kila kadri siku zinavyosonga umuhimu wake ndio utazidi kujitokeza. Na kufikia hapo mtazamaji, hatuna la ziada, ndio tunatamatisha taarifa hizi za Darubini ya Channel 1. Inshallah Mungu akitupatia uhai na uzima tukutane hapo kesho. Naitwa Ahmed Jumabalo, ukipenda niite JB. Assalamu alaikum.
Kenya is endowed with a very good potential in terms of geothermal. We have a capacity of 10,000 megawatts. Currently, our total installed capacity is in the range of about 3,600. We started working with the hired rigs in Nokaria, where we have about 59 wells, and supporting generation of up to about 320 megawatts. Here in Menengai, we were able to get the first 35 megawatts online. We are therefore supporting about 360 megawatts, which is essentially roughly about 36% of the geothermal power, which is roughly about 1,000. In Baringo, there are about 4 fields. We have explored a place we call Korosi, Paka, and Silali. Geothermal is very risky at the early stages. Also, it is capital intensive. For it to come to be utilized, we now need then to be able to explore for it. We need to be able to drill. We need to finance. Our main mandate, therefore, is to manage the resources that we have, to be able to also create opportunities for the private sector to actually partner with the government in terms of geothermal development as a way of attracting private sector financing, and therefore make the geothermal dream for Kenya a reality. Kawi, ustawi, ushujaa.
Greetings in the name of the Most High Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice, we
have to do it twice.
one of the things we know is that two things fade in life, and that is energy, and the second one is time.
So I think what we should be looking at beyond time management is asking ourselves, are we clear and managing the focus?
The fact that it is your free time, still you don't waste it.
Yes. Don't prioritize your schedule. Yeah? Schedule your priorities.
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Habari muhimu ni zile zinazoathiri maisha yako, na zinapojiri tuko hapo.
Tunakuletea habari zinazojiri nchini na kimataifa.
Hakuna kabila ambayo iko hapa Kenya kwa malipo ya mwingine.
Mambo ya matibabu isiwe starehe ya watu wa dosi.
Tunakufahamisha kila wakati ili uwe tayari kwa yajayo.
We will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Katika ulimwengu unaosonga kwa kasi, usahihi wa habari ni muhimu.
The only thing that has changed, Senator Khalwale, is that you are defending the indefensible.
If you allow me as a bullfighter, I'll fix him here and now, and it will be sorted out.
You were doing very well until you brought out your character of bullfighting.
Tunakupa habari sahihi na zisizoegemea upande wowote.
Pindi tu walioteuliwa wataidhinishwa na bunge la kitaifa.
Na ni hapa ndipo
Darubini,
kila siku ya Jumatatu na Jumanne
saa 1 jioni.
The nation is still in mourning, and this follows the passing of one of its most iconic leaders, Raila Amolo Odinga, a veteran politician, long-standing opposition leader, a reformist, as most will describe him. Tonight, we dedicate this bulletin to reflections of his life, times, his legacy in Kenya's political history. This is Prime Edition, top on this live broadcast.
I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya.
Once in a generation leader, President Ruto describes the late Raila Odinga, his key partner in the broad-based government, announcing 7 days of national mourning ahead of scheduled state funeral. Man of the people, from Mombasa through Nairobi to Kisumu, mourners take to the streets upon the breaking of news of former Prime Minister's death. A master of handshakes, the political ingenuity and journey of a man credited with shaping the country's multi-party democracy.
Tendawili! Tendawili!
And Baba the Rib Cracker, celebrating the life of Raila Amolo Odinga lived to the fullest. Many thanks for making time for us. This is KBC Prime Edition. I'm Doreen Arangel. Lusimora is our sign language interpreter. And now President William Ruto has declared 7 days of mourning following the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. In a proclamation issued Wednesday from State House, Nairobi, the president ordered the national flag to be flown at half-mast across the country and in all Kenyan missions abroad until the day of Odinga's burial. Describing him as a once-in-a-generation leader and a fearless reformer, President Ruto said Raila's life and legacy will continue to shape Kenya's destiny for generations to come. Ben Chumba has the details.
A somber calm at State House Nairobi and a message that has shaken the nation.
It is with deep sorrow that I inform the nation of the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, our former Prime Minister, Kenya's foremost statesman, and one of Africa's greatest sons.
President William Ruto delivering the news of the passing of a man he described as a once-in-a-generation leader.
Raila Amolo Odinga is truly a once-in-a-generation leader, a man whose ideals transcended politics and whose legacy will shape the destiny of Kenya for generations to come. A giant who towered for decades over our democratic landscape. He was a colossus of Kenya's modern politics, an indomitable warrior in our struggle for freedom and prosperity, and a statesman of boundless selflessness.
In his official presidential proclamation, the president confirmed that Raila Odinga died in India, where he had been receiving medical treatment.
For decades, Raila dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice, equity, and freedom. He endured detention and persecution so that this nation might know and enjoy democracy. He championed reforms that gave birth to the rights and freedoms we hold dear today. His voice spoke for the oppressed. His conviction inspired generations, and his vision shaped the course of our history.
The president declared 7 days of national mourning.
In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation, I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection.
The proclamation further orders that the former Prime Minister be accorded a state funeral with full military honors in testimony of the highest esteem the Republic holds for him.
A committee to be co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga has been set up to coordinate the funeral arrangements. At the same time, the Government of India, at the request of the Government of Kenya, has offered to facilitate the repatriation of the remains of our former Prime Minister.
The president extended condolences to Mama Ida Odinga and the Odinga family.
Fellow patriots, we have lost a beacon of courage, a tower of principle, and a father of our democracy. Let us come together as he always urged us to do, not as rivals, but as brothers and sisters bound by a shared destiny. As we mourn, I call on all Kenyans to reflect on his towering legacy and the lessons impacted by Right Honorable Raila Odinga's life, work, ideas, and example.
Ben Chumba, Prime Edition.
And our special cabinet meeting was convened this afternoon at State House, Nairobi, following news of the death of ODM leader Raila Odinga. The meeting, chaired by President William Ruto, deliberated on the national response and preparations for a state funeral in honor of Odinga, who is credited for his role in shaping the country's democracy. The meeting, attended by Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi, and Cabinet Secretaries, focused on coordinating a national mourning period and ensuring government support to the Odinga family. Cabinet Secretaries have also been directed to liaise with regional administrations to facilitate national condolence books and ensure adherence to the decree for flags to fly at half-mast in his honor.
Must begin to think about Nyayo Stadium and how to make Nyayo Stadium available, put it in good condition. I know there is some construction work going on there. Maybe we can hold the construction work for the next few days to facilitate us the use of that space. We need to make some suggestions on the cabinet team that is going to work with the family, the party and others in providing leadership towards the final interment of the late Prime Minister. I think with the Deputy President here, I would suggest maybe the Minister for Defense, there will be a requirement, and the Attorney General.
If Okechu is in Kango, that is in Bondo, Siaya County, he has been keeping tabs on the recent happenings, particularly on how residents are mourning the late Raila Odinga. Wycliffe, you have been on this bit since early morning, emotions here and there. What more can you tell us as of now?
Well, thank you so much, Doreen. Like you mentioned, we've been on the ground since morning, since the news of the passing of Raila Odinga got to the ears of the locals here. We headed straight away to Raila's rural home, that is in Poda Farm, that is still within Bondo, just some maybe a kilometer from Bondo town, and what we got there was some euphoric emotions running high. Of course, you understand the position that Raila Odinga actually, the position of Raila Odinga politically in this region is a person who has been leading this region politically for decades, and that actually explains that emotion, the kind of emotions that we actually aired live to our viewers in the morning hours all the way till the evening. From Raila's rural home, Poda Farm, we were in town, the Bondo town, that is Raila's backyard town. Actually, that town was more or less deserted. People there, the local traders there, those that partake in the local transport, had vacated that town, heading to Raila's Poda Farm. Some were here where we are right now, that is Kango, Kajaramogi. This is Raila's father's home. That is the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was actually the first Prime Minister of Kenya. And I believe you can see behind me here, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Mausoleum. And straight away, I believe my colleague behind the lens, Martin Kivuti, can just point to you straight away into that mausoleum. That is a lion. That is the party symbol for the Ford party that was led by Raila's father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And the mausoleum you're seeing behind here, that is where the grave of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is lying. And why are we here? This is a home that carries some heritage. The Odinga family has a political connotation in this region, and actually that explains why we are here this moment. When we got here, we were led and we were given a brief tour by the curator for this place, actually, who is a close family member. He took us inside that mausoleum, Odinga mausoleum, and also took us to the family, Odinga family graveside, where actually in line with some of the messages we got from the locals and those who are close to the Odinga family, alluding to us that Raila himself had alluded that upon his demise, he would have wished actually to be interred just behind the grave, his mother's grave, that is within the Odinga family graveside. We are not certain where the burial will take place, where the remains of Raila Odinga will be interred, but we know for a certain that the burial will take place on Sunday. And following the announcement just by the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, who is the chair of the committee, we know for sure, we know for certain that that burial will take place on Sunday. And we promise our viewers actually bit by bit coverage of all the actions right here from Bondo. For now, let me hand it back to you, Doreen.
Thank you, Wycliffe Okech, for that update there from Bondo in Siaya County. And now back Nairobi, earlier on, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, made an address on the developments as it pertains to laying down to rest of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Here is that update. Watch.
And bring back home the remains of our departed leader. That theme already has been announced by the President. It is led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. It has members of the Cabinet. It has members of the party, governors, and other senior officials and family members. And therefore, what has been decided is to share responsibilities. So some of you are maybe asking why is so and so not part of this. So we have shared responsibilities. Some are helping us to go and do that important task, and the others have been left behind to speed up the arrangements for the next steps. His Excellency the President has declared 7 days of mourning, and the flags will fly at half-mast for the next 7 days within the Republic of Kenya and all the diplomatic missions abroad. It is expected that we will move very quickly in the next few hours and few days for the reason which has been communicated to us by the family of the late Prime Minister, following consultations between the family and the family lawyer. We have been advised as a committee by the family that it was the wish of the Honorable Raila Odinga to be buried within the shortest time possible following his demise. And the family has informed this committee that that timeline is 72 hours. The family has also advised the committee that given that the Prime Minister died outside the country, and notwithstanding the very short period within which this process must be concluded, we are advised that the family and the ex-committee will give respect to the wishes of the late Prime Minister as far as possible, but at the same time accommodate any other nuances and contexts that are important, considering the family values and the community and society values for which the Honorable Raila Odinga stood for. In that connection, it has been decided, therefore, we will have an expedited process that balances the wishes of the departed Prime Minister, the wishes of his family, but also the community and other imperatives that must be taken into context. In that regard, it is expected that the aircraft that has left Nairobi a few hours ago will make touchdown in Mumbai at 1 a.m. local time, will have a ground time of 2 hours and make a turnaround to arrive in Nairobi approximately 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Upon arrival, the body will be received at the airport by His Excellency the President, members of the family, and other officials, escorted to Lee Funeral Home, and at 12 o'clock, the body will be moved to the parliamentary buildings at the Central Business District, and in Parliament there will be the public viewing of the body of the departed Prime Minister tomorrow from 12 noon to 5 p.m. in the evening. At the same time, this committee has decided to help members of the public, supporters, friends of the late Prime Minister who may not make it to some of the events that will be happening tomorrow and the days to come, with public places from which they can watch all the proceedings from tomorrow's arrival to the other events that will follow until the final rituals and the final rites in the interment of our late leader. In that connection, therefore, public grieving spaces will be created in various places, especially within Nairobi, and also in other areas, as will be announced, where members of the public can follow proceedings on big screens and participate in grieving and mourning our departed leader. After the public viewing of the body in Parliament tomorrow, the body will return to Lee Funeral Home. On Friday, from 8 a.m., there will be a state funeral service of the late Honorable Raila Odinga at Nyayo Stadium. And this state funeral service is expected to be attended by dignitaries and VVIPs from outside Kenya. It is a state event, and it will be conducted in accordance with the protocols of state events to give respect to the stature of our foreign hero. That state funeral service, once concluded, will then lead to the body being moved to the current home of the Honorable Raila Odinga for overnight stay. On Saturday, the body will leave Nairobi for Kisumu early in the morning, and there shall be public viewing of the body of the late Prime Minister at Moi Stadium in Kisumu City. between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. in the afternoon, after which the body will travel by road from Kisumu City to Bondo for overnight stay. The burial of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga will take place on Sunday and will be conducted according to the traditions of the Anglican Church to which the Honorable Raila Odinga belonged. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow